If your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. If it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment. And a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for being with us at the Frontrunners in Sports Management 4.0 web conference organized by the Sports Management Society of DIRI, the American College of Greece, and Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, along with the award-winning Active Media Group. I'm Haris Linardos of Active Media Group, and our day is dedicated to sports tourism. The conference wouldn't have happened without the support of the following sponsors. Qatar Airways supports the conference as a gold sponsor. Moto Dynamics and Porsche are silver sponsors. The North Face is the official outdoor partner, while LiveOn is the conference's digital platform partner. Gazeta, G Women, Insider, BN Sports, EMEA, Tornos News and Basketball are the communication sponsors of the event, while the National Herald and Hellenic DNA are the international communication sponsors. During the 3 days of the conference, please follow our social media accounts, so do not forget to follow and the official hashtag of the event, which is Frontrunners 2022. Kindly note that we have some very exciting news for you today, since the event of the Frontrunners 3.0 was awarded among the 3 best COVID responses in the sports marketing industry at the Sports Marketing Awards. I think I said enough. So, we will now welcome on stage the head of the Department of Hospitality, Tourism and Sports, the American College of Greece, Dr. Tatiana Chalkidou. Thank you. Oops, sorry.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful for being here today. I thank everyone who is present and also everyone who attends virtually. For those who don't know me, I am Dr. Tatiana Chalkidou, and I'm the department head of Tourism, Hospitality and Sports, a department that offers two pathways, one in international tourism and hospitality management and another in sports management. As you may know, this is the fourth time that we host the Front Runners in Sport Management, an event that was first hosted back in 2018 by the Sports Management Society and in partnership with the Fox Sports Stories and Mr. Pavlos Pavlidis. Whereas in 2019, it was hosted by the Sports Management Society here. Both events lasted for one day. Now, in 2021, the event was hosted virtually. Of course, it was due to the COVID-19 restrictions, but it was hosted and organized by the Active Media Group, a leading media company that has a background of more than 20 years in hosting sports tourism events. You can imagine that, or needless to say, all these events managed to attract a lot of prominent speakers, a lot of people from the industry, people, faculty from higher education institutions. Here at DIRI, we believe that there are a lot of opportunities when it comes to sports and tourism, but there's also a lot of opportunities when it comes to the intersection of these two. And that's why we promote events like that. We also believe that sports tourism can significantly contribute to the reactivation of the post-pandemic tourism. We also believe that sports can play a key role in the development of more sustainable and inclusive tourism. As such, we are very proud for educating our students in both the pathways. So again, thank you for being here today. Within the next 3 days, you will have the opportunity to attend presentations by distinguished guests in the fields of golf, athletics, tennis, esports, tourism, on topics that range from sport tourism to fun engagement to leading trends in the sports industry. Also, I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of you that worked to make this event happen. And in particular, I want to thank the Chief Executive Officer of Active Media Group, Mr. Akis Cholis. Mr. Cholis, we wouldn't have done it without you. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chalkidou. As you already said, it has been 3 years since the idea of the front runners in sports management, the idea that was born from the Department of Sports Management Society of DIRI, the American College of Greece, and one of its students, Mr. Pavlos Pavlidis. So we will now watch a video message that he sent to us from the front runners sports management event founder and alumnus DIRI 16 Communications, Mr. Pavlos Pavlidis.
Esteemed professors and members of the academic community, let me start by expressing my sincere thanks for giving me the opportunity to attend and address this event. It seems like yesterday since I met Dr. Livadi to present her my idea of a conjoint event between the American College of Greece and Fox Sports Stories, a project of mine back in the day. The project has been fully embraced by the sports management faculty and the Dean of Business, Dr. Triadafilou, since day one. And the truth is that I had high hopes for this event, but I couldn't imagine its rapid growth and the scalability that it had till now. Therefore, I would like to express my admiration to the American College of Greece and the people involved in this event for their hard work and commitment on the mission that we had set since the beginning. Now, as a degree graduate, I would also like to address the students present and advise them to take full advantage of such events since they have that privilege. They're very important for your knowledge exchange and networking. A competitive advantage, I could also add. Later on, you will realize that they are a tremendous asset for your business development, so be like a sponge here. Apart from that, have the courage to innovate. The sports industry is a fairly new one with a lot of opportunities while blending with other industries like artificial intelligence, blockchain, NFTs, betting, and many more. Above all, enjoy the event and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pavlidis, for your message. In a few minutes, we will have the Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports, Mr. Lefteris Avianakis, with us. So we will wait for him in a few seconds.
Καλημέρα σε όλους και όλες. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά για την πρόσκληση να χαιρετήσω τις εργασίες του αθλητικού σας συνεδρίου με θέμα Front Runners in Sports Management. Σας συγχαίρω ειλικρινά για την εξαιρετική σας αυτή πρωτοβουλία και εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες σας. Ένα εγχείρημα που συγκέντρωσε, εξ όσων γνωρίζω, σπουδαίους ομιλητές, που είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα συμβάλλουν στις γνώσεις και στις εμπειρίες τους, με τις εμπειρίες τους στη συζήτηση του συνεδρίου. Η φετινή διοργάνωση αποκτά μάλιστα ιδιαίτερη σημασία. Λαμβάνει η χώρα εν μέσω ιδιαίτερων δύσκολων συνθηκών σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο που επηρεάζουν τις ζωές όλων μας. Αυτή τη στιγμή, λοιπόν, περισσότερο από ποτέ, χρειαζόμαστε μια δύναμη που να ενώνει τους λαούς και τις κοινωνίες και να δίνει ελπίδα στη νέα γενιά. Και αυτή δεν μπορεί να είναι τίποτα άλλο παρά μόνο αθλητισμός. Εμείς σε αυτό πιστεύουμε βαθιά. Αυτόν υπηρετούμε και γι' αυτόν εργαζόμαστε. Με όλα τα μέλη της αθλητικής οικογένειας στο πλευρό μας. Η φετινή διοργάνωση είναι αφιερωμένη σε 3 πολύ ενδιαφέροντα θέματα. Στον αθλητικό τουρισμό, που δίνουμε μεγάλη έμφαση και στρατηγικά είμαστε τουλάχιστον στοχοπροσιλωμένοι σε αυτό, στην αλληλεπίδραση των φιλάθλων και φυσικά στην αθλητική βιομηχανία. Και επιτρέψτε μου να πω ότι και στους 3 παραπάνω τομείς η Ελλάδα έχει κάνει ήδη τολμηρά βήματα, στοχεύοντας να αξιοποιήσει και να αναδείξει τα στρατηγικά της πλεονεκτήματα. Είναι γεγονός ότι η πανδημία επέφερε και συνεχίζει να επιφέρει σημαντικές επιπτώσεις σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο σε όλους τους τομείς. Υγειονομικό, οικονομικό, κοινωνικό, πολιτιστικό. Ο αθλητισμός προφανώς και δεν αποτελεί εξαίρεση. Δέχτηκε ισχυρό πλήγμα σε όλα τα επίπεδα. Από τις μικρές δράσεις του ερασιτεχνικού αθλητισμού μέχρι τις μεγάλες διεθνείς διοργανώσεις και από τις ερασιτεχνικές αθλητικές δράσεις ψυχαγωγικού χαρακτήρα μέχρι τον αθλητισμό υψηλών επιδόσεων, επηρεάζοντας σε σημαντικό βαθμό και τον επιμέρους τομέα αυτών της διοίκησης του αθλητισμού. Από την πρώτη στιγμή δεν εφησυχάσαμε, αποφασίσαμε να μετατρέψουμε αυτή την πρωτοφανή κρίση σε μια μοναδική ευκαιρία. Ευκαιρία για να προχωρήσει ακόμα πιο γρήγορα η αθλητική μας μεταρρύθμιση. Για να νοικοκυρέψουμε το αθλητικό τοπίο της χώρας μας, αλλά και να υιοθετήσουμε καλές πρακτικές. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, λοιπόν, σχεδιάσαμε και υλοποιούμε βήμα-βήμα την αθλητική μας μεταρρύθμιση. Η διοίκηση του αθλητισμού στη χώρα μας, σε εθνικό επίπεδο, έκανε, επιτρέψτε να πω, την επανάσταση του αυτονόητου. Αλλάζει τα κακοσχήμενα, βάζει τάξη και αγκαλιάζει ισότιμα όλα τα αθλήματα χωρίς καμία εξαίρεση, δίνει βήμα στους αθλητές και τις αθλήτριες, δημιουργεί συνθήκες ανανέωσης αλλά και διαφάνειας, στηρίζει έμπραχτα τον αεραστεχνικό αθλητισμό και αγκαλιάζει το σύνολο της αθλητικής οικογένειας. Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος, δεν το κρύβω, διότι μέσα σε 2,5 χρόνια έχουμε επιτύχει ριζικές αλλαγές στον τομέα του αθλητισμού της χώρας μας. Και αναφέρομαι σε μικρό διάστημα, συγκριτικά με το έργο που έχει γίνει. Θα σταθώ σε μερικά από αυτά, ώστε να μην καταχραστώ το χρόνο σας. Ο πρώτος μεγάλος επιμέρους τομέας που δώσαμε έμφαση ήταν η αντιμετώπιση παραβατικών φαινομένων στον αθλητισμό. Πιο συγκεκριμένα, αντιμετώπιση της διαφθοράς. Θυμίζω ότι κυρώσαμε τη Σύμβαση Μακολέν με τον νόμο 4639 το 2019, στο πρώτο μας νομοσχέδιο, και η οποία αποσκοπεί στην προστασία του αθλητισμού από την κάθε μορφής χειραγώγηση. Δημιουργήσαμε και βρίσκεται ήδη σε λειτουργία, με τους πρώτους πελάτες, σε εισαγωγικά, η Εθνική Πλατφόρμα Αθλητικής Ακεραιότητας, η λεγόμενη έπαθλα. Στην καταπολέμηση του ντόπινγκ, μια μεγάλη μάστιγα. Συστήσαμε ανεξάρτητο φορέα, τον Εθνικό Οργανισμό Καταπολέμησης του Ντόπινγκ, τον λεγόμενο ΕΟΚΑΝ, με έδρα το Ολυμπιακό Στάδιο, ο οποίος βρίσκεται ήδη σε λειτουργία, σε νέα κτίρια και με σύγχρονες υποδομές, με δικό του προϋπολογισμό. Μεταφέραμε το εργαστήριο αντιντόπινγκ στο ΕΚΕΦΕ, στο Δημόκριτο, και προβλέψαμε οικονομική ενίσχυση σε ετήσια βάση. Να θυμίσω ότι λάβανε το ποσό των 60-70 ευρώ ο ΕΣΚΑΝ. Σήμερα ο ΕΟΚΑΝ λαμβάνει χρήματα ύψους 1,5 εκατομμύριο με δικές του εγκαταστάσεις, σε δικές του εγκαταστάσεις και με σύγχρονο και προσωπικό που γνωρίζει πλέον και λειτουργεί και στείνει σωστά όλες τις δράσεις του νέου συστήματος αντιντόπινγκ. Επίσης, κάναμε κάτι πολύ σημαντικό. Εναρμονίσαμε στην ελληνική νομοθεσία, με τον νόμο 4791, τον αναθεωρημένο κώδικα αντιτόπινγκ του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Αντιτόπινγκ. Μια εκκρεμότητα πολλών ετών έγινε και αυτό πράξη. Πάμε στο θέμα της καταπολέμησης της βίας. Εκεί λάβαμε μέτρα πρόληψης και αντιμετώπισης των περιστατικών βίας που έχουν αθλητικό υπόβαθρο. Θεσμοθετήσαμε σύγχρονο, αλλά κυρίως σαφές θεσμικό πλαίσιο με τον νόμο 4908 του 22 για τη λειτουργία των λεσχών φιλάθλων. Κάναμε ακόμη πιο αυστηρές τις ποινές για τα περιστατικά οπαδικής βίας και με την κύρωση της σύμβασης Σεντενή του νόμου 4901 του 22 προχωρήσαμε και προχωρούμε, γιατί έχει εξέλιξη, έχει δρόμο, άμεσα σε καινοτόμες ρυθμίσεις για τα εγχώρια δεδομένα προσαρμοσμένα στα ευρωπαϊκά πρότυπα. Στον τομέα της αντιμετώπισης της κακοδιαχείρισης και της κακοποίησης στον αθλητισμό. Εκεί αναδείξαμε το θέμα της κακοποίησης και παρενόχλησης στον αθλητισμό με τις δράσεις μας Start to Talk. Η ελέγχο δράση βοήθησε στο να ανοίξουν στόματα και οδήγησε στη γέννηση του ελληνικού MeToo, με τις γνωστές πλέον προεκτάσεις και σε άλλους χώρους επαγγελματικούς πέραν του αθλητισμού. Και επιτρέψτε μου να επισημάνω ότι αν δεν είχαμε δώσει βήμα και ρόλο στους αθλητές και στις αθλητριές μας, και αν δεν είχαμε εφαρμόσει πολιτικές διαφάνειας και χρηστής διακυβέρνησης, ενδεχομένως να μην είχαμε σπάσει αυτό το απόστημα. Παράλληλα, έχουμε υλοποιήσει 10 από τα 13 μέτρα που ανακοινώσαμε τότε, ένα χρόνο πριν, για την αντιμετώπιση του φαινομένου αυτού. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας των μεταρρυθμίσεών μας περιλαμβάνει τον υγιή, αγωνιστικό και επαγγελματικό αθλητισμό. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, δώσαμε έμφαση στην προαγωγή Ολυμπιακού ιδεώδους, στηρίζοντας τους αθλητές που εκπροσώπησαν τη χώρα μας στους Ολυμπιακούς και τους Παραολυμπιακούς Αγώνες του 2021 και αναδεικνύοντας τις αξίες του Ολυμπισμού. Συστήσαμε την Επιτροπή Ζης Αθλητικά, όπου Ολυμπιονίκες και πρωταθλητές διαδίδουν στους νέους και στα παιδιά τις αξίες του αθλητισμού και του Ολυμπισμού. παραγωγή αγωνιστικού και επαγγελματικού αθλητισμού. Εδώ στηρίζουμε τον αθλητισμό υψηλών επιδόσεων μέσα από μηχανισμούς σταθερής χρηματοδότησης και τη συλλογή και τεκμηρίωση στοιχείων και τη διάδοση πληροφοριών επιστημονικού ενδιαφέροντος. Ειδικότερα, Εθνικό Κέντρο Αθλητικών Ερευνών, ανενεργό για 16-17 χρόνια. Εξυγχρονισμός και αναβάθμιση του φορέα προκειμένου να επιτελέσει τον αθλητικό και κοινωνικό του σκοπό. Συστήσαμε Οργανωτική Επιτροπή για τη διεκδίκηση και διεξαγωγή μεγάλων διοργανώσεων μηχανοκίνητου αθλητισμού. Ράλι Ακρόπολης κοινώς. Εκπονεί δράσεις για την ανάπτυξη του μηχανοκίνητου αθλητισμού στη χώρα μας, καθώς και για τη διεκδίκηση και πραγματοποίηση μεγάλων εμβληματικών διοργανώσεων, όχι μόνο του Ράλι Ακρόπολης, το Ράλι Off-Road και μια σειρά άλλων δράσεων που έχουν να κάνουν με την οδική ασφάλεια και οδική συμπεριφορά. Προπονητές. Με τον νόμο 4809 του 2021 βάλαμε τάξη στο καθεστώς των προπονητών που απασχολούν τα αθλητικά σωματεία. Επιτροπή Επαγγελματικού Αθλητισμού. Με τον νόμο 4809 αναμορφώθηκε το θεσμικό πλαίσιο ώστε να ανταποκρίνεται στις επικρατούσες συνθήκες στο αθλητικό τοπίο. Διαφάνεια, αξιοκρατία και χρηστή διακυβέρνηση. Προχωρήσαμε στην πλήρη χαρτογράφηση και τακτοποίηση του αθλητικού τοπίου. Θυμίζω, μητρό αθλητικών φορέων, πλήρης ψηφιακή καταγραφή του συνόλου των αθλητικών φορέων και των δραστηριοτήτων τους, ώστε να βελτιωθούν οι παρεχόμενες υπηρεσίες προς τους εποπτευόμενους φορείς του αθλητισμού. Προχωρήσαμε και λειτουργεί με απόλυτη επιτυχία στο πρόγραμμα αξιολόγησης ομοσπονδιών με την επωνυμία Χίλων, με στόχο την απόλυτη διαφάνεια στον τομέα της χρηματοδότησης των ομοσπονδιών, όπου καθιερώσαμε το καινοτόμο πρόγραμμα Χίλων με διαφανή και μετρήσιμα και αντικειμενικά κριτήρια για την κρατική ετήσια χρηματοδότηση αυτών. Προχωρήσαμε στο Μητρό των Προπονητών, στα πλαίσια της ψηφιοποίησης του αθλητικού τοπίου και της επικράτησης συνθηκών διαφάνειας και νομιμότητας, με τον λόγο Μητρό, επιτέλους, καταγράφεται το σύνολο των προπονητών όλων των αθλημάτων. Ένα ακόμα Μητρό, Πέλοπας. Εκεί προχωρήσαμε στην καταγραφή, που δεν το είχαμε στην Ελλάδα, του συνόλου των αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων που ανήκουν σε δήμους, περιφέρειες και ομοσπονδίες και σε ιδιώτες, για την βέλτιστη αξιοποίησή τους, αλλά και την ανάπτυξη όλων ανεξαιρέτως των αθλημάτων. Πολύ απλά, μέχρι τώρα δεν είχαμε εικόνα των αθλητικών υποδομών που διαθέτει η χώρα μας. Ούτε εμείς ως Υπουργείο Αθλητισμού, ούτε το Υπουργείο Εσωτερικών, ούτε κανένα άλλο Υπουργείο. Σήμερα έχουμε αποκτήσει εικόνα στο 80%. Ηλεκτρονική ψηφοφορία στους αθλητικούς φορείς. Μια μικρή επανάσταση και εδώ το αυτονόητο επανάσταση. Με τον νόμο 4778 του 2021 προσφέραμε την εναλλακτική δυνατότητα στους αθλητικούς φορείς να συγκαλούν γενικές συνελεύσεις και να διεξάγουν εκλογές με ηλεκτρονική ψηφοφορία, κάνοντας χρήση ασφαλέστερων και αδιάβλητων ψηφιακών μέσων επικοινωνίας. Τι ακούσαμε τότε που το φέραμε στη Βουλή, δεν χρειάζεται να πω. Θέλω όμως να σας πω ότι έκαναν χρήση όλες οι ομοσπονδίες πλην μίας του ηλεκτρονικού συστήματος, διεξήγησαν εκλογές άριστα, με απόλυτη διαφάνεια και φυσικά με δημοκρατικό τρόπο. Ψηφιακή βίβλος 2020-2025. Στο πλαίσιο του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού του αθλητισμού και της συνεργασίας που έχουμε αναπτύξει με το Υπουργείο Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης και την Κοινωνία της Πληροφορίας, δημιουργούμε επιπλέον ένα πλέγμα μητρών, τα οποία θα βοηθήσουν στο γενικότερο νοικοκύρεμα του αθλητικού οικοδομήματος. Και πάμε στον τρίτο πυλώνα. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας αφορά στον εξυγχρονισμό, συντήρηση και αναβάθμιση των αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων. Διότι δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει αθλητική ανάπτυξη δίχως σύγχρονες και ασφαλείς υποδομές. Και στο κομμάτι αυτό παραλάβαμε χάος, αλλά έχουμε αλλάξει την εικόνα. Ενεργειακές αναβαθμίσεις. Οι αθλητικές υποδομές της χώρας μας αντιμετωπίζουν λειτουργικά προβλήματα και υψηλά κόστη λειτουργίας και συντήρησης. Η ενεργειακή τους αναβάθμιση στοχεύει στον εξυγχρονισμό τους, αλλά και σε σημαντική εξοικονόμηση του κόστους λειτουργίας. Όπως, για παράδειγμα, το Εθνικό Αθλητικό Κέντρο Ηρακλείου, Εθνικό Αθλητικό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης, Εθνικό Αθλητικό Κέντρο Ιωαννίνων. Και αφήνω ξεχωριστά το ΆΚΑ, το Ολυμπιακό Στάδιο Σπύρος Λούις. Εκεί παρουσιάσαμε το σχέδιο Master Plan για την αξιοποίηση του ΆΚΑ, το οποίο το καλοκαίρι μάλιστα, παρουσία του Πρωθυπουργού, το οποίο μεταξύ άλλων περιλαμβάνει τη συντήρηση όλων των αθλητικών υποδομών, την κατασκευή του μεγαλύτερου κέντρου υγρού στίβου στην Ευρώπη, το οποίο ολοκληρώνεται σε μερικές εβδομάδες, καθώς και τη δημιουργία χώρων πράσινου και άθλησης για τους επισκέπτες. Αξιοποίηση και αναβάθμιση αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων συνολικότερα. Εδώ λοιπόν θέλω να δηλώσω ότι εξυγχρονίζουμε το σύνολο των αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων με την προσβασιμότητα των αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων και την κατασκευή δομών για άτομα με αναπηρία, την πρόθεση των απαιτούμενων κριτηρίων για την αδειοδότησή τους και την αναβάθμισή τους. Να σας πω μόνο, κάνω μια μικρή παρένθεση στο κείμενο, ότι σύμφωνα με τα στοιχεία που συλλέξαμε από τον Μπέλο, από την πλατφόρμα καταγραφής των αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων, μόλις το 1/4 των εγκαταστάσεων στη χώρα μας είναι προσβάσιμες. Εικόνα που δεν περιποιεί τιμή για τη χώρα μας, ίσα-ίσα μάλιστα. Αλλά πλέον έχουμε εικόνα, έχουμε αριθμό, έχουμε στοιχεία και είναι ο σχεδιασμός για το επόμενο διάστημα να καλυφθεί και να ανιάτων εξαλειφθεί αυτό το κενό. Και πάμε σε ένα πολύ μεγάλο project, το αγαπημένο μου. Ξεκίνησε σαν όνειρο, το οποίο πολλοί δεν το πίστευαν. Δεν με αμφισβητούσαν όμως όταν τους το έλεγα, γιατί τους αρέσει να με αφήνουν να μεταφέρω αυτά που πιστεύω, που παθιάζουμε, μόνο με την ιδέα ότι θα τα φτιάξουμε. Και τελικά προχωρούμε ταχύτατα στην κατασκευή του Παραολυμπιακού Αθλητικού Κέντρου στην περιοχή της Ραφίνας, σε απόλυτη συνεργασία με το Δήμο, με την Περιφέρεια και το Υπουργείο Αθλητισμού. Ένα όνειρο πολλών ετών για τους αθλητές και τους ενδυνάμει αθλητές με αναπηρία. Σήμερα που συζητάμε, έχουν ολοκληρωθεί όλες οι μελέτες, όλες οι εγκρίσεις αδειοδοτήσεων, τα τεύχη δημοπράτησης για το πρώτο αθλητικό κέντρο για άτομα με αναπηρία στην Ελλάδα και σύντομα δημοπρατείται το έργο, το οποίο θα είναι προϋπολογισμού 32 εκατομμυρίων. Προχωρούμε στο σχέδιο ανάπλασης των εγκαταστάσεων του ΣΕΦ. Άμεσες ενέργειες για την αναβάθμιση, τον εξυγχρονισμό και την πλήρη αξιοποίηση των εγκαταστάσεων του σταδίου ειρήνης και φιλίας στον Πειραιά. Προχωρήσαμε σε άμεσες ενέργειες για την πλήρη αναβάθμιση των εγκαταστάσεων του Εθνικού Σκοπευτηρίου Βύρωνα, το Ολυμπιακό χωριό στους Θρακομακεδόνες, όπου ήταν ξεχασμένο για 17 ολόκληρα χρόνια στον ΟΑΕΔ. Όταν ανακάλυψα ότι ήταν κάπου εκεί παρατημένο, πήραν πρωτοβουλίες, περήρθε φυσικά στην κυριότητα του Υπουργείου Αθλητισμού και σήμερα πλέον λειτουργεί ως αθλητικό κέντρο και διαρκώς εμπλουτίζεται με νέες εγκαταστάσεις. Αντίστοιχη δουλειά κάναμε και στο σπίτι του κλειστού στίβου και του βόλεϊ Παιανίας. Ή, όπως λένε, σπίτι του βόλεϊ, σπίτι του στίβου, στην Παιανία, 17 χρόνια εγκαταλελειμμένες οι εγκαταστάσεις αυτές. Πόνος ψυχής με έπιασε όταν επισκεφτήκαμε το χώρο αυτό, αλλά πάλι σε συνεργασία με το Δήμο, με την Περιφέρεια, ολοκληρώσαμε όλες τις μελέτες και τα τεύχη δημοπράτησης και είναι θέμα χρόνου να προχωρήσουμε πλέον και στην δέσμευση των χρημάτων για τη δημοπράτηση και κατασκευή και ανακατασκευή των εγκαταστάσεων αυτών. Και πάμε στον 4ο πυλώνα, που αφορά την ενίσχυση της εξωστρέφειας. Εδώ θυμίζω ότι έχουμε υπογράψει μνημόνια συνεργασίας, με ρητές συμφωνίες συνεργασίας με άλλες χώρες, συστηματικά, ενισχύοντας καταρχήν την αξιοπιστία της χώρας μας στο διεθνές στερέωμα και συμβάλλοντας τη σύσφυξη των σχέσεων και την τόνωση των διακρατικών μας συνεργασιών και στον τομέα του αθλητισμού. Πάμε στο κεφάλαιο πραγματοποίηση διεθνών συναντήσεων. Η συμμετοχή σε διεθνείς αθλητικές συναντήσεις στο πλαίσιο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης ή του Συμβουλίου της Ευρώπης, καθώς και σε διεθνείς συνεργασίες για τον αθλητισμό, αναβαθμίζουν το κύρος του ελληνικού αθλητισμού και πιστεύω ότι προσφέρουν νέες καλές πρακτικές. Παράδειγμα, γιατί μου αρέσει να γίνω πολύ πρακτικός και συγκεκριμένος. Η 25η Γενική Συνέλευση της Διεθνούς Ένωσης Εθνικών Ολυμπιακών Επιτροπών, από όλο τον κόσμο δηλαδή, φιλοξενήθηκε για πρώτη φορά στη χώρα μας, στο Ηράκλειο της Κρήτης, από τις 24, 25 και 26 Οκτωβρίου του 2021. Μαζί, επίσης, ήταν και η Διεθνή Ένωση των Εθνικών Ολυμπιακών Επιτροπών, το ανώτατο θεσμικό όργανο του Ολυμπιακού Κινήματος, φυσικά η ΔΟΕ και όλα τα μέλη της Εκτελεστικής Επιτροπής και όλα τα προεδρία των Διεθνών Αθλητικών Ομοσπονδιών. Μια πρωτοφανή συγκέντρωση όλων των προσωπικότητων παγκοσμίως του αθλητισμού. Υλοποίηση εξωστρεφών δράσεων. Μεγάλο κεφάλαιο και αυτό. Επιδιώκουμε το άνοιγμα του ελληνικού αθλητισμού στο εξωτερικό μέσα από διεθνείς συνεργασίες, αλλά και την προσέλκυση διεθνών διοργανώσεων. Αυτό είναι ένα επίσης αγαπημένο μου μέρος της καθημερινότητάς μας. Διεκδικήσαμε και υλοποιούμε. Αφού πρώτα απ' όλα προχωρήσαμε στην προσέλκυση διεθνών αθλητικών διοργανώσεων και με την προσπάθεια να αναβαθμίσουμε το κύρος του ελληνικού αθλητισμού, που θα αποφέρει και έσοδα, που θα ενισχύσει τον αθλητικό τουρισμό, έχοντας δώσει πολύ μεγάλη βαρύτητα, καταφέραμε να κερδίσουμε ξανά την εμπιστοσύνη της FIA, Παγκόσμια Ομοσπονδία Αυτοκινήτου, και του promoter WRC, και μετά από 8 ολόκληρα χρόνια να υλοποιήσουμε ξανά το ράλι Ακρόπολης, το ράλι των Θεών, σε επίπεδο WRC, με απόλυτη επιτυχία. Παρένθεση, τη Δευτέρα που μας πέρασε, στα βραβεία Marketing Awards, κυριολεκτικά σαρώσαμε ως Οργανωτική Επιτροπή για το ράλι Ακρόπολης, όταν 9 από τα 11 βραβεία περίληφθαν στην κυριότητά μας, δεδομένου ότι διακρίθηκε η διοργάνωση του ράλι Ακρόπολης ως η κορυφαία αθλητική διοργάνωση της χρονιάς που μας πέρασε. Και επίσης, ένα από τα βραβεία που επίσης ξεχώρισα, ήταν και η συμβολή στον αθλητικό τουρισμό μέσα από αυτή τη διοργάνωση. Όμως δεν μείναμε εκεί, υπογράψαμε και διοργανώνουμε ράλι Ακρόπολης και το 22, ράλι Ακρόπολης και το 23. Και πάμε στο επίσης μεγάλο project, το οποίο είναι θέμα ελαχίστων των εβδομάδων, ποδηλατικός γύρος της Ελλάδας. Μετά από 10 ολόκληρα χρόνια επανέρχεται. Ξεκινάει από την Κρήτη, από τον Άγιο Νικόλαο, στις 25 Απριλίου, που θα είναι η έναρξη των παράλληλων εκδηλώσεων. Τα επίσημα αγωνιστικά προγράμματα, τα ΕΤΑΠ, δηλαδή το πρώτο ΕΤΑΠ ξεκινάει από το Ηράκλειο, περνάει την Αθήνα, Λεκανοπαίδιο, Ιταία, Θεσσαλία και καταλήγει στην Ήπειρο, 1η Μαΐου. Περίπου 800 χιλιόμετρα πετάλι, δεν είναι και λίγα. Πάμε στους μεσογειακούς παράκτητους αγώνες Ηράκλειο 2023. Μια μεγάλη διοργάνωση, όπου συμμετέχουν 26 χώρες του Λεκανοπαιδίου, της Λεκάνης Μεσογείου, από 5 διαφορετικές υπήρους, με πάνω από 1.200 με 1.500 αθλητές. Και πάμε στα 90 χρόνια FIBA, εκδηλώσεις οι οποίες θα πραγματοποιηθούν σε 3 σημεία της χώρας μας, Μάιο και Ιούνιο. Και πάμε στα παγκόσμια και ευρωπαϊκά πρωταθλήματα, όπως Παγκόσμιο Beach Handball ανδρών, γυναικών, εφήβων, νεανίδων, το 22, τον Ιούνιο μάλιστα. Παγκόσμιο μπάσκετ κοφών ανδρών και γυναικών, το 2023. Παγκόσμιο Πανεπιστημιακό Πρωτάθλημα της Reading, το 22. Και μια σειρά άλλων διοργανώσεων, αλλά σταματώ εδώ γιατί θα σας κουράσω. Είναι μεγάλη η λίστα πάντως που έχουμε δημιουργήσει πλέον. Και πάμε στον 5ο πυλώνα της αθλητικής μεταρρύθμισης, που αφορά στην ανάδειξη του αθλητισμού στην κοινωνία. Περιλαμβάνει πρώτα απ' όλα την πρόθεση του αθλητισμού στο γενικό πληθυσμό, με έμφαση στα παιδιά και τους εφήβους. Ανάδειξη των χαρακτηριστικών και των ωφελιών του αθλητισμού στην καθημερινότητα των πολιτών, μέσα από την εκπόνηση προγραμμάτων για την αξιοποίηση της τεχνολογίας. Έτσι, έχουμε τη ρύθμιση του θεσμικού πλαισίου για τον εναλλακτικό, εργασιακό, πνευματικό αθλητισμό, αλλά και τα e-sports. Με τον νόμο 4908 του 22, πριν 3 εβδομάδες, ολοκληρώθηκε και ψηφίστηκε, πετύχαμε την οριοθέτηση και την ψηφιακή οργάνωση των εναλλακτικών και πνευματικών αθλημάτων. Αλλά βάλαμε στο χάρτη επίσημα και τον ηλεκτρονικό αθλητισμό, με σκοπό να συμβάλλουμε στην προώθηση των νέων μορφών αθλημάτων στην κοινωνία μας. Σε αυτό το θέμα των e-sports είμαστε πρωτοπόροι στην Ευρώπη. Προγράμματα άθλησης για όλους, τα λεγόμενα πάγο. Αυτά τα προγράμματα που σκοπούν να προσελκύσουν τους πολίτες στις αθλητικές δραστηριότητες, ώστε να ενταχθεί ο αθλητισμός στην καθημερινότητά τους. Αναδιαμορφώνουμε και ενισχύουμε την άθληση για όλους και διευρύνουμε τη βάση των συμμετοχόντων με στόχο τη συμμετοχή περισσότερων, αλλά και κυρίως διαμορφώνουμε το νέο πλαίσιο της άθλησης για όλους με κριτήρια και με διαφάνεια, κάτι το οποίο δεν υπήρξε μέχρι χθες. Be active. Υλοποιούμε την Ευρωπαϊκή Εβδομάδα Αθλητισμού, που αποσκοπεί στην πρόθεση της συμμετοχής στον αθλητισμό και τη σωματική άσκηση και την αύξηση της ευαισθητοποίησης σχετικά με τα ωφέλη αυτής της συμμετοχής. έχουμε ήδη θέσει υγιείς βάσεις και πάνω σε αυτές μπορούμε να χτίσουμε πλέον με ασφάλεια. Με πίστη στην εξωστρέφεια, την καινοτομία, τη δημιουργικότητα. Αλλά πάνω απ' όλα στην αναγεννητική δύναμη του αθλητισμού και της οικονομίας και της κοινωνίας μας. Αξίζουν λοιπόν θερμά συγχαρητήρια στους ανθρώπους της Active Media Group και της Sports Management Society του Ντυρί Αμερικάνικου Κολεγίου της Αθήνας, της Ελλάδος, για την φετινή διοργάνωση αλλά και την πρωτοβουλία σας. Η πολιτεία είναι και θα είναι πάντως στο πλευρό σας. Είναι στο χέρι μας να δώσουμε ξανά ελπίδα στους νέους ανθρώπους και να κάνουμε τον αθλητισμό πρωταθλητή της ανάπτυξης και της ευημερίας της Ελλάδος. Εύχομαι λοιπόν καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου σας και αναμένω με ενδιαφέρον τυχόν προτάσεις, ιδέες, έτσι ώστε να τις ενσωματώσουμε στο πρόγραμμα το οποίο υλοποιούμε με πολύ πάθος και αγάπη. Και κάτι ακόμα. 7, 8, 9 Απριλίου ξεκινάμε ένα καταπληκτικό διπορικό σε όλες τις περιφέρειες της χώρας μας. Ξεκινώντας για πρώτη φορά το στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό, τον εθνικό στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό για τον αθλητισμό στην Ελλάδα. Δεν είχαμε ποτέ. Αλλά αυτός ο εθνικός στρατηγικός σχεδιασμός δεν μπορεί να γίνει ερήμην των τοπικών φορέων, της αυτοδιοίκησης, των επιχειρήσεων τουρισμού, των αεραστεχνικών σωματείων, αλλά και των κεντρικών αθλητικών φορέων. Έτσι λοιπόν, υλοποιούμε στην Πάτρα. Πρώτος σταθμός είναι η Πάτρα. 7, 8 και 9 Απριλίου. Το πρώτο τριήμερο event, όπου θα έχει διήμερο συνεδριακό μέρος, με ενότητες πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες, που ακουμπούν τα θέματα τα οποία σας απασχολούν. Αφενός αφετέρου, εκθεσιακό κομμάτι, παράλληλα, που θα λειτουργεί παράλληλα, ώστε να μπορούν οι εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες επισκέπτες να δουν τις ιδιαιτερότητες του κάθε Δήμου, της κάθε περιφέρειας, των ομοσπονδιών, Ολυμπιακών και μη, αλλά και εταιριών που ασχολούνται με τον αθλητισμό και παράλληλα πάρα πολλά event για την πιτσιρικαρία που είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα ενθουσιαστεί. Θέλοντας να φέρουμε κοντά κόσμο να αποκτήσει κοινό βηματισμό, στοχοπροσήλωση στην ανάδειξη των ιδιαιτεροτήτων της περιοχής τους και της τόνωσης της τοπικής οικονομίας μέσα από τον αθλητισμό, αλλά και από την άλλη να κάνουμε ξεκάθαρο ότι οι μεταρρυθμίσεις εξελίσσονται σε κεντρικό επίπεδο, οι διοικήσεις όλων των ομοσπονδιών, Ολυμπιακών, Παραολυμπιακών Επιτροπών προχωρούν πλέον εναρμονισμένα σε αυτά που έχουμε θεσπίσει, αλλά την ίδια στιγμή και η αυτοδιοίκηση πρώτου-δευτέρου βαθμού και οι τουριστικοί φορείς και οι επιχειρήσεις, αλλά και ο αεραστεχνικός αθλητισμός και οι τοπικές κοινωνίες πρέπει να αποκτήσουμε κοινό βηματισμό και να βάλουμε ψηλά στην ατζέντα μας τη διεκδίκηση όλων αυτών που μπορούμε να έχουμε και να κάνουν και τη χώρα μας ισχυρότερη και οικονομικά πιο δυνατή, αλλά και τον αθλητισμό μας πιο ποιοτικό. Σε αυτή λοιπόν την πρώτη μας παρουσία, στον πρώτο σταθμό του Εθνικού Στρατηγικού Σχεδίου για τον Αθλητισμό, είστε προσκεκλημένοι και μεγάλη μας χαρά, αν το επιθυμείτε, να έχουμε και εκπροσώπηση στο πάνελ των ομιλητών από το Πανεπιστήμιό σας. Να είστε καλά, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
We wish to thank the Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports for his speech. As we discussed earlier, the day is dedicated to sports tourism, so we will now watch together the welcoming speech of the Minister of Greek Tourism, Mr. Vasilis Kikilias.
I would like to thank the organizers of the Front Runners in Sports Management Conference for their invitation. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you today on your first day that is dedicated to sports tourism. As a former athlete and professional basketball player, my love for sports is well-grounded. As a Minister of Tourism, I would dare to say that sport tourism is one of the key drivers that can contribute to a long-standing strategic goal of Greece, the prolongment of the tourist season. Usually, major sports events are held during the off-season and what we can call shoulder months, events that attract, besides the competitive athletes, amateurs and professionals, their families and their friends, and leads to a better capacity for hotels and creates revenues for the Greek economy. For the first time, we have official numbers in sports tourism events which are held under the auspices of the Greek Ministry of Tourism. and there are quite a few for all kinds of sports: athletics, swimming, diving, triathlon, golf, basketball, of course, etc. And all over Greece, in Crete, in the Peloponnese, in Epirus, in central Greece. At the same time, major stakeholders such as big tour operators are investing in sports tourism, thus promoting this thematic form furthermore. International events are coming to Greece, but also national events are gaining exposure and focus on attracting international participants. This is a win-win situation for all factors involved: organizers, hoteliers, restaurants, little shops, for the local economy in general. And as I am never bored to repeat, tourism consists 25% of the country's GDP. Sports tourism in particular is an area we need to further focus. In this regard, we have taken steps to make an effort to promote in a more consistent way the plethora of sports events in our country. The recent creation of the legal framework for the creation of DMOs will work for that direction too. Once again, thank you for the kind invitation, and I wish success to the proceedings of your conference.
Hello. Would like to thank the Minister for his video message. And I'm Stella Livadi. I'm the Sports Management Program Coordinator and an Assistant Professor. I'm also the Fellow of the Leisure Area in the Center of Excellence of Food, Tourism and Leisure. I would like to remind you not to forget our hashtag, which is Frontrunners 2022. And also, if you would like to pose any questions, you can do that in the live streaming underneath each speaker. Before I present Dr. Kristallis, the director of the Center of Food, Tourism and Leisure, let me tell you that the event is participating in the April 6th campaign, which is also known as the White Card campaign, which is devoted to sport development and peace. So you will see that in your seats you have this white card, and we would like you to go ahead and check the website of the Peace and Sport Organization so that you see this initiative and what it entails. And we would like you at least around the April 6th date to remember that and watch all the initiatives around the world that are dedicated to this. So, Dr. Kristallis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a really great opportunity to discuss, describe, share with you our initiative behind the so-called Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure. First, I would like to start with saying a few things about, let's say, the wider initiative that has been started a few years ago, called ACG 150, that is the parent, let's say, initiative behind the creation of centers of excellence in our place, in our establishment, one of which is the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure. So there is a website, first of all, that describes everything about ACG 150. We call it 150 to celebrate. Actually, it's a symbolic number. In 3 years from today, 2025, we celebrate 150 years of existence of the American College of Greece. So the term ACG 150 is indicative of the ambitions that we have in actually improving, enhancing, lifting the quality of education services that we offer by including a new dimension to our services, namely research. So the 150 initiative in reality is a strategic plan that aims to boost excellence. And the term excellence actually in a university environment like ours can mean different things that all boil down to the word research. Research is something that we didn't do much in our place, in our community, in our university for a number of years now. So the real aim behind the 150 initiative, as well as the existence of the Centers of Excellence, is to help, facilitate, promote research in our community by mobilizing human capital, by investing resources, and generally helping all members of our community, including students, to actually engage themselves in research. So the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure is the vehicle for conducting research and other activities of scholar excellence. As far as sports is concerned, I am in the position to say that we try to change the title, Stella, to replacing leisure with sports, acknowledging the great contribution of your team. So turn it into a Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Sports, so to make sports actually much more vivid and visible in the center. So starting with the overview of the center, the idea started actually 2 years back, and the existence, the inauguration of the center has taken place, actually took place 6 months ago, so we are fairly new, the new kid in the block. We still do our baby steps. It was a very good idea actually to bridge those three areas: food, tourism / leisure, and sports, because all three things actually have something to do with our lifestyle, if you like, as individuals. All three areas touch upon great issues of social concern, for example, healthy diet, outdoor activities and recreation. Obviously, business-related dimensions are strong industries for our economy that contribute greatly to our GDP. And the fact that here today we talk about sports tourism is indicative of the complementarities that can be created among those or along those three areas. What we try to do actually is, as I said before, promote excellence in teaching by doing research, because we need to know that there's no the former without the latter. We cannot teach at an excellent level without having research data, research evidence, research experience, and bring that research experience into the classroom. So by combining teaching and research, we can also address huge topics of concern for the society, for the industry, and accordingly create collaborative networks by comprising scholars, student scholars like you, academic staff in this place, other places like ours, other universities, as well as the entire industry in the sectors of food, tourism, and sports in this country, as well as beyond. So our mission is actually to create high quality scientific output. Becoming scientists means teaching and doing research together. Again, there's no one without the other. And our vision is to become a catalyst. I know it's a big word, but typically visions include big words like this, and we need to actually think high if we want things to happen. So we want to become a catalyst across those three areas as far as scientific innovation is concerned, so to be able to actually make impact, because that is the key word behind everything we do. We try to do impact, to create impact, to invest resources, to mobilize human capital in order to produce scientific outcome that will be helpful, would be valuable. That's the right word, since we also talk about sports marketing, for instance. We need to create value, deliver value, and we create value here in this place by doing research and deliver value to different audiences. Again, the society at large, as well as the industry, the sports industry, the tourism industry, and all stakeholders related, including politicians or other types of regulators. Since typically research comes first, or ideally should come first, before any new regulation actually gets in place. The Center of Excellence is a real thing in the sense of that we have a governance model. There's people actually behind this center. There's members from across the three areas: food, tourism, and sports. And there's advisors. For example, the Active Media Group are proud having them as our advisors in our advisory board, together with other stakeholders from the industry as well as from the academic community. And good news is that now we also have the possibility to accommodate students, having students as active members of the Center of Excellence. We call them student scholars, and I will explain in a while what that is and why we think this is really a revolutionary idea as far as your engagement into scientific excellence is concerned. You, I mean students, right? In sense we have, I suppose, many students in the audience. I'll give you a brief overview of different types of activities, research activities that we undertake. Again, we know that the term research is not very common around here, and not many people in the community are familiar. Of course, we all know what research means, right? I mean, investigating something by collecting insights, information, empirical evidence to prove that something holds or doesn't hold. Generally explore a phenomenon. We do that by conducting research, but let's see what sort of research we talk about here. So first, there is in Europe a huge system in place from Brussels that gives huge amounts of money into research, prestigious, high quality academic research. You may have heard of the term Horizon 2020 before. This is the most prestigious research scheme initiated by Brussels. So places like ours, as well as other universities all over Europe, are eligible to receive money to conduct research. So we actually submit proposals. Our center and your professors, your instructors, join into consortia of other universities and companies from all over Europe to submit proposals that, once evaluated successfully, can attract serious amounts of money to our place. And this money is then invested in development, developing your skills, developing our skills, and obviously giving salaries for services that we can get, including hiring students, for example, on some sort of contractual basis, so that you can become, for instance, research assistants. That's a term that is greatly used, widely used in all over European universities like ours. So here is from the food area. Unfortunately, I have many examples from the food area because this is my area, and this is something I can understand. I'm a marketeer, I'm a food marketeer actually, so it's obvious that I have some examples mostly from the food area. This does not mean that all other areas in the center, namely food, tourism, and sports, are equally active in undertaking initiatives like this. So this is about sustainability. It's a call, it's a proposal we delivered for €500,000. Imagine we can get €500,000 from Brussels, and 25% of that money will stay here for development, for example, sending students to conferences, high prestigious conferences all over the world, helping students collecting data helping students as well as staff writing papers, academic papers, published papers, or designing and conducting projects that may have great interest for practitioners, for the industry. So this is about sustainability. We call it circular economy. It's something that you may have heard of as a term. By 2050, we will be 10 billion people living on the planet, meaning that we may probably need to say bye-bye to our favorite animal proteins. In simple terms, there will be no meat for human consumption, and the reason for that is that Earth is too small to feed 10 billion people. Okay, so we're not going to have enough land to grow animal feed, zootrophes in Greek. So in lack of animal feed, there will be not enough animal protein for human consumption, meaning that we already investigate, I mean the European community, United States, all the developed countries in the world and beyond, invest billions of dollars or euros in developing alternative proteins. And one type of proteins we can develop, we can think of, is insect proteins. Imagine us eating insects as a daily menu. It sounds like scary to most of you, and I know because we have run a survey among the Greek public, and we know that most people in this country say, don't mess around with my food, and even more so when it comes to meat. Okay, we're not meat lovers compared to North European countries, but still, we learned how to eat meat, how to love meat. It hasn't been like that 50, 60 years ago. Nevertheless, this project is about how to develop alternative proteins and how to convince people all over Europe actually to give it a try. I will not say that you should immediately change your diet into insect-based one, but okay, let's give it a try. Let's see, is there any potential? So this is going to be 500,000 if we get it, 500,000 for this center of excellence we're talking about. And similar projects, another 300,000 euros, similar idea, another type of proposals called PRIMA. These proposals involve countries from all over the Mediterranean Sea. So we collaborate with Middle East countries, North African countries, so there's a huge cultural component also in that type of projects, which makes them really exciting, since we need to learn how to deal with foreign cultures, communicate daily with people like ours from areas that seem so far away compared to the realities we have in Europe. Of course, we publish, and that's something we want to do with our students as much as we can. So that we have academic output from these proposals, these projects. For instance, this is one from your professors, Doctors Livadi and Djoumaka, on sport event destination image effect, on the way sport tourists actually behave. So that's an excellent example of academic research that is fully relevant for our center, as well as for the things you learn in the relevant study programs. We can also do small-scale projects that are relevant to us, things that we like, together with you, things that you like maybe, that we all like. That's again about alternative proteins and celebrities eating tarantulas and other insects. So it's not only like things we try at the large scale, but also things we try around here. So it's been launched. It's a survey we launched within our community, collecting data from our students. And we're going to also do that with real consumers soon. So we have a kind of first impression of what the potential of alternative proteins is. This is research. That's what we mean research. So if we know that, obviously we can take some of those findings into the classroom and use these findings to actually explain, for example, consumer behavior, explain marketing, explain management, explain new product development. There's key concepts that we teach that we can support with the collection of empirical findings. We can also run surveys that have a wider social impact. For example, one on healthy diets of the Greeks. What is that your generation or my generation mean by the term healthy diet? Is there any generation gap? Is there any change those 30, 40 years that actually separate my generation from yours? So maybe I exaggerated, not that much, I mean, maybe 20 years, sorry. Or things about higher education in Greece. At ACG, we have in the education system from babies up to executives, as far as Alba, for example, is concerned. We are the right institution in this country, probably the only one that is so well suited, so eligible in running a yearly survey about education needs of our families, ourselves, our parents, our children, your generation. We also have a website that is an kind of interim website. It's not final yet, but we have a website that you can visit, and we have different news and events from all over the 3 areas of the center. For example, this is about how our center, together with Active Media Group, initiated the first sports tourism research carried out in Epirus, Peloponnese, and central Greece, covering events like Zagori mountain running or Navarino Challenge. So we can become visible, and we can hit the media, so to speak, and we can make impact, and we can promote our efforts and the investment that we make in human capital as well as in money, because there's money behind those things. There's money that we can invest, money that comes from within our community and that we make available for investigating different initiatives of research nature. And this is a European grant that we just received last Friday. It's an excellent opportunity that we have that. This is, again, from the food area. It's European money, right? It's exactly as I just described. We submitted a proposal like a month ago, a couple of people in the group, and we asked for X amount of money, and we actually described our ideas, and Brussels said, hey, these guys have a very nice idea. Let's give them some money. Let's trust them. So by getting a grant of that type, we enter into a huge network, powerful network, Brussels-based network called European Institute of Innovation Technology, EIT. And these guys are kind of lobbyists, and they have millions of euros waiting for people like us, all of us, I mean, to come and get it. Okay, and we do that by proposing research. We don't do that by just teaching. I can spend like my entire life teaching in the classroom. Anything of that kind will never happen. Unless I say, okay, maybe I should start thinking differently and start initiating collaborative projects of that kind. And this is actually about how to engage consumers in developing new packaging material, more sustainable packaging material for food, for different food types, especially for takeaway food, liquid, hot food that can be very, very difficult to distribute through different electronic platforms, for example. So one of the major lessons learned for the food industry from the COVID and the lockdown situation was that we're actually lacking really revolutionary food packaging technologies that would allow efficient delivery of food from point A to point B. So, as I said just a few slides back, now we are open, our doors are open to actually accommodate students, those students who feel motivated enough to give it a try into the research world. We call these students scholars. And we have actually 4 types. Candidate scholars, those who are going to engage themselves for a first time with a research project. For instance, the project I mentioned just before, we are thinking of hiring actually 1 or 2 students. And by hiring, I mean paying students for working with us in the frame of the project. So you're going to get experience running, working together with us on a real project. You will have the opportunity to meet people who do similar things like you and probably also get some money. It's obviously just symbolic, right? I mean, you don't expect like €1 million or anything, but it's definitely something to also show how much we merit, how much we appreciate your work and your time. So candidate scholars or scholars in case you engage to more than just one project, up to senior scholars, even visiting scholars for people who graduated or students in other places. We can also do that. We can also accommodate students from public universities or other universities and actually have them as official visiting scholars in our place, give them an email, for example, SEG email, access to library, access to our facilities, and so on and so forth. Why this is important, why it is important that students and professors come together as far as research is concerned. It is important first because it's a great opportunity for developing personal skills, hard skills and soft skills that are greatly required by the marketplace, by the labor markets. Then it's an opportunity to follow your dreams, your aspirations. Maybe there is something that you care about as citizens, as individuals, for example, sustainability, climate, the environment, a healthy diet, any type of idea that has something to do with ethics or responsibility. These are all things we can investigate together in the frame of a small scale research project, for example. Experience in project design, implementation, and management. Experience in working in a team under real-life conditions. A real project with real collaborators from different parts of the world. The project I showed you before on food packaging materials, we work together with people from Poland, Italy, Estonia, and Bulgaria. And we also have people from Brussels and Spain as administrators. So there's a group of international people, all of the same age, more or less, with the same experiences, sharing the same concerns. There's also visibility. Student scholars appear on the website. Student scholars have an identity. They have an institutional title. And that's extremely positive, extremely good for your CVs. These qualifications count extremely much as far as job markets, labor markets is concerned. And I leave for last also the possibility for some income generation. Again, is something we have in mind. It hasn't happened so far, to my knowledge at least. I don't know if anybody else has a different experience with our community, but we hope that we will be the first to actually hire students on a typical legal basis, like with a contract. And we have some students already. Is it time? We have some students already, mostly from the food area, but also from your area, from tourism, where it's work in progress. So my plan is I collect all these guys, I gather them together, some of them together one day, and have a first meeting so we discuss together what is that they want to do, how is that they understand, they perceive the term research, etc., etc. So it's something that happens, it's concrete, it has started, and I think it's a great opportunity for a major cultural change within our community. That was all. Thank you very much for your invitation once again and your time. I hope I didn't exaggerate with how attractive this center is for students, but I'm happy to discuss if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christalis. Let me tell you, when we were in this room 4 years ago, actually it was upside down. We were like looking, the stage was that way, and we had Mr. Papaloukas, and everybody knows Papaloukas, I guess, okay? And our Olympian, Evi Moraitido, among others. I was, I never expected that 4 years later we will be presenting the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure. So that shows that there are great strides that have happened for years now. And actually, in that student scholars area, we were anticipating this. The project that Dr. Jumaka and I will present late afternoon, around 4, I think, okay? We have engaged students, not with salary, but at least, their expenses were paid and they are putting it now on their CVs and they have this experience under their belt, and hopefully that will, help them in the future in the market or in the academia, going on into graduate studies, etc. So it seems that it is gradually growing within this student community, that this is something that they should be engaged in. And actually, and I will finish here, I'm not sure if there are any questions from the audience, but I don't see anything on the live streaming. Most of the business school programs now, they have a dissertation module which requires primary research on the part, of the students. They have to take the initiative, but of course there is supervising from their professors. So that's also a step into the right direction in conjunction with what the Center of Excellence is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so any questions for Dr. Kristallis? I think he hasn't left anything out, and maybe that's why there aren't any questions.
There's more I can say if you like.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. And, we hope that there will be more students interested in participating in the activities of the center, and there will be a real competition about that in the future. Oh, is there something there? A question? Okay. What is the future of sports within the environment of the ACG, Mr. Arlakis? What do you mean? You are here, please explain. What do you mean about that?
Maybe you mean my cousin.
Your cousin, whatever. The family is here. So what do you mean, Mr. Nikos Ralakis? Sport in terms of sports management, sport in terms of the sport teams, that the Office of Athletics is having, or?
My question was a bit general.
Okay.
What I meant is in terms of facilities and other updates or plans that you have for the future of sports in your university, in your college.
Okay. Should I answer?
Sure.
Okay. Well, for those of you that are part of this community, you know that we have, excellent facilities. You probably don't know or you don't remember that these facilities were developed further because the USA team, back in the Athens 2004 games, chose these facilities for their training center. Training center that was, of course, before the Olympic Village and the training facilities, let's say the official Olympic Games training facilities opened. And this institution, has been developing since then. Even the dorms that they host the study abroad students, they were developed back then because the American athletes had to stay somewhere before they entered the Olympic Village. So, and we actually have a corner that you can visit, take a picture at the student lounge on top of the regime. So in terms of the, the Office of Athletics has a number of teams, including men's and women's teams, including soccer, basketball, volleyball, even fencing. No, I'm sorry, not fencing, archery. But then we also have the sports management program. Okay, the sports management program is still a baby program. Our first graduates were graduated with the major in 2018, and it's being developed. And one of the ways that we found that this can be done is through this event. So people from the inside the community and outside the community, what's the program all about, what it can do, and how the students will be developed within it. I hope I answered the question. Okay, let me check if there is any more. So thank you, Dr. Kristallis.
Thank you.
And we are moving on.
your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. It's not fame that drives you. But that one moment. And a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream? If your dreams are keeping you awake and you take your chance, if it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment and a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Εγώ θέλω να στείλω τη μικρή σε γαλλικό σχολείο.
Πού? Εδώ δίπλα, στο γαλλικό. Εγώ
ξέρω.
πήγαινα εδώ από φίτσα.
Πώς είναι?
Στο γαλλικό, φανταστικό.
Ναι.
Ναι, φανταστικό.
Δηλαδή,
Το πιο φιλελεύθερο σχολείο στην Ελλάδα.
Είναι δικηγόρος και γαλλοτραφής,
Hello everyone, I'm Eugenia Djoumaka, Associate Lecturer in Marketing at the Sports Management Program of DIRI, the American College of Greece. I will be the moderator for our next session, so please don't forget to follow our hashtags at FrontRunners2022 and to send your questions under the streaming. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Kostis Kapopoulos, co-founder of W2 Strategies, and Mr. Themistokles Karvoudis, Sports Executive. They will speak on the subject, the never-ending need for crisis management. Mr. Kapopoulos, Mr. Karvoudis, the floor is yours. We can start with
Thank you. So, sorry, perfect. So hi, I'm Kostis Kapopoulos. I'm the co-founder of W2 Strategy. It's W2 Strategy, it's a PR agency, let's say with a focus on crisis management and on tourism. So we have both subjects for today's speech, for today's presentation. So I want to show you some key points on crisis management on tourism. First of all, I would like to share with you let's say the link between the tourism and the crisis management, the crisis, let's say. So tourism tourism is a sector like other sectors that it's a marketing, let's say it's a marketing product. Tourism is a marketing product. That means that we choose tourism products because of their image. So image and reputation, it's, let's say, the most important thing on tourism. We don't have a tangible product, so image and reputation should be and are the most important, the most crucial things. So the problem is that we have, the problem on tourism is that we have to face all negative impact on our image. That means that we have to handle our reputation. So, I call crisis management in tourism has a, let's say, a reputation paradox. What is a reputation paradox? Let's think on all the actions that we take to promote our reputation, to promote our image. And let's think on all actions we take to protect and preserve our reputation. Either we talk to destination, either to hotel businesses, we have some action that we take to promote our reputation. For example, branding, media, social media, events, activations, campaigns, influencers campaigns, digital ads. The major question is what we do to protect our reputation, to protect our image. The answer is nothing. If you can see, we spend a lot of resources, we spend a lot of human resources to promote our reputation, but at the same time, we do almost nothing to protect our reputation. After an event, after a crisis, we retake the same actions: media, campaigns, social media, ads. So we spend again a big amount of resources, human resources and budget, just to re-promote our reputation. So that's the problem. The problem is that that we don't take actions before the crisis, before an issue, that we don't have a proactive plan to protect our reputation. So what are the issues and crises today on tourism? We have bad reputation for destination and businesses. We have political crisis like a war in Ukraine that affects directly the tourism industry. We have natural disasters that some years ago we had a natural disaster in the Pacific. So we had a big affection on tourism industry. We have visitor experience for destination and businesses. We have bad reviews. We have complaint handling during the visitors' stay. We have over-tourism. That is the seventh point. Over-tourism is, let's say, the most important problem today on tourism. What are the challenges? We have lack of prediction, lack of monitoring. We don't have, let's say, the procedures to predict and monitor potential crises. We have lack of action plan. We don't have a specific action plan to protect our reputation and to predict crises and issues. We have lack of education and training. We have quick escalations because of social media. That means that an issue could escalate rapidly to a crisis. And at the same time, we don't have crisis management protocols and procedures. That means that we are not prepared to face issues and crises. This is the two main pillars of crisis management. It's the proactive crisis management. That means all the actions that I take before an issue, before a crisis. And then the second pillar is the reactive crisis management, what I have to do after a crisis, after an issue. So, as you can see, before a crisis, before an issue, I can predict, I can be prepared, and at the same time, I could have an action plan to have a specific action, to design specific actions that I should implement in case of crisis. When I have, after the crisis, let's say that between pillars is a crisis, I have reactively to do a damage control. That means that I have a real problem on my business, a real problem on my destination. So the only thing I could do is to minimize the damage. And then to create an action plan to restore my reputation. So as you can see, the main problem in crisis management on tourism is that before crisis, I have a lot of things to do, but in 99% of the cases, I'm not prepared. I mean, I don't have an action plan, I don't have a protocol, I don't have a risk assessment scheme. And then, reactively, I have many things to do, but at the same time, the problem is real. I mean, the only thing I could do is to minimize my damage. So how I can be prepared? The first thing is to create a mechanism to monitor potential crises. That means that if I have a hotel, if I am a destination owner, for example, a mayor or I don't know, the Ministry of Tourism, I have to have a monitor mechanism. That means that I have to assess every 3 months, every 4 months, the potential problems. And then, in this base, to do my risk assessment. That means, if I have this problem, what is the action plan for its category, for its problem category? The third thing is to create a crisis management plan. That means that I have to design an action plan, a detailed action plan for every category, for every potential crisis, to have the exact actions that I have to take to face it. The fourth thing is to create a crisis management team or a crisis management committee. Crisis management team refers to hotel and businesses. Crisis management committee refers mainly to regions, to destinations. The fourth thing is trainings and education. I have an experience of, let's say, 17 years on crisis management, and unfortunately, I have to tell you that people that handle destinations or hotel businesses are not educated on crisis. That means they do many educations on different subjects, marketing, social media, but not on crisis management. That means they are not ready, if they face a problem, to have, let's say, a theoretical base to face it. The sixth thing is the positive content and reputation. The most viable strategy to face crisis proactively is to create positive content during whole year. That means that I have on my risk assessment plan, I have a pain point on subject A. I create a positive message, positive content during all year for the subject A, just to have a good balance in case of crisis. Seventh thing is the coordination among stakeholders. In my view, that's the main problem today. We don't have a cooperation mechanism. That means in destinations, we don't have the cooperation between the Ministry of Tourism, with the regions, with the mayors, with the municipalities, with the private sector. So we have to create a cooperation mechanism just to be sure that an action plan could be implemented in a case of crisis. Last thing, it's for destination and businesses, that we don't act like the visitor. Even if we have a crisis management plan, even if we have an action plan to face a crisis, to handle a crisis, we never act like a visitor. We have to think like a visitor, we have to act like a visitor, because it's the only way to see the real pain points of a destination or of a business. So the last thing that I would like to share with you is that handling a crisis management, it's a proactive procedure. It's not a reactive procedure. That means that the 90% of the job I have to do is before crisis. So the main thing is to proactively predicting a future crisis, so to have a mechanism to predict and to assess crisis, to develop and implement prevention measures, to have an action plan, a specific action plan, and lastly, have accurate steps in case of crisis, just to know exactly how to react. So that's my first, let's say, I don't know, we have now the questions, or I have to?
If you agree, we could have the questions after the speech of Mr. Kavoudzis. Thank you very much, Mr. Kapopoulos. Mr. Kavoudzis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very nice to hear the presentation from Mr. Kapopoulos because I saw quite a few things that are similar to my presentation and a few others that complete or are in contrast with what I have to say. So let's start. Before we start, I would like to say that Kostis said that he's been doing that for 17 years, right? We found out, quote unquote, about crisis management when the pandemic hit. But the crisis management is here and was there for all these years in the past. So yes, it has been prominent now with pandemic, but it has always been there. So these are two very good definitions I found for crisis. It's a time of intense difficulty or danger, but it's a time when a difficult or important decision must be made. Here I would like to say that there are three key elements in a crisis management. First of all is a threat for a business, but at the same time can be an opportunity. Two, it has the element of surprise. You never know when it's going to hit. And the third one, it needs to have a very short decision and reaction time. So I would like to speak first about the major types of a crisis. And yes, there are more, but I found these to be the major ones for a company. One is financial, self-explanatory. It's any financial issues that a corporation or a business has to face. Could be debt, could be inability to pay employees, could be file for bankruptcy. The second one is personnel. And what this is employees or other people who are close to the company are involved with some illegal or unethical conduct. And this can happen both in the workplace environment, but also in the personal life of these people. For example, it can be a statement from a company CEO about discrimination or other issues like that. The next one is an organizational crisis, where a company intentionally tries to deceive the customers or even the employees. For example, it can withhold some major information about the product or a service, or even exploiting its customers. The next one is technological. We live in an era where technology is number one, and it's plays a major role in our lives and our businesses. So any breakdown in a scientific or technological tool can have a huge impact on a business, both financially, but also in the reputation. So think what happened in 2020 with Google, with the outage in some of their products, and also what happened last year with Instagram, which was out for quite a few times, and all the problems that this created. And of course, natural disasters, natural crisis, pandemic is number one. Can be floods, can be fires, tornadoes that can create severe problems to a corporation. So this is my own opinion about the crisis management in sports. I find that the sports industry is much more vulnerable to a crisis than most of other businesses and industries. And why is that? Because there are two major elements, which is the element of human behavior, of passion, and feelings and emotions. And at the same time, if you combine these with this huge exposure that athletes and the whole industry of sports get, is an explosive combination. And that's why I say it's a huge crisis can happen at any time. I don't know if you agree. I know that in hospitality or in other industries as well, there's a crisis. But in my opinion, when you have emotions and people and huge exposure, there's always room for a crisis. So I would like to show some examples. There, of course, you have all seen them in some major categories. First one is the pandemic, of course. So different bodies have chose different ways to deal with problems with crisis. And number one is the Olympic Games in Tokyo that got postponed for 2021 because of so many cases of COVID in Tokyo. And For example, we have a more hybrid model where the NBA decided to have a bubble and bring all teams and players there to compete for the championship over there, to have a more secure environment. Then we have the UEFA Champions League, or the BCL in basketball, who they decided to move forward some of their dates so they can have their events and not cancel them with limited amount of fans. And also you have bodies like the EuroLeague or the Greek Basketball League or the Wimbledon that decided to cancel tournaments or their events. And I leave Wimbledon at the end because it's a different case study, because you know what happened. The Wimbledon, for the past 17 years, they managed to have an insurance policy for $2 million a year. And the result of that is they spent $34 million. What they got when the pandemic hit was $141 million that reduced significantly the loss that they had. Again, it's a case study on its own. Not enough time to discuss it here. Another very important is the race and gender crisis, mostly in the US, but I'm sure throughout the world there are some similar things. You'll remember the Black Lives Matters movement. It went back with Colin Kaepernick that kneeled during the American national anthem, protesting for equality. Then in 2020, in the playoffs, Giannis and the Bucks decided to boycott one of the games, in the playoff games. So we're protesting, I think, against the shooting of Jacob Blake, if I remember well. So what did the NBA do? Because there were protests from all teams and players. So they decided to suspend the whole round. Then another one, we have this legal dispute between some U.S. national women athletes against the federation for a legal pay between women and men. And also, finally, we have the example of the Washington Redskins, who decided to change their name and logo because of pressure they got from fans, but mainly from their sponsors, because a lot of people think that it was like towards the Native Americans. It was a bad image for them. And another example was, if you remember, the Uncle Ben's rice. Same thing, they decided to change their logo and their name for the same reason. Next, some political crisis examples are, of course, the Ukraine war is number one at this moment. Players go down the fields with huge banners, stop the war. We have players and teams got expelled from organizations, from the UEFA, from Champions League. So huge impact from the war. Another example is what happened with LeBron James back in the days, and with a journalist of Fox News who told him to shut up and dribble, basically, when he commented President Trump's politics. And of course, this starts in 1968 when these two African-American athletes protested for equal rights. And this was the same year when Martin Luther King was assassinated, so the symbolism there is great. And finally, we have some mental health crises or issues or examples. Let's face it, mental health issues and problems was there for all these years, in the past, but the exposure and the social media has made it more prominent nowadays. You can see very well-known athletes like Mike Beasley and Michael Phelps facing depression throughout their careers. You have Naomi Osaka withdrawing from the Roland Garros in 2021, and Simone Biles withdrawing from the Olympics finals in the gymnastics in the Tokyo Olympics. And all of that is because of some health issues they have to face. We all think that athletes, they get paid a lot, everything is nice in their lives, but it's not about it. They spend so much time in the primary years, like until they're 18, 20 years old, like investing in them, like some skip school, some go to school and work, and some go to school and go to practice. So what they go through is something that we have no idea. So what do you do when a crisis comes along? First of all, you identify the risk and all the hazards. Then you assess the impact of all these risks, and you measure them. And according to that, you choose your strategy in the most cost-effective way. Then you try to implement the strategy by monitoring every single step you take. And of course, what you want to do is, at one point, recover. So this list, I saw it was reversed in your presentation, but I find it very interesting. Yes, there are a few things you can do proactively, like identify the major risks in your industry, form a risk team, which is very important. And I'm sure that it's different in different industries. But yes, you do have to have a very good risk team in order to be able to act right away. And of course, monitor the threat environment constantly. So the key element when you have a crisis is time. You have to do things very fast, act very fast. You have to communicate facts, not hide anything, be transparent. You have to own your mistakes. Like, mistakes are made by everybody, personal and in businesses. So what you have to do is just embrace them and learn from them. Also be agile and adaptable. And sometimes you do have to change your strategy. You do have to change your goal if something goes bad. And of course, as I said before, you have to monitor the progress throughout the steps. And just to close, I have 3 quotes I really like. As I said before, learn from your mistakes. And plan for things to go wrong. Because no matter how well, just as Kostis said, no matter how well you're prepared, things can still go wrong. Oh, thank you.
Thank you both so much. We have some questions from the audience. I will start with Mr. Karvoutsis. With sports becoming increasingly political, do you think that this is a factor that creates more severe crisis for the sports industry overall?
Well, as we saw before, politics played a huge role throughout the years in the past. Now the exposure is much bigger because of social media. But if you ask me, it's not a crisis whether an athlete will speak or not. It's a crisis no matter what. So if athletes speak, then it's much better because they have this ability to touch more people and express their feelings and what they believe. So I don't think that the crisis becomes bigger. The crisis is there no matter what.
I have another question for Mr. Kapopoulos. There are too many crises going on at the moment affecting the tourism industry. How is it for organizations to be proactive for future crises while currently handling such complex issues?
Okay, first of all, the organization, I think you mean destination organization, municipality, a region or a state. They do have a crisis plan. The main thing is to know what is the pain points of the region, and then to write down all the potential problems. I mean, tourism is an organization, a live organization. Every year we have different cases. Every year we have issues. Every year we have issues. I agree with Themis. Even if I am prepared, I will be obliged to handle crisis. But the main thing is to prepare to have a crisis management action plan, a crisis management team, and a crisis management manual, just to know what I have to do when I have to handle an issue or a bigger crisis.
Thank you. I have one more question for Mr. Karvoutsis. Which type of crisis you think is the most difficult to handle in sports?
In sports?
Yes.
Well, I believe that the crisis that involves people, so emotions, behavior, like human behavior, these are the most prominent in sports because it can happen 24/7, and the huge exposure can make it public and throughout the whole world. So you have to have a team, as Kostis said, you have to have a team ready to respond to a crisis like that, no matter where you are, what happens. So you got to be ready and take advantage of time and try to fix it as soon as possible. So I believe every crisis that has to do with the people and athletes is the most important one.
Thank you. We have Dr. Livadi here looking for benchmarks, and she's inquiring whether there are mega sports events beside Tokyo 2020 or any other events that could be considered as models of crisis management, and I would add like the why part as well.
Well, as I said, different bodies handle this crisis in a different way. The NBA decided to do a bubble. Was that a good decision? Yes, it was, because if you see financially, it saved them a lot of dollars because the sponsors were there. If they had been withdrawn from it, then there would have been a much bigger loss. So the BCL, they decided to postpone it. The Champions League, they decided to move it forward. If you ask me, maybe cancellation is not the ideal, but you never know what's going on inside a business, inside a corporation. You don't know the financial, you don't know all the data. So in most cases, every decision is justified by the internal process of the company.
As a moderator, I think that I am entitled to one question, Mr. Kapopoulos. I would like to ask, which are the challenges in setting up a cooperation mechanism? You specifically referred to this in the tourism industry. Which do you consider as the, let's say, major challenges? I assume that there are many.
The major challenge in destinations is that we don't have let's say, the cooperation culture. I mean, we have the silos culture. The ministry is the ministry, the region is the region, the private sector is the private sector. Unfortunately, crisis management in tourism is linked to different aspects of the tourism industry. I mean, we do had a crisis in Santorini some years ago with the electricity blackout. So in that crisis, we have the visitors that they face a real problem, and at the same time, we have the hotelier that should handle the crisis vis-à-vis his visitors, the mayor, the municipality, the Ministry of Tourism, and the region. We don't have the cooperation culture, so that's the main problem. It's not a Greek problem. The main problem in destination crisis management is the cooperation between different parts.
Thank you very much. One more question. Be prepared and do the best you can is one of the motto we want to have in tourism and in sports. But how can a sports club be protected? How can a tourism destination can be protected? Should we hire experts from which area? Social media management, risk management? This is a question that addresses both of you.
If you invest in your people, that means that at some point they will be able to know their job very, very well and every aspect of it. So in order to form this strategy, this risk strategy team, you need to have people in there who know exactly what to do when a crisis strikes. So they know how a crisis will affect their own piece. So if you put all these people together with the knowledge they have, I think you don't need to hire people. Sorry, Kostis.
No, it's
So again, this is in sports, and I'm sure that in other industries, hiring the right people is a correct thing to do. But if your people know exactly what they're doing and they're capable, then you have some really good chances of recovering very fast.
I think it's crisis management. It's not linked to talent or let's say smartness. It's a question of mechanism and preparation. So I don't know if they should have a specialist, but in any case they should face crisis, potential crisis, as a major subject of their business. I mean, if we see in a hotel, they do have, I don't know, 50 people working on the hotel, but we don't have a responsible, an owner for crisis. So I don't think that it's a big difference from 50 to 51, but it's not something that we should pay for it, but it's something that we should be educated for it and prepared. I think the major thing is education and training.
Let me check if we have any other questions. For our audience here and for those of you watching us, you can use the stream under the chat. We don't have any other question. Thank you, Mr. Kapopoulos. Thank you, Mr. Karvoutsis.
Thank you.
And thank you all for watching and attending the speech.
If your dreams are keeping you awake and you take your chance, if it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment and a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Hello, I'm Rena Papadopoulou, advisor to the Deputy Ministry of Tourism of Greece and golf player. And I'm very happy to be the moderator of the next subject, the golf growth in Greece. I would like at this point to welcome our speakers of the panel, Mr. Fotis Kokotos, environmental engineer and member of board of Elunda SA Hotels and Resorts and owner of the Elunda Golf Club in Crete, Mr. Nuno Sapulveda, general manager of Costa Navarino Golf, and Mr. Nikolaos Sotiropoulos, general manager of Crete Golf Club in Crete. Unfortunately, Mrs. Katia Avramidou, who is the legal counsel of Aegean and Olympic Air, will not be able to attend today due to an unexpected schedule conflict. For all of us who play and support the game of golf, it's obvious that golf is not just a game. To give an idea to our audience of what golf is, I would say some numbers, like there are around more than 70 million golf players around the world. Around 10 million, they are located in Europe, which means that no other sport has such a number of players. They have spectators. In football, for example, that it's so popular, we have so many spectators, but not so many players, which means that golf is ranked as the second televised sport in the world after football. Third comes the Formula, which that's another aspect of what golf can be in the business model. We have also around 39,000 golf courses in 209 of the world's 249 countries. So there is an 84% diffusion rate of the sport globally. And speaking for the golf tourism, which is very important for our ministry, according to the International Association of Golf Tourist Operators, the golf tourism operators control over 90% of golf holiday packages sold worldwide and turn over more than 2.5 billion per year. So is golf just a sport? And what is the potential for the golf growth in Greece? Allow me to welcome for our first guest, Mr. Nuno Sapulveda, the General Manager of Costa Navarino Golf. And please, Mr. Sapulveda, the stage is yours.
I think Costa Navarino as a golf destination is going to fulfill all the needs of the people that wants to come and play golf. But it's not just the game of golf. You have facilities regarding high standard of hotels, food. The experience is going to be fantastic. There is a lot of things here in Costa Navarino that is not just the game of golf.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. I'm very proud and very happy to be here. Anything to do with talking about golf and golf as a business, golf as a sport, it's always a pleasure. So it's a new business and it's a new subject for many of us here. And I'll try to go through a little bit what we are doing to develop the game of golf, and mainly or together what we are trying to develop as a golf business. Or golf business associated. Before we speak about developing golf as per se, we do grow the golf. We do need to develop the golf itself. So we need infrastructures. And when you talk about infrastructures, we're talking about landscape and the vision and the place. So let me just share a little bit of the vision of golf, or partially vision of golf in Greece. There came a lot coming from Mr. Kostakopoulos, Captain Kostakopoulos, that many years ago, with a tremendous persistence and vision, thought about building a golf destination in Greece, in Peloponnese, but back then there was nothing really there. And it took us 30 years to be where we are today. So the persistence, it's just tremendous. So a lot of vision for golf, which is historically, it's how the golf business has been developed throughout the world. Obviously, you need to have the place on the right place. So we have to have the right landscape, the right, and we in the Peloponnese, we've been finding this very easy. Golf as a sport is a sport. It's easy to understand. Golf as a business, or as a way of pushing some business as well. It's not just golf. It's golf, the gastronomy, the business, the culture. And Greece itself, and Peloponnese in particular, it's very keen on this area. So a lot of culture. And one of the things I found the most difficult in our business and to develop golf in Greece, it's been the weather awareness. The weather itself, it's very good, as good as any other destination in the world. But for the majority of the people from the international market, there's the perception that Greece, it's something that works from May through September, okay? It's islands, white walls, and blue chairs, okay? And some Mamma Mia's, and that's, Greece is so much more than that. And when it comes to the weather, we have the perfect weather for golf. So we're always looking for, and from a business point of view, the good weather we're looking for is March, April, May, September, October, November. And we are as good as any other country that drives from golf from tourism. So 360 approach, 360 days approach for Greece is very important. That's what we're trying to push to let people know that it's safe, it's a great place to come, and the weather is reliable throughout this year. So weather is very difficult to explain, and it's something that takes a lot of work. Obviously, any destination, in order to grow, you need to access it. So it doesn't matter if you have a great product or a great golf or somewhere that you cannot access it, okay? So now, over the past couple of years, and together with mainly, obviously, with the AGN and Kathy, if he was going to be here, she would support this, and with the Vasilakis family as well. So it's been a great help to develop the Kalamata report. So this accessibility now, we can actually get it from the majority of the cities throughout the world. So from many countries, from pretty much all over the world. So it's been a big improvement for the past couple of years. So people can actually access Costa Navarin, our golf area. When it comes to growing, you go two ways to go. We go about to grow a golf resort or to develop a golf destination. So today we're very proud to announce that it's 20 days old that we opened 2 golf courses more. So currently we are Dunes Costa Navarin. We have 2 hotels fully operational. We have 4 golf courses fully operational, and we are developing 2 more 2 more hotels. One is the waterfront, the other one Navarin Bay, as you can see here, and everything within the 13 kilometers radius. So this is becoming a true destination, on the sense that you can have different sorts of accommodation and the different sorts of golf experience. Dunes, we have 2 hotels really going on right now, and we have the waterfront developing now, and residences. So many things happening here currently. When you come to a golf destination and to grow the business and to grow the sport, golf cannot stand alone. Okay, it needs everything around. It needs the gastronomy, the activities, and Greece and Costa Navarin, it can really offer all this. Actually, in particular, anywhere in Greece, you can offer this. And we have one of the best gastronomies, one of the best wines now, olive oil, cultural experience. So all that combined with golf, it makes a unique product on the market that can only allow us to grow. So we have 4 golf courses right now, and the way we've been growing golf in Greece has been slow, but very well done. I mean, we are behind many other countries that have the same conditions as we have. But what we are creating, it's just a spectacular product, and I'm suspicious about it, okay, because I'm working for Costa Navarin. So, but nevertheless, we have some of the best golf resorts, some of the best golf product in the world and in Europe for sure. So currently we've been voted as the second best golf resort in Europe. We're on the top 10 in the world. And we've been associated, which I think is very important to develop the business, to develop the sport, to be associated with reliable names, with reliable partners. Could be a brand of an hotel, could be a golf designer like Bernard Langer or Jose Maria Olazabal, which are world stars in golf that anybody within the golf understands the value that they bring to the product. So this is the Dunes course, the Bay course as well. They've been open for 12 years now. We're developing some interesting clubhouse approaches, so different buildings from the standard. So this is the clubhouse at Bay, which is something unique. It's been voted one of the best clubhouses in the world as well. So when I say we're building something unique in Greece, it's really true. I mean, it's doing a unique product. We've been voted, and we've been very happy with the opening of the Navarino Hills, so 2 more golf courses designed by Jose Maria Olazabal. We've been awarded as the best golf development, and this will allow us to grow the business and grow the game. So when you do have the vision, you do have the product, you're becoming a destination. So if you have the place, you have the accessibility, you have the right environment, and we're trying to do everything sustainable. Costa Navarino has been based on sustainability for many years now, way before it became the trend. That gave us some head start on this one, and we have. So you can grow golf from an infrastructure point of view. You can grow golf on the playing point of view. Nicholas will talk a little bit more on this, and because it's how you create new golfers, new players from the local community, from our area. We do have by hosting international tournaments like we have the Aegean Pro-Am and the Senior Pro-Am, that it's usually we have 25 different countries being represented on it, and this opens up the door for the international market. So golf business. And we have 20 kids every year on our academy that with the best ones and with the most future from the golf. We incentivize them to get on a scholarship to go international to study golf. Some of them are already coming back to us again to work at Costa Navarino. So this sustainability in golf that we are creating know-how, and this know-how is staying with us for many years, hopefully. It's just amazing, and which is our academy. And one of the things that I heard today on interventions today, it's about the opportunities. And Costa Navarino, if it wasn't for the golf, it would operate perhaps 5 months. Okay, so this will be an operation of 5 months. Let's say May through the end of September. Currently, we are operating 9 months, and the idea in the future is to operate 12 months. So we'll be all year round. So what golf came to help us as a business, as an opportunity, is been growing in our hospitality business. It's all the shoulder months that was mentioned today by the minister today. It's the shoulder months growth. So let's say from September till November, and from May backwards until February. So those months, which are very quiet outside the city centers in Greece, on the resort like Costa Navarino, it became alive. I'll tell you today, I'm here in Costa Navarino, and we have 400 golfers today. So meaning we have nearly 350 rooms occupied with guests, international guests mainly. So this changes the whole universe around Costa Navarino. It's the restaurants around Costa Navarino, it's the Costa Navarino itself, it's the jobs we create. In this sustainability, it's just really impressive to see year after year. So I do see that, one, you have to have the vision to develop a product like this and to develop golf. I think Greece, we can only grow and do much better. So somebody mentioned today on interventions that I think Dr. Tatiana mentioned there was a lot of opportunities, which is true. We can only grow, and if we keep doing it better on the quality level, the results we've spoken today about research data collection as well. I think there's a very big open opportunity to develop this data from golf as well, golf business. And it's important that we today celebrate the first. Greece are a destination. We are a golf destination. At Costa Navarino, we have 4 golf courses and 4 hotels people can stay. So from here onwards, it will be easier to push more people, more awareness about our destination. And because the golf resort on its own would not, it's very difficult. We need to become a destination in order to success. So this I just want to do as a brief introduction or presentation. I just want to let you know that what we are now, that we are a golf destination in Greece, since 20 days ago. And there's an opportunity on shoulder months to develop golf. And golf can be a great tool and a great ally for the hospitality industry, hotels, gastronomy, all that, airlines, transfer companies, all that goes around. And I think months like October will be the next August of Greece. So based on the golf business. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'm open to any questions, but I'm just happy to discuss golf with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sapulvelda, for your presentation. I'm now proceeding to Mr. Nikolaos Sotiropoulos, the General Manager of Crete Golf Club. Mr. Sotiropoulos, please, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel the honor to be part of this well-rounded and perfectly organized seminar about sports management. I come from a golfing family myself. I literally made my first steps on the golf course, and I've been playing golf all my life. In my early years, I became a golf professional and started teaching golf in the beginning. And then I studied business administration and finance. And finally, I'm here, lucky enough to work for the Vasilakis Group of companies. So as I understand, because most of us are not so familiar with golfing in Greece, I've prepared a short presentation to familiarize yourselves with the golf itself and the golfer as a tourist, to understand the economic impact of the golf industry in Europe, and to realize the huge opportunity that Greece can have in this sector. So I'll share my screen now. So through this presentation, we'll try to understand who really is the golfer, who is traveling for golf and why, who plays golf in Europe, and what's going on in golf in Greece. A golfer's profile. Typically, a traveler for golfing has an above average income level. They travel 2 or 3 times per year on average, and they separate the golf traveling from their family vacations. They travel mostly during spring and fall season in the shoulder months, as Nuno mentioned already, which is really helpful to extend the touristic season. The average stay typically is at a 5-star hotel or a 4-star sometimes, and the average stays a minimum of 70 days. The average daily spending versus a general tourist is up to 4 times higher. That makes about 250 to 300 euros average daily spending per day. Why should a golfer travel? The main reason to travel for golf are the playing groups. Since golf is very popular all around Europe, and you'll see some statistics later on, due to the weather, they seek for sun and warmer, mild climates. So they travel just to play. These are the so-called amateur playing groups. They usually come in groups through the tour agencies, and they travel and play golf in different parts of the world, getting to know different cultures and different golf courses. Because all golf courses in the world are different. This is a characteristic of the golf sport. Another sector is the training groups of the amateur adults. These are groups that made they come in warmer countries again with their professional coach just to enter the season of golfing and then finish the season. That means that they come in springtime, they have the lessons, they go back home, they play golf on their home courses, and after when snow comes to the golf courses, they come back to Greece or to any other country in Europe, Southern Europe, and finish the season by training in September, October, and November. Another sector is the national teams coaching, which usually happens in winter months. That's similar to all other sports like football, tennis, or other sports that are outdoors and you need good weather. Then you have the professional and amateur tournament participation. These are actually two types. There's the professional tournaments and the amateur tournaments. There are also the so-called pro-ams that are combined tournaments that combine professional players and amateur players. Golf has a very special scoring system that better players and different age players can play all together and compete on an equal basis. So that makes this game very social and lots of fun playing with better or worse players. Others travel just to watch very important events that happens a lot in US and in Europe, where great players play and the idols, they want to see them take the experience. And this in some cases, it's a very huge opportunity for countries to expose themselves not only for golfing, but as a tourist destination in general. In other cases, you have golfers that having a holiday, 7-day holiday or something like that, and they take a day out instead of going to a safari or to another type of excursion. They use one day just to play golf. And finally, there's families of golf, of this whole family that every member plays golf. So they always combine golfing with their holidays, even with summer holidays sometimes. What's going on now in Europe? What are the statistics? There's an estimated 7 million players. 4.2 million are registered in different clubs, and the total number, the estimated total number of golfers is 80 million players in Europe. The direct revenues, that includes the golf facility, the real estate around it, and tourism, golf tourism, is 19.6 billion euros. The total economic value in Europe, that includes the direct, the indirect, and the induced, is 48 billion. That makes a net GDP contribution after deducting all costs up to 13.3 billion in 2006, and the creation of 400,000 jobs in Europe. There are approximately 7,000 golf courses right now, and the main golf tourist markets are the German-speaking countries that makes 1.2 million golfers, the UK with 1.1 million golfers, Scandinavia and Iceland with 720,000 golfers, and the French-speaking countries with around 500,000 players. So, how could we take advantage of this in Greece? The opportunities are great. We have an ideal mild climate conditions all year round. So it's not only about extending the touristic season, but also extending it through the winter. The geographical location accessibility, the direct flight availability to Greece is already great. And this can only be an added value for someone who wanted to travel to Greece for golfing. Greece's reputation in global tourism is already really high, and there's a developed hospitality industry with very good premium hotels and enough room capacity to host everyone. What are the challenges on the other hand? There's so many established competitors in Europe with great resorts and great places full of golf courses that makes them as a destination. In Portugal, in Spain, in Turkey, and in Italy. There's a restricted seasonality revenue streams. As my colleague previously mentioned, golfers tend to travel between March and May, September and November. This thing although on the one hand, you extend the touristic season, on the other hand, it's not so appealing for investing into this business because the season is so short. So the only way to mitigate this is to combine golfing with other alternative forms of tourism and sports tourism like tennis and paddle, so you can take the full revenue streams of it. And then finally, the thing that we're striving for and we're here today is the existing infrastructure. That Greece is not a perceived golf destination yet. Of course, Costa Marina is now a destination by itself, but if you ask anyone in Europe, they would never consider Greece as a golf destination in their minds. It's all about branding apart from the infrastructure. Currently, we only have 10 golf courses scattered around Greece, that makes 6 golf resorts. And I say scattered because it's really important that golf courses are close together. So people can, because golfers, they want to have a variety of golf courses. As I mentioned before, golf courses are all different, and golfers are really, really eager to see different golf courses, different designs from different designers. Finally, compared to Portugal, let's say, that they have already 75 golf courses and 20 in Turkey, this makes it a bit tough for us to compete against those Southern European competitors that have similar weather. So that was all. Thank you for your time. I'm up for your questions, if you have any. Rena?
Thank you. Yes, my microphone is not on now. Thank you for your presentation. Indeed, we have some questions, but they will be answered at the end after Mr. Kokotos' presentation as well. So now I'm proceeding to Mr. Kokotos. Fotis, please take the stage.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is the sound good? Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so hello everyone. I'm an environmental engineer and owner of a golf course in Crete, in Elunda. As an environmental engineer, I'm particularly interested in the impact that the golf course has. And so I will mostly talk about this since Nuno and Nikos have already covered most of what I was going to say in terms of tourism. So our resort has a 9-hole par 3 golf course, so it's small. It's less than 10% the size of a proper golf course. But nevertheless, it is a very successful business. And I would argue that a small golf course like that does indeed have a place, because I'd say 99% of golfers are not particularly good and need lessons and need to improve, and they need a golf course where they can train. Whereas if you have a large golf course, which is demanding, and a lot of people playing it, then you're also under pressure to move quickly through it. And so you don't have the comfort to just play at your own pace, make mistakes, and improve along the way. So I think that Greece, despite needing more golf courses of a proper size, as we would say a championship type golf course, we could also benefit from having more of these smaller ones that cater to the beginner and to students of the game. Now, golf can be seen as a tourism activity, can be seen as a sporting activity, but I, as an environmental engineer, and from an environmental point of view, I'm going to introduce a different mindset. I think that golf should be viewed in terms of agriculture. What do I mean by that? You see, now an environmental impact is mostly 3 things in this case. It's land use, water use, and chemical/carbon use. Now, in terms of land use, we take an area of, say, 500,000 square meters, 500 stremata approximately, and build a golf course. This land could be a natural ecosystem. It could be considered to be a tourism an area of tourism development. It could be homes, or it could be considered a sporting activity. I see it as an agricultural activity in the same way as growing, say, cotton or tobacco. You grow something that's not food, you're growing something which is just for money. You're going to harvest a product and sell it on the market. Now, in the case of grass, we don't harvest it and sell it. We sell the experience of playing on it. So, in my opinion, when we judge and compare the environmental impacts of golf, we should do it against the land that is used for agriculture. And that brings us to the next issue, water use. Now, agriculture in Greece consumes much more than 90% of the country's water, and it consumes it in such a way that is completely wasteful. Water is just being poured on land and left to drain naturally, and then just flows into the sea without any consideration of reuse. Golf courses, on the other hand, are designed in such a way as to concentrate water, usually back on man-made lakes, reservoirs, on site. Drainage is a very big part of proper golf course design, and water reuse. So in terms of that, as a land use and as water use is concerned, golf as an agricultural activity is much more an effective use of land, and it produces a much better per hectare income than cotton or tobacco or any other of those activities in Greece that consume a lot of land and water. So it is much more effective and much more efficient. Now, when it comes to chemicals, indeed, golf had historically, in the past, been accused of a large use of chemicals, but this has improved in the last 20 years tremendously, as has water and drainage design. So, for example, in our golf course in Crete, we have managed to pretty much minimize the use of man-made chemicals. We use organic pesticides, insecticides, and what have you, in order to maintain the course. So the environmental impact of golf has improved tremendously, and it's improving through technology a lot. Golf in and of itself, as an agricultural activity, is more efficient, more effective, and better for the environment than most, I would argue, other agricultural activities in Greece. So in such a way, the environmental impact of golf is negligible also in terms of area, because another 10 golf courses, doubling the country's capacity, would require much less than 1% of the land that we are currently cultivating with, say, cotton. I mean, it's a minimal investment that would double the country's golf capacity. And with that, I could go on, but I'd rather answer questions and give more time to our audience to address their needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have some questions already for you. I start with the first one. Sorry, excuse me. Give me some. From which industry someone needs to be to become an employee in the golf industry? For example, sports industry, tourism industry. Are you currently hiring juniors that want to be involved in the industry of golf? What is the specification for a golf?
That question could be answered by all three of us.
Yeah,
I'm going to answer it as a greenkeeper, because that's also what I do. And I will let Nuno and Nikos discuss from their perspective as golf managers and hotels and golf professionals. So I have been struggling to find somebody to work at our golf course for months. And eventually I did find somebody who had been a gardener at a hotel. However, my three greenkeepers, this is what we call gardeners in golf, people who tend the course, tend for the course are a mechanic from Wales who lives in Greece and who tends the machinery, but has also learned all the other elements of greenkeeping. A computer programmer from Scotland who did not play golf, although he is from Scotland, but he grew up next to a golf course and he was very well aware of the needs of the course. And he is also responsible for the irrigation, the watering, because it's automated. So now he has installed a system where I can see it on my phone, and I can oversee and I can do changes wherever I need to water anywhere. It's all automated, thanks to Andy. And Adonis, who is a gardener with a lot of experience in all sorts of plants, but who's learning very quickly about greenkeeping. So as you can see, I have 3 people from a variety of walks of life that are now greenkeepers, who are people who tend for the grass, for the playing surface. And I will let Nikos and Nuno discuss other aspects of employment. Thank you.
Nuno, please, could you also?
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, this is across all the hospitality industry. We're taking a lot of people. It's an industry that suffered a lot with the pandemic. So a lot of people changed on a different route. We need to get them back. And when you look at the golf business, we need receptionists, we need the manager, we need salespeople, we need IT, we need landscaping, we need engineers, architects. I mean, it's an industry that you need everybody on the market. There's sports managers, there's PR, communications. So it's a business that comes across the whole thing. And so we always taking people and looking for people, and there's not enough good people to take enough on the developments, but I think this is a general European problem. But yes, there's a lot of opportunities and the career associated with it, so you can grow and become successful.
It's very similar, this question. Would you consider then golf as one of the most sustainable sports?
All right, so the question is for me. All right, so now I have discussed sustainability in tourism widely. It is interesting to note that although we tend to think of outdoor activities and specialist tourism and niche tourism as being the greener type as compared to mass tourism, in fact, in terms of carbon footprint and use of resources, mass tourism, like mass transport in comparison to, say, SUVs. Mass transport is more efficient than SUVs. In a similar way, mass tourism is more efficient. And interestingly enough, golf, 90% of it operates in groups of travelers. So in that sense, just in terms of golf tourism, I would say it's a green activity. Notwithstanding the fact that you are doing an outdoor activity for 5-6 hours a day, you're out there walking or using an electric vehicle going around the golf course. I mean, I'll put that aside. I'm just saying that it's a mass market, and mass markets are actually more efficient in terms of their environmental impact. That is a fact. It's per capita 3 times more carbon intensive to go trekking in the Himalayas or in Peru than it is to take a package holiday in a Greek destination.
Thank you. Nicholas, I think this question is for you. What are the key points for the development of golf in Greece apart from the creation of more courses?
I thank you for your question. I think the legal framework is an important part, but now it's improving day by day. It makes it a lot easier now to invest in golf courses. Infrastructure is important. Sometimes you can't have demand if you don't have supply. So I'm sorry to stress this again, because this is how it goes in many products, not only golf. I mean, the weather is here, the accessibility is here, everything is here. We just need golf courses. It's similar to tennis like 20 years ago, it took some time to develop through many new courts in neighborhoods. And unfortunately, golf is not a sport that you can easily place in a micro place in a neighborhood. It needs a wide space. And another thing is culture. What I would say is that I had a very interesting experience. Sometimes we make social events at the golf courses as an extra revenue stream. In that cases, like in baptism events, like christening events, we used to offer a free lesson to kids and a free lesson of golf with with all equipment provided and an accredited PGA professional. And it was very interesting to me that many of the parents never followed their kids. They just stayed at the clubhouse, drinking coffee and smoking. And many of them never asked them what happened out there. Like, what was your experience? That was never a question to be made to a kid. And I was pretty surprised with this kind of mentality. It's a bit far from a sports mentality. Whereas now, during the pandemic, this seems to be changing a bit. So I'm hoping for the best. But so sometimes if you want more children to play, then you should attract their parents. So this is another important part, is the culture. This is to grow internally. But growing the golf industry internally, domestically, and as a tourist product is a different, it is the same but different thing at the same moment. Like you can attract tourists without having to grow massively domestically, and the other way around. I hope I've answered the question.
True. But Nuno, can we have a golf development without golf courses?
Well, a golf development without golf courses.
Of course.
With a golf development without golf courses, you cannot. It's not a golf development. It's a development. What I see as an opportunity is there are installed capacity in Greece. So there's a lot of hotels that they operate only a few months per year. If the golf course was nearby, they could extend their season. So not necessarily to start building hotels and hotels, but maybe a golf course will fix many people's problems around a certain area. If you go to Algarve, many hotels don't own a golf course, and they operate throughout the year. And because they have partnerships with that golf course in particular, and many golf courses, and they can operate 12 months. So I think there's a big opportunity with this full capacity. We have the airlines, we have the airports, we have the restaurants, we have the know-how on traveling industry and tourism. So we just need to extend it for a few more months. And I keep saying, I think October can be our next August, in the future. Not for today, but in a couple of years for sure.
If I may add something here to what Nuno was saying. Arena?
Yeah, yes, please do.
Okay, so Nuno now is a manager of 4 golf courses and is the first golf destination in Greece. That means that now they can develop all sorts of satellite products around this, because as I've said in many cases in the past, Greece has the airports and the ports and the roads to cater for the August onslaught of tourism. The same airports and the same roads and the same hotels are also available in October and November and December. And if we only had the product, we could develop and use the current infrastructure that we have, and would make it more efficient, and we would be able to generate income without necessarily building more hotels and more roads and more airports. We already have them. We just need to fill them, and we need the product to bring the tourists in. So what Nuno now has is the core product to bring the golfers, and he can also do, for example, an indoor fitting studio for a day of very bad weather, and sell golf clubs and have lessons in an indoor environment with computers and screens, and you might have seen those, and they're very popular, and you can build an industry around that. Plus the fact, and I know he didn't say it, but it did come up in the conversation, Costa Navarino has grown the sport locally, and some of the Greek international golfers, national champions, obviously, come from there, from Gargagliani, which is a small village just north of Costa Navarino. We have champions coming from there. So it's growing domestically as well. And that also means that you can create a local market that would buy your product no matter what, 12 years, because they just live there. Thank you.
This is a very good point. I'd like to ask you, Nuno, now with that Costa Navarino has already 4 golf courses and the full infrastructure through this, could Greece be on the itinerary of the PGA Tour or the European Tour as a golf sport event to host?
Well, absolutely. We have the infrastructures we have here. They are at the highest level in the world. I mean, it doesn't sound well coming from me, but it's well recognized, and the people that design the golf course as well, the brands associated with them, it's just high class, infrastructure. I'm talking about, we work with Troon, which is the big management company golf courses. We work with Marriott. So the designers, they were champions of the Masters, which is one of the biggest golf tournaments. So yes, what we have, you can have any competition in the world, you can have it at Costa Navarino right now. So that's for sure. We can be all proud of that. And others will come as well in the future, for sure.
That's good to hear. We've been a long way, but finally we can have that, and we can be and dream that maybe one day Greece can host such an event.
I don't see why not.
Why not? But I have a last question. How many golf tournaments we have per year in Greece? Around, Nicholas, do you know the numbers of golf tournaments in Greece?
You mean like any kind of tournament?
Mm-hmm.
It should be around 50 or so.
Okay.
Per year.
That was one of the questions. Our time is up. So I want to thank you very much for, sorry, you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I want to thank you very much for today's session. We all love golf. We want to see it growing in Greece as well. It was great having you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Active Media, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your dreams are keeping you awake, and you take your chance. If it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment and a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?
Hello, everybody. My name is Katerina Anastasopoulou, and I am a sport journalist and TV host for the Greek National Television, which is ERT, of course, specializing in documentary storytelling. I will be the moderator on the next subject, which is sports tourism and tennis. And at this point, I would like to welcome on stage two very important speakers, Mr. Spiros Zanias, Vice President of the International Olympic Academy, International Tennis Federation member, and Honorary Consul of Kazakhstan Republic in Greece. And of course, Mr. Adonis Kalantzakis, founder of Ace Tennis Academy and tournament director of ITF World Tennis Tour. I want to thank you both for being here and speak on the same subject for about 10 to 15 minutes. And please keep in mind that we will have a short discussion after your speech with some questions coming from the audience. We can start right away. Mr. Zanias, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Katerina. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to warmly thank the organizing committee for the invitation and the opportunity offered to me to be right here among you. It is a unique opportunity to share my experiences and points of view with a very special audience oriented to a significant topic, that of sport combined with tourism. I have been involved with the development of tennis and sport in general at local and international level for 37 years through various positions in the International Olympic family. But now I must put some questions to you. How can be the combination of sport and tourism and to be successful? Are there any specific parameters and conditions to meet? The answer is surely yes. Sport events must run away from violence, manipulation for profit, doping, from a number of challenges. They must be staged by people who are able to cooperate smoothly and comply with the regulations set by the national and the international bodies, federations. The courts themselves must be technically correct, and all the other necessary facilities must be also in the level and the size depending from the organization that we are going to organize. If infrastructure is not good, competitions do not attract athletes to compete. Moreover, let me add, medical coverage, doctors in the field of play, hospitals close to the venue, etc., accommodation, boarding, transportation, recreation. Each of the above-mentioned parameters is classified according to competition level, local, national, international level, till Olympic Games. It is quite obvious that the local and regional government, the Ministry for Culture and Sport, the Ministry of Tourism, sport federations, the National Olympic Committee must be in constant cooperation. Otherwise, the success of the event will not be, the result will not be in the level that we desire. There is still some people are still discussing against the Olympic Games in Athens. Let me take a minute to refer to the Olympic Games of 2004. I was in the board of directors, in the 17 persons, representing 4 of us, representing the Hellenic Olympic Committee. There is still quite some winning about these financial consequences. There is still some talk about an economic flop. This is quite far from reality. Infrastructure, as the extension of metro lines, the suburban train, Attiki Odos, the Falliro Bridge, and other facilities that we cannot see, like all this that we still exist in Athens, cameras, etc. So this kind of legacy, we should not be taken into account. They have been a real investment for sport tourism. Our incapacity, this is the truth, to make the most out of it is another issue, which leads to an unproductive and specula without sense. With regard to tennis, I will talk about the time period between 1995 and 2022. Why in this period? Because the federation was established in 1938. So from 1938 to 1997, I have the experience to talk, but from 1997 I am personally there, physically there, so I have a good opinion, concrete opinion to talk. It is 27-year period I have been personally and actively involved with tennis, and I thus have quite a clear picture of it. Back then, there were 110 tennis clubs, while today are more than 400. 1995, the number of registered athletes was 10,515, while today is 47,940. 1997, there were 4 national competitions, 2 in Athens, 1 in Thessaloniki, 1 in the wider regions of the country, and an international one. Back then, only 6 sports facilities could host competitions. Athena, Thessaloniki, Philothei, Heraklion, Ceres, and Glyfada. The actual number of people registered and non-registered ones playing tennis now are 170,000. Competitions are held throughout the country, from Chania to Orestiada, and from Castellorizo to Corfu. They annually produce 65,000 man days. As a result, with €100 for accommodation, boarding, transportation, medical supplies, etc., recreation, we have €6,500,000 allocated to the national economy. If we add the transportation expenses to and from the place of competition by air, car, or boat, we have more than €8 million. That is a huge profit, totally €14,500,000. For the above-mentioned events, the Hellenic Tennis Federation received the amount of €350,000 for the year 2021, while the respective amount for 2022 is yet to be defined, not yet announced. So it means that the €14,500,000 direct profit had an expense for the Greek citizens of €350,000. Besides numbers and direct profit, let me also mention the indirect profits and benefits for the athletes taking part in competitions. From 1997 today, we have a big participation of athletes from all 210 countries in the world, which are members of the International Federation through their national federations. They are coming to play here. We are talking about more than 20,000 athletes aged between 12 and 35 years. All of them are ambassadors of Greek tradition, tourism, hospitality, and as you know, as we know all, when a child, me too, I was in Corfu when I was 12, I want to go again, to visit again, so it's a big circle in profit of the tourism. Some of them are Olympic medalists and very high in the ATP rankings. And now, I'll give you an example. For instance, Roger Federer lost a match competition in Kalamata when he was 18 years old. He passed from Kalamata. And from then, he passed again. Also, you see Djokovic circulating around and some other players that are coming in Greece. And one of the reasons that they are coming is all these acts from the federation, creating a world tennis destination for Greece. 4 years ago, I put forward the proposal of staging an ATP 250 professional championship at the Panathinaik Stadium. That is actually a feasible target, with 2 temporary tennis courts, with the Panathinaik Stadium for the competitions, while Athens Tennis Club, close to Panathinaik Stadium, nearby, can provide courts for training. This way, the whole area covering the front of the Acropolis, the Temple of the Olympian Zeus, the Panathinaik Stadium and Zapion Megaron can be brought into the limelight and thus attract a lot of attention and interest for all Athens and Greece. This will be a landmark event in the history of tennis and a unique opportunity for Athens. I believe that for such an event, it is not even necessary to conduct the cost-benefit analysis. It might be the only profitable ATP 2050 event, because I must tell you that we have categories of professional tournaments. ATP means Association Tennis Professional Association for Men, and WTA means Women Tennis Association for the women. And so we have levels. The 250 level for men means 250 points. The 500 points around market in Greece. And plus of it, all these activities are creating, are giving work to many, many people. We calculate with this increasement that we have, approximately 3,000 people are working. So we have, we are against unemployment, and we help also the national economy from this point of view. And now, because it's not possible to see everything here in this map, tournaments, international tournaments, we organize Σέρες, Κουφάλια, Κιλκής, Αριδαία, Πτολεμαΐδα, Πρέβεζα, Ιωάννινα, Κόρφου, Athens, Αττική, Πάτρας, Εράκλειον, Κάλυμνος, Μυτιλέν, Ρόουτς, Κόρινθος, Καλαμάτα, Άρτα, Θεσσαλονίκη, Φιλιππιάδα. And this year we will add more, so we will depass in international tournaments distribution in Greece, the 80 tournaments in 35 to 37 weeks. Thank you.
Mr. Zanias, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a question. The COVID pandemic has caused a lot of problems in sport in the last years. How did the Hellenic Tennis Federation react to this?
About pandemic?
Yes.
We had in last weekend, we had the annual general meeting of Tennis Europe. And there is a card, I believe it's in the presentation, showing that we were
That's why I asked.
The only one federation, national federation in Europe, increasing numbers. Can we have this card, please?
I'm not sure if we can...
The only one was published in the report of the president, Ivo Kaderka, and the CEO, Mr. Thomas Hammerl. You will see now, here.
This is the
in
card.
club members, licensed players, federation members, and coaches.
You made also a proposal 4 years ago, which was impressive, about hosting a tournament, ATP 250, in the Panathinaik Stadium. And you mentioned the cost-benefit comparison, emphasizing on the profitability of the tournament. Can you explain that furthermore?
This was out first time on the air with the ex-Minister of Sports, Mr. Vassiliadis. And from then, as a member of the Olympic Committee and Vice President of the International Olympic Academy, we had advanced discussions with the President, Mr. Kapralos, and the Executive Committee of the Hellenic and other members. So it's now ready. It's from because as you know, Panathinaik Stadium belongs to Hellenic Olympic Committee.
Yes,
I don't know if you know that.
I do.
And it's necessary to, for the Hellenic Olympic Committee to agree to do this tournament. Now we must find the week. The money, I believe, is so attractive, this event, that we will find. The cost will be approximately more than 1.7 million. As I was referred in my speech, the prize money only will be 750,000. And from the economic view, it's okay. Also tickets, we have 48,000 spectators, unique event in all the world for tennis. And I believe that we are close, very close, to organize it in Panathinaikos Stadium. But Antonis Kalajdzakis is a big champion in the past and now a man of tourism due to the fact that he's cooperating with Hellenic Zevs, one of the biggest industries in Greece for tourism. So he will explain you also some other things that we do all together.
Okay, that was the best hint. Let's move on with the second presentation, Mr. Kalajdzakis.
Mr. Zanias, thank you for your kind words. First, I would like to thank also the organizing committee for inviting me. It's an honor and I'm very happy to be here. I'm here, I would like to present a tennis event that from being a very good idea became a leading project for a hotel to discover the world of tennis in tourism. In 2012, we had a dream to transmit our tennis expertise into the world of tourism. The way that this could be done was by organizing ITF World Tennis tournaments in a resort with the demanding facilities. Although it might sound easy, it was a task that needed a combination of experts for the event to have a successful future. So, 3 different fields were combined: government bodies, hotel industry, and tennis experts. Our team found immediately the support needed from the beginning in the face of Mr. Zanias, President of the Hellenic Tennis Federation, Mr. Sapounakis, the owner of the resort Litos Beach, and of course, our team of experts on the field of tennis. The blending of the 3 was the key to success. As an ex-professional tennis player, the identification of the level of the venue and the facilities of the hotel was immediately acknowledged. And therefore, all the needs of the tournament were met on a higher level than expected. Immediately, my team knew what was of high importance for players, coaches, and all the people involved in the event. This gave a very good performance profile for the event, which over the years became even better. Great academies such as Muratoglu Academy, Nadal Tennis Academy managed to find a product that was meeting their needs for their athletes. The accommodation value level was of high standard, and in addition to the Greek hospitality, it started to make the project noticeable around the world. By that time, the ITF had spotted our series of tournaments as one of the most successful around the world, and the reason was that that tennis project, and not any tennis project, but a series of ITF World Tennis Tournament, was inserted in an area of business, the hotel industry, that wasn't easy to understand the needs for such an event. As you can imagine, the needs for a tennis tournament and the needs for a hotel to function are totally different. Therefore, we were invited by the ITF in 2008 to present the way that our team was functioning in order to achieve that great result. And this was presented to all the similar projects running around the world. Some of them are Egypt, Turkey, Tunisia, and Mexico. All of this made us realize that this could create a new product on the hotel's revenue. We started to provide more and more weeks in the off-season period, a thing that was very important as the hotel could not attract these numbers from any other tour operator and only from the tournaments in the time of the year that the tournaments were held. Parallel to that, the hotel's name was starting to be famous in the tennis world for its amazing level of facilities level of organizing such events, and of course, facts that our country can provide, such as weather, hospitality, and environment. These facts, added together, had a huge impact on the increase of revenue for the new product that came out of these tournaments. The hotel had entered successfully the world of sport tourism with tennis. To this time, the hotel attracted many tennis groups before and after the tournaments, and we increased the level of events that could be held in the venue, with the highlight of last year's Davis Cup tie between Greece and Lithuania, an event that welcomed top ATP players such as Tsitsipas, Berankis, and again was organized with great success. With great results on a performance base, but also on the revenue charts, the hotel had a strong will to search other sports and try to do the same to increase the events held by the venue. So, after this short speech, we can have a look on some facts from the tournaments. So we had a project. The project was in Litos Beach under the auspices of the International Tennis Federation, the Hellenic Tennis Federation. And what was organized? It was an international professional tennis tournament with women and men, a thing very important, as combined event can create more overnights for the hotel, so could make the project more sustainable. The prize money was $30,000 per week, and this means $15,000 per gender every week. Development. On the development side, we needed immediately to act, and we had the help of the hotel. Throughout the years the tournaments were held, the hotel started to invest in the area of sports facilities. The result was giving the venue a different level of approach from both tennis players and tennis tourists. A fact that meant that every year more and more people would trust the hotel, would trust our event, and they would come back. Parallel to that, as I mentioned, tennis tourists will repeatedly come back and have a holiday, which means that tennis tourists would be again in the venue. We come to today, where the venue has increased, obviously, the facilities, but not only tennis courts. We have 21 tennis courts, 3 paddle courts, 2 football pitches, a basketball court, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and a bicycle center. This means that the hotel, as mentioned before, tried to find new projects that could attract, again, more and more people to come and accommodate themselves in the venue. Of course, to be able to provide and be successful, we needed, outside of the court, also good facilities. This was found mainly starting with the clubhouse, a level that could give the athletes and their teams the feeling of relaxation at a high level, which is highly important for the athletes. Outcourt services, world-class fitness facilities, indoor swimming pool, physiotherapy, medical center, things that are very important for athletes competing at a high level. So basically, we had to provide a full package for the athletes to be able to compete and be present at our tournament and present in the hotel. Now, some stats. The tournaments attract a large number of participating players from around the world and is one of the most important tennis events in Greece since 2012 and one of the best organized in the world. The entries for each men's tournament is around 90 athletes, and for each women's tournament also 70 athletes. This should be added to this. We should add the companions of each athlete, coaches, gymnasts, physiotherapists, relatives, as well as tennis friends from all over Greece and the world who are in Crete on the days of tournaments. It is considered that the level of competition is very high, with the leading international athletes of our country and Cyprus, as well as with athletes from around the world who are in the top position of the world rankings. This helped also many national players to play within the country tournaments that would show them their potential to fulfill their dream on the pro circuit. During the 5 weeks, we can mention that approximately we could attract 400 athletes, 80 coaches, and 40 companions, numbers that obviously add up for the hotel. Now, On the sports stats, some very important names began their career in these tournaments. We start with Maria Sakkari on the number 3 at the moment on the WTA rankings. Stefanos Tsitsipas, number 5, Arina Zabalenka, Matteo Berrettini, Yannick Sinner, Ugo Humbert, Karolina Muchova, Michaela Buzarnescu. These big players at this time started their career in Litos Beach under our tournaments. Some pictures of our Greek champions before they become top stars as they are now. Now, some numbers about the tournaments throughout the years of 2012 until today. We have a total of 185 weeks of tournaments that have been organized, a total of $2.265 US dollars in cash prize money have been distributed to athletes, and together with the operating cost of the tournaments, the total amount comes up to $3 million. This sounds a huge number, but if we think that over the 185 weeks, we are creating around 200,000 overnights for the hotel, which can add up to a revenue of 13 to 15 million over the years. I would like to thank you for your attention, and hopefully we can answer questions that you have.
Mr. Kalantzakis, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very detailed, but we want to highlight one aspect more, one question. How important and influential is or could be volunteering in these tournaments?
It's very important. One of the most important aspects is to have a team volunteering and knowing what to do, having the idea of what is needed for these tournaments. And this is where our success came, because the team that we had was exactly what we needed, and they needed a great guideline for the tournaments. We gave it to them, and the result was good.
And one more question from the audience. Recently the Ace Tennis Club hosted a tennis match of the Greek men team for the Davis Cup. Do you believe that this was the start and Greece will eventually host bigger scale tennis tournaments?
I wouldn't say it's the start, but it's a good sign of what Greece can do. We have the infrastructure to do it. I think the good people are in the correct positions to guide everyone to create a good result for the tennis industry in Greece.
How much can we wait in order to see a big tournament in Greece? And I'm addressing this question to both of you. Why did this proposal stay on paper?
I will explain the difficulties. This kind of tournaments is like an apartment. Or you rent, or you buy. So we have a number, a concrete number, every year, except the period of pandemic. So we must rent or we must buy a tournament. To buy is too expensive. So it's absolutely necessary to rent, only to rent. Second, you must find the week. It depends from the Grand Slams, all good players, they want to play in the same surface as they are going to play after in Roland Garros or in Wimbledon, USA Open or Australian Open. Third difficulty, we must have a contract with Stefanos Tsitsipas and the other Greek champions, especially with Stefanos. Third, for me this is not a difficulty, but I refer to this.
Because he attracts many people and the sponsors also.
Yes, so it's something that must be discussed with the family and especially with Stefanos now. Fourth difficulty is to find the correct week, and at the end I must say that when we are in Europe, the indoor tournaments are in hard court, all of them. Here in Greece, we don't have such a place to organize. If we go to stadium, Friendship Stadium or the Olympic Stadium basket, and the only facility, and it's strange, that can accept such a tournament is the facility of Heraklion in Crete. Two Aorakia is the name of the stadium, and they have, except the main hall, they have also two other halls in correct dimensions, so we can organize there with 5,500 people. And when we are in outdoor, we are on clay courts, and as I explained to you before, we must be in accordance with the surfaces of the Grand Slams and the big tournaments that the players are going to play after. That's why we proposed a unique place to organize like Panathinaikos Stadium, due to the fact that ATP perhaps must accept exceptionally to organize such a tournament in this unique monument.
Which is the oldest operating stadium in the world, yes, I must say.
Yes.
One more question for from the audience. With tennis becoming increasingly popular during the pandemic, do you believe that there is an opportunity for further development of the sport, or do you believe that the sport has reached its peak in Greece? Mr. Kalantzakis, perhaps.
I think that a sport never has a limit, sky's the limit, but obviously pandemic created some situations that were firstly appeared in our lives. So these numbers obviously were very good, and they showed the potential that we have in the tennis industry and how tennis is likable in the Greek community. Yes, of course, it could mean that these numbers could not go any higher, but I think that it's a positive sign, and I have to mention that I've forgotten on my presentation also to say that, because we said something about the pandemic, the tournaments that we are running, they were the only sports event that kept running, so it shows how strong tennis is and how it can keep going.
Can I add something on this?
Yes, of course.
Before, we have seen here the numbers of 2021, and as an observation I must repeat again, the numbers are higher. Why that? Because we kept opened the sport. The only sport that was opened from the beginning of pandemic was tennis. And this was unique. It's not a favor that the government did to us. It's a sport that we play without touching one the other. In a field of 658 square meters. And we took all the measures, and I must tell you that the only country in Europe that we started first from everybody.
So one more question. Do you believe that the success of Tsitsipas and Sakkari has created a new generation of tennis players, and how can we capitalize this dynamic in order to develop the sport?
Let me explain you one thing. Perhaps it will not be a good sound for our students and all the participants. Tennis is a sport that will exist ever. 1938 to now, and one of the founders of the sports in Greece, when tennis was together with athletics and some other federations, and they created Segas. And from there, this mother gave to all the possibilities to be alone, as we did 1938. So tennis will exist with and without Tsitsipas and Sakkari. But this momentum for the Hellenic Tennis Federation, let me say for sports in Greece, having Tsitsipas and Sakkari is also unique.
It is unique.
And it helps not only tennis, helps all kids that they want to come with their families in sport in Greece. So yes, Tsitsipas and Sakkari are creating a unique momentum for the development, more development of tennis. And but the numbers that you have, we gave before, shows that tennis now is everywhere in Greece. even in the most. You have seen tournaments in Aridea, Kilkis, Koufalia. Koufalia is a municipality in the northeast block of Thessaloniki, for example. And other around Aegean Sea, etc. I believe that this pyramid, with a bigger base, gives more opportunities, and we see now, except Stefanos and Maria, Lucky, we see Mitsakos, we see Astrinidis, we see Papa Michail, Grammatikopoulou. In women and men, we have a very good team, and this time we won in ace without Stefanos.
So we have 7 more minutes. I don't know if you would like to make a comment over the latest statement of Tsitsipas, who called for women to step up to play 5-set matches to earn the same prize money as men. And I'm not sure that he tried to extend women's game or limit the men's game to 3 sets.
Me personally, because Antonis will answer also, I believe. I believe that we cannot, I cannot comment artists. So, Tsitsipas is an artist.
He's an artist. What about you, Mr. Kalaitzakis?
I have to say that, as Mr. Zanias mentioned before, tennis has a history. I think we, and I say we not as a player, but as part of a tennis environment, and the players and everyone who is involved in the worldwide tennis community, we are part of that history with what we create. We cannot change it. I don't know if he wanted to play 3 sets maybe in the future, which is maybe clever of him, but yeah, I think women
Because
should...
he argued there would be more male winners in 3-set matches.
Yes.
And there were also, you know, some reactions from Naomi Osaka. She called him a funny guy, a man talking about women's sport.
Maybe.
And stuff like that. I don't know, since we have 6 more minutes, if you want to add something according the presentation, the questions of the...
I would like to add something for people watching, mainly for the students, with something that I started with. In this industry, sports, tourism, and specific in tennis, if you have an idea, if you have a good base, good foundation, you can create great results. Sports, in business, in tourism, could create amazing things. And for anyone who has an idea, he should follow it and he should present it to the correct people.
I have one more question, which is related also to the things that you were saying right now. Are there any other resorts like Lito in Greece? Is it worthy financially for resorts to put money into sports industry?
I wanted to add this, Katerina. Now in Heraklion, close to Litos, there is the Hotel Nana, Golden Nana Beach Hotel. Now they are creating 18 courts under construction. They are finishing, I believe, next week. With Litos, we will have 40 courts in 5-minute distance. So we can organize more biggest events for seniors to have there perhaps 2,000 athletes in 1 week, or European senior to have 1,000 athletes for 1 week. But plus of them, Costa Navarino, 12 courts. In Thessaloniki, Leraket, the businessmen Simos Kalpinis, they create a very beautiful club there. So there is, except the increase of clubs, also we have from the private sector investments, big investments in tennis, and I believe in the future we will have more and more that will help also the sport.
Did you watch the Oscars? Did you watch also, the movie about Serena and Venus Williams?
Yeah.
Do you have a comment over this? Because it was a global footprint, you know?
I think a movie is always a movie.
In the artistic world.
A movie is always a movie, but
Yes.
I think it shows how tough things are out there in the sport if you want to succeed, and obviously even tougher when your father is your coach, when your sister is, you're competing with your sister. I think it's a great movie, inspirational for people to watch, and yeah, a great movie.
So there are more topics and discussions are on the way. I want to thank you both for being here and analyze sports, sports tourism and tennis.
We thank you personally and the organizers for this invitation.
Thank you so much. You have many interesting people to watch, so stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Hello, Vanessa.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Zachariadou. I'm a content manager of Iran Mac, and I would be the moderator of the next subject. Unfortunately, Mrs. Antoniadou has been sick, so the next subject will be moderated by me, and the name of the next subject is The Life on the Edge of Ice, powered by the North Face. So I'm welcoming both of you, Mr. Michael Stylas, geologist, mountaineer, the North Face Explorer Greece, and Miss Vanessa Archodidou. She's an alpinist, founder of a Woman Can Be organ, and an EU Climate Pact ambassador, and a North Face ambassador as well. Am I right?
So, yes, you're very right, and it's my pleasure, I guess, for Vanessa is the same. It's our pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's always a good opportunity to share our experiences from the cold world, from the cryosphere. So
we are so...
You're accusing us of bringing the cold to Greece most of the time.
Not me, but yes, you are somehow.
Yeah.
But we like the subject, and the thing that the life on the edge of ice is such a nice note. So we are very anxious to hearing from you. Mr. Stylas, the stage is yours. We are hearing everything you want to tell us.
Okay, so I just want to make a brief introduction that, as you said before, I'm a geologist and I'm a mountaineer. So for the last 4 years, I've been participating in a very interesting project as a scientist, as a geologist, that combines both my passion for mountaineering and my passion for science, because you know, under the eye of the climate change, our mountains change and our environment change a lot. We see that also in Greece. And for me to embark on this, I would say, like scientific odyssey with the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in a global project, made me really rethink about mountains and mountaineering and life on the edge of ice. That is the topic. So I'm gonna share my screen with you, and I'm gonna share my older and newer experiences from the cold world. Just let me know if you can see my screen. Yes. So life on the edge of ice. For me, it started at a very young age because I grew up in the city of Thessaloniki, northern Greece. And from a very, very young age, I was exposed to images like this. On a clear day, on a clear winter day, you can, from Thessaloniki, you can see Mount Olympus very clearly. And this really caught my attention from when I was in the elementary school. And also there was another factor that both my parents were very athletic people, so it didn't take long for me to get on the other side of the bay of Thermaikos Gulf and to be hiking on Mount Olympus from a very, very young age. So during my high school days, I was also a passionate basketball player because at that time, in the late 80s, Greece, it was the golden era of Greek basketball, and I don't think there were many kids in Greece that were not inspired by Nikos Gallis and the entire Greek national team, but also our basketball clubs in Thessaloniki. They were doing very well, and not only in Greece but in European Championship. But probably I was not very good enough with basketball, and I kept going. In high school, I started doing my own climbs with my brother on Mount Olympus. And I always remember my basketball coach would be mad at us because we may sprain our ankles and not be good to play the next game during the championship. So, but as I said before, probably I was not good enough with basketball, and I kept I was so immersed in climbing, so I kept climbing more and more and more and more, and Mount Olympus became my home. And during my college years, I started doing climbs in the winter, and it was really my training ground for what was about to follow. Just to recap all these 20 years on Mount Olympus, a big help for me was the last 10 years. We developed a very solid collaboration with the North Face. And this gave me even more space to test my limits on alpinism, on skiing, and also doing my scientific research there. And just I can share with you a video of one of the projects I developed with the North Face just a few years ago on Mount Olympus before I embark on again on this global scientific odyssey. So I cannot see if the video is playing now. There it goes. Actually, that was the start. Then with North Face, I realized an expedition for skiing in Ladakh, in the Indian Himalaya, and several other projects involving some long distance running. But as I said again, Mount Olympus was always, and it still is, my really home mountain. My personal training ground. Yeah, so during this project, we tried to climb some remote routes on the north side of Mount Olympus, just first to see if we could, but then my goal, and it still is, to look in the valleys between these steep sides of the mountain and offer some new potential for steep and extreme skiing. So the first part of the project, what you see now, was very successful. The second one is still pending, so I guess someday in the near future we'll be able to start skiing the most secret slopes of Mount Olympus, because maybe it's a touristic mountain, many people go, but there are still many places that are really untouched. Yes. No worries, nothing was wrong, everything was okay, no broken bones. So this is part of the lives on the mountain. Sometimes there are situations that you cannot control, and that makes it sometimes exciting, but that makes it sometimes not exciting at all. So after Olympus, I moved on to the Alps. So I still remember in my university years, the first climbs in Mont Blanc. It was an easy area to go from Greece to travel, and it still is, because the accessibility to the mountain is unique. You can take a telepheric, which is not a very good thing, but you can access alpinism and climbing routes relatively easy. And it's also a very important place for the development of alpinism. As I was gaining more experience in the Alps, then it was time to move on to the bigger mountains, and the bigger mountains are the Andes and the Himalayas. So it did take a while to arrive there. A few years of experience, let's say a few more lessons in the classroom of Mount Olympus and the European Alps. And there off I was to one day, about 18 years ago, I was lucky enough to be part of the first Greek national team to climb on the summit of Mount Everest. We're not the only Greeks, because Vanessa is here and she managed to do this very intense climb and difficult climb a few years after. But for me, this was a kind of, I would say, a landmark, or a very important point of my climbing career that made me also see things a little more different. So if we could play the second video, please. It's just a short edit from our expedition in 2004. Everest is a very famous mountain, of course. It's the highest mountain of planet Earth, but it's not only the climbing itself in these expeditions, especially in the greater ranges, to reach the summit or to try to reach the summit, because you mostly fail than succeed in these big mountains. There are so many factors that define the success or the failure, but it's really, it takes 2.5 months of your life exposed to dangerous situations like avalanches or other objective hazards. And the climbing itself is one part. The interaction with the local people, with the culture, with yourself is another equally important part. And of course, observing the environment, at least for me that I'm a scientist, is equally, as I say, 1/3 also equally important part. I will let you enjoy a little bit the video. It's not very long, and I will come back to Mount Everest because after 18 years, I came back last year for our scientific project, and I found that the area has changed a lot over this time. The cultural interaction is very unique in every place, not only in Nepal, because you are always confronted to different mentalities, different diet, different people, different philosophy about life. And it's really one of the things that we like in these expeditions is this cultural interaction. It's very, very different from our modern Western life. And this also really expands the mental horizons of, at least for me, it's been very informative to see how these people live or how their life changed in the last 20 years with the development of tourism. It's not only, as I said before, the climbing itself. This edit is by Pavlos Tsiados, that he made a movie about our expedition, and I think you can still find it free on the internet. And of course, the physical part, the physical and the mental part, they go together. And mountaineering and climbing is the one that can really define sometimes the success or failure, excluding the weather and the other situations that nobody can control on the mountains. So for our team, and I guess for Vanessa was the same, there was a long period of preparation with special training. Okay, always the best training for the mountain itself, but you have to develop for the high altitudes certain other skills and do some more specific training to withstand the lack of oxygen and the cold. And this was a short flashback for me in time for our Mount Everest expedition. But, you know, we all know that life on the mountains is not always easy and it's not paved with a red carpet. Personally, I have injured myself a few times. In these high mountains, frostbite is a never omnipresent danger, especially if you don't pay attention to certain things. And when you're kind of, when you're a little younger and a little more naive and you think that nothing can take you down, that's where the accidents happen. I had some other accidents on Mount Olympus. I had to sit in a wheelchair because I broke both my legs while rock climbing. But again, there were some close calls, I would say, but the most difficult thing for me was not my injuries, but overall this 25 years of mountaineering, but it was the loss of close friends. And every time that I would come back from a really high stress trip involving accident or death, I will go back to my secret place on my mountain. I will ditch the climbing. There was no desire to climb in the cliffs that I love and I grew up climbing, but I will turn back to my other hobby, let's say secret activity, that was the scientific research. So after one of these high stress trips in the Alps, there was the accident of another friend. I was not very stable emotionally, and then I thought to make a research and study the glaciers in the climate on Mount Olympus, because nobody had done it and because it was the only way for me still being on the mountain without taking any risk. And this pattern repeated a few times. So 4 years ago, I got a call from a friend and he told me, hey, Mike, check in the university in Lausanne, in the Polytechnique in Lausanne, the Technical Institute of Lausanne. They asked for experienced mountaineer, a geologist, that to lead a series of expeditions around the world. So I did the post, I applied for the job, I got accepted. And the last 4 years, my life on the mountain changed a little bit. So the life on the edge of ice became a little, I moderated the risk, but they opened a new window for me to understand how we and how our invisible friends, the microbes, including viruses, because now it's everybody knows about viruses, they live in this harsh environment of the glaciers. So back to the academia, and I embarked for this, I embarked as the leader. So I had to organize and lead these expeditions with a small team of 4 scientists around the world. So the project is called Vanishing Glaciers Project, and it was really the epitome of my mountaineering and scientific passions. So what is this project is about? We try to learn what types and how many microbes live in the glacier, where seemingly there is no life all over the world, and how these ecosystems will look because of climate change. We keep losing the glaciers. You don't have to be a scientist to realize that, but people that live in countries with glaciers, they see it every year that big parts of ice are disappearing and their life depends on this ice, on this water. But how these invisible ecosystems will look in the future. And what else can we learn from these small microscopic living organisms, which are the microbes, the most primitive form of life on Earth. So the project is global. We're almost done. I just came back from Chile, from Patagonia, and there is the last expedition in Alaska. All the other regions that you see in this map, we have already done successfully our expeditions. And for me, it's very interesting because when I signed up for this task, I was again had these dreamy visions about mountains. This is a mountain in Ecuador that we worked under it, that we're gonna have time to go, to explore, to do our science, to collect samples. But it proved to be a little different because these scientific expeditions, they involve very heavy logistics, and because we use very specific equipment and very expensive equipment to send out the cargo, to bring the samples in liquid nitrogen in deep frozen state. It's not as I expect in the beginning. I learned a lot during the process, and I have to say that these scientific expeditions, from the logistics point of view, are very, very challenging and more difficult than the climbing ones. So we have used many different means of transport during this expedition. Sometimes we have to fly in the glaciers. Sometimes we've used all the modes of transport available on this planet. Can we play also this video? There we go. So over the last 4 years, we traveled in the countries that we saw. I had the chance last year to go back to Nepal. Obviously, you see that in Greenland or in the Arctic, the glaciers are approached by the sea because they reach down to the sea. In New Zealand, it was obligatory, even though we didn't like it for ecological reasons, to use helicopters because the mountains are so far. And of course, the most popular out of our almost 200 glaciers that 155 we've sampled so far, we use horses and foot most of the time. And horses are very interesting. That was actually a day with a very good surprise. These Kyrgyz boys, these young boys in Kyrgyzstan, kind of saved us because we couldn't get all our equipment to the glacier. And what we do in these expeditions, what we were doing before, we set up our base camps. Usually Even though we work in the summer, either in the southern hemisphere or the north, sometimes in the mountains, there are surprises. This is last year in Kyrgyzstan that we woke up in a summery day with 30, 40 centimeters of fresh snow. Then we approach the glaciers. We have to go as close to the glacier as possible. So we've seen many terminus snouts of the glacier so far, because that's where we collect our samples and do our experiments to see how bacteria live. And then we do microbiology. We collect samples. We measure certain quantities and certain qualities of from the water and from the sand, the sediment of the glacier rivers. We collect the samples, we store them properly. As I said before, logistics are very complicated, and everything has to be clean and everything has to be sterilized because we're talking about microbes. And just to give you an idea, what you see in this glacier river that's in Caucasus, in Russia, this glacier, but in all the glaciers we worked so far, within 10 grams of sand, there are millions and millions of bacteria that we cannot see when we are there, but we see them after when we are in the lab. So this project has much more challenges than climbing Mount Everest itself for, let's say, for the glory or for the personal challenge. Of course, there are the same physical challenges, even though we don't summit any mountains, but there are mental challenges because we keep in the same team of 4. We've been traveling around the world, so we kind of know very well each other, and sometimes this gets tiring. And plus the fact that we repeat the same process of collecting the samples, the same protocols, we repeat them everywhere we go. Then the objective situations on the mountain. Sometimes we want to hike to this glacier, but the weather is so bad that to do all these delicate movements with our sampling, it's not always easy. So we need the good weather, and we have ended up working in very, very harsh conditions. I think during this project, because of the rain and we always work with water, I had more chances to get frostbite in my already frostbitten fingers than when just was going for climbing. And as I mentioned before, there are several logistical challenges, social challenges. Just an example is the language, or an example is that we went to work in Kyrgyzstan. We had obtained all the necessary permits, then the government changed, and then nothing was valid. So by the time we were there, we could do nothing. Political challenges and the force majeure, which is Corona. Again, last year in Nepal, we got stranded, because by the time we finished with our work on the mountain, then the new variant came in, so they canceled all the flights. So we were just sitting there and waiting somebody to get us out of there. So this took a while, and that brings some extra fatigue. And then finally, after getting over all these difficulties, the samples are in our laboratory in Lausanne and in Luxembourg. And what we learned so far, you tell me you travel all over the world, and to do what? To learn what? Okay, these are a little bit of scientific plots, but we find the bacteria, we have discovered new species, we find what enzymes these bacteria are contain, and some of these enzymes may be of very, to the interest of the biotech. There are also some antibiotics and many other substances in this bacteria that nobody knew so far. So it's kind of a breakthrough science that is getting published a little bit. I don't really understand this plot because I'm a geologist, so I'm not gonna get more science. But one of the most exciting things that our microbial detectives in the lab, the rest of our scientific team, you can see that even in the microcosmos, that it happens what happens in our society. There is bacteria are struggling for survival in these harsh environments, and this is obvious from their chemical substances, from the chemistry and the enzymes. It's a chemical warfare, as we say. And as I mentioned before, this project has opened a big window, a global window to discover new antibiotics from these bacteria that live in these glaciers that will disappear in the future as the glaciers melt. Now for me, during part of this project, I always find some time to test and develop, at least to test, not to develop, but some new products that for the North Face that I get, and I have always time to do a little bit of trail running or a little bit of climbing to the side of the project. But the most important is combining science, research, and exploration, I would say. It's really opened my mind to see the mountains differently, to see not just as places that you go to conquer the summit, but to understand the life, the people, and the life of the invisible life that has to do with the microcosmos of the bacteria, of viruses, and all these microorganisms that we don't see, but they are very important for our life. So this is all for me, and thank you for your attention. And I will go back to Maria and to Vanessa.
Hello. Mike, it was very beautiful. Everything you said was very interesting. Vanessa, the stage is yours.
Well, I'm very excited to be on this panel to learn more scientific facts about ice from Mike, which I'm telling you, Maria, he's a mountaineering legend in Greece, but now I have the chance to listen to him also as a scientist. For me, Mike, congratulations, really.
Thanks, Vanessa. Thank you.
As for me, ice is an important part of my life and my goals. I'll tell you all about it. I'm not a scientist, but I'll give you a hint. I've just returned from the Earth's refrigerator, Antarctica. So believe me, I have seen tons of ice recently, and I have experienced a lot of cold during my latest venture to raise awareness about ice loss and climate change through a special initiative. But let me take this from the start. You see, I'm a marketeer, I'm a mother, a European Climate Pact ambassador, and an outdoor athlete, an alpinist that recently completed the 7 Summits project. My journeys for this project to ascend the highest peak of each of the 7 summits, of each of the 7 continents, started in 2014, but my climate journey, now that I think about it, began early in my life through a love of nature, meditation, and mountains. Actually, I think it's mountains that, and the love for mountains that led me to create campaigns and motivate people about climate change. Of course, when I started climbing at the age of 27, I knew very little about climate crisis, but my mountaineering passion, I would say, led me to some of the most ecologically vulnerable regions in the world. And although not many people have been in these places, there I began to see clear evidence of climate change, and actually I became very alarmed. Although, as Mike said, I'm not a scientist, it's evident in these places that things are changing. So sometimes people ask me, what exactly made you alarmed? How did you become alarmed? What was the trigger? And the truth is that it wasn't just one moment, but a combination of many. The images I was exposed to while climbing, such as receding ice on Mount Everest and the Alps, the damage caused by mining in Papua, where I went to climb Mount Carstens, the high temperatures in Alaska, in combination with something that is very important for me and stronger, I would say, the view of my own home devastated by wildfires this summer. All these images and emotions were the trigger, as well as evidence that the human footprint, ecological footprint, is gigantic. Now, having worked as a marketeer, a marketing director actually for many years, I realized that I could put my experience to a different use. And as these alarming facts kept worrying me, it made me understand that, at least for me, it is more important to sell ideas than products, especially ideas that make our world a better place. In Greek, however, we have a saying, and we say, permit me the Greek, ένας κούκος δεν φέρνει την άνοιξη. I'll translate in English. One swallow does not make a summer. It's actually the same. I'm afraid that being a sole marketeer, creating campaigns for environmental protection would make me look like a contemporary Don Quixote. But thank God, I was fortunate enough to meet people along the way that shared the same concerns and the same passion. As a result, A Woman Can Be organization was founded in the heart of the pandemic with a clear vision, with a mission and multiple goals. So our organization aspires to empower women through initiatives that address the global sustainable development goals and is focusing on climate action. Imagine women united for nature and sustainability. That is our dream. And this dream named actually our initiative, which started only 5 months ago. So Women for Nature is an activation with 4 important goals. First one is to raise awareness on environmental issues and climate change. The second one is to educate on environmental challenges and ways to contribute to their solution. The third one is to promote a sustainable way of living and foster love for nature. And the last one is to create networks, which means to connect with people, to connect with organizations around the world, to design and build a more sustainable future. So in January 2022, approximately just 1.5 months ago, a major project that responds to our first goal, raising awareness on climate change, was completed. The expedition to Antarctica, the continent that regulates the Earth's climate, was part of a communication campaign aiming to turn the spotlight on climate crisis. And that's why we have implemented this female ascent to the highest summit of Antarctica and skiing to the South Pole as, I would say, a communication vehicle, because we believe that outdoor sports, companies, athletes, female and male, not only female, can and should contribute to sustainability. So at this point, I would like to share with you a short video from the expedition so that you can have the opportunity to share a little bit of Antarctic cold. I don't know if we can see it.
Νομίζω ότι αυτό το όνειρο, αυτός ο στόχος ήταν για μένα η κινητήριος δύναμη των τελευταίων ετών. Η ζωή στη σκηνή. Και με βοήθησε να βρω την επόμενη κινητήριο δύναμη για μένα που προήλθε από όλα αυτά τα ταξίδια και είναι η προστασία του περιβάλλοντος. Γιατί γνωρίζοντας όλα αυτά τα μέρη, γνωρίζοντας πόσο άγρια, πόσο ευαίσθητα είναι, θέλω να μεταδώσω αυτό το μήνυμα. Πιστεύω ότι ο κόσμος πρέπει να το γνωρίσει. Η φύση είναι αδυσόπιτη. Είναι αδυσόπιτη γιατί πονάει, γιατί εμείς την πονάμε, η ανθρωπότητα, οι άνθρωποι. Δεν καταλαβαίνουμε πόσο εύκολα όλα αυτά τα οποία έχουμε μπορούν να χαθούν από τη μία μέρα στην άλλη. Δεν αφήνουμε τίποτα πίσω μας. Βαλάμε τις σακούλες με τα σκουπίδια μας. Είναι μια δέσμευση που έχουμε ενστερνιστεί όλοι όσοι έχουμε έρθει εδώ στην Ανταρκτική. Να μην αφήσουμε τίποτα πίσω. Να μείνει η φύση αμόλυντη και ωραία. South Pole. Τα καταφέραμε! Καλώς ήρθατε στην Ανταρκτική!
So you've seen the video. I hope you are not very cold. You see how connected I am with ice. But I just wanted to share with you the video to understand that communication and raising awareness about ice loss and climate change is a huge mountain to scale. New research suggests that as climate change nudges global temperatures even higher, the Earth's ice is melting faster today than in the mid-90s. And annually, the melt rate is now about 57% faster than it was three decades ago. And of course, there are conclusive studies about these facts. Scientists are warning us, but it's also another thing. The global atmospheric temperature has risen about 1.1 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial times. But in the Arctic and the Antarctic, the warming rate has been more than twice the global average in the last 30 years. The polar regions and the mountains are suffering. This is what these numbers are showing. But I just want to ask you, what do you think the question is, the question that I keep answering every time I present this data to non-scientists, to my friends, to my colleagues, in general, to my community in Greece? I will ask you, Maria, what do you think their question is?
Are you cold?
No, actually, this is their question to me. But the question for the climate is more alarming. They say,
how much time do we have left?
Yes. And
I think that's the question we're all thinking about.
And another thing is, why do I care? Because when you say that we have left like 30 years, okay, 30 years, 50 years, 60 years, who cares? I'm not going to be alive. My children are going to face this. No, maybe not. I don't know. We can manage. So why do I care? That's the question. And it's not only a question to me, but a question people are asking themselves. Why should we care about the ice that is lost and that is going to happen in the future? The ice, they say, is far away. It does not concern me what is happening on the mountains. I will never go up there. Only you and Mike are going up there. And I simply don't understand the use of ice. That's what people say. Well, why do we need ice? And well, the situation and the importance of ice is clear for people living at the Himalayan region, for example, because they depend on mountain glaciers for drinking water, or even for regions relying on winter sea ice to protect coastal homes from storms. For our region, for Greece, however, the world's ice melt is not always clear. How it will affect us in the near future, not in 30 years. And that's why we do nothing. And we don't even discuss about it. But I'll tell you something. The melting of land ice on Antarctica, Greenland, and mountain glaciers added enough water to the ocean during the 3-decade time period to raise the average global sea level by 3.5 centimeters. However, now ice loss is beginning to accelerate. Across the Arctic, sea ice is shrinking to new summertime lows, and at the Antarctic, huge ice shelves are detached from the continent. I don't know if you read in the news 5 days ago, an ice shelf the size of Rome or Rhodes Island, for us Greeks to understand. An ice shelf that big was detached from East Antarctica. So my point is that rising sea levels is not a science fiction movie scenario anymore. And we Greeks have a country with beautiful islands, a country depending on tourism, a country that faces exceptional climatic events the last few years, because what happens on the mountains does not stay on the mountains. That is why we care. The ecosystems are linked, and the changes are not calculated by the distances, but by the gravity of the phenomena. So no matter how far the problem is, it is certain that it will hit us. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I telling you all this information? We are not in an environmental event, but in a sports management event, am I right? Well, the reason is because athletes and sports companies can contribute to protecting ice. As I have told you in the beginning of this talk, I'm a mountaineer, but also a marketeer. And the question of how outdoor sports community, our community, can tackle the intangibility of this climate crisis has concerned me for a lot of years. I firmly believe that mountaineering and outdoor sports help people to connect with the natural world. So people experiencing the natural environment, and especially outdoor athletes, can better understand the severity of the situation and can help others to understand it. But it's not only the outdoor athletes that are concerned, it's all athletes. A survey conducted in light of the COP26, the United Nations Climate Summit in Glasgow, to gauge the attitudes and level the concern that elite track level athletes have about global warming, found that nearly 80% of sports athletes are seriously concerned about climate crisis, and more than half say that climate change has already impacted them. So athletes are acting on those concerns. And 82% said that they have already made changes to their lifestyles to reduce the damage they and their activities cause to the environment. Another 78% said they actively encourage others to adopt lifestyle changes that are more environmental friendly. So changing ourselves and encouraging others to change is the epitome, I would say, of sports culture and a way to contribute to sustainability. Athletes are role models and can choose to stand up for what they believe. They can choose to stand up with the scientists. They can add their voices to those saying that we will not stand by and accept the damage that is happening to our planet. But in this battle, athletes and companies go hand in hand. I'm very proud to say that since I'm a North Face ambassador, that the North Face is one of the companies concerned about the planet and is committed to reducing its carbon footprint. From the solar installation at the facilities to the energy saving practices in the textile mills, they are constantly looking for ways to reduce the impact. And they don't do it because it's the right thing to do. As the company states, addressing climate change is not only good for the planet, it's also good for the business.
It's good for everyone, and we have to think about it.
For every sport.
For everyone, yes.
So the North Face athletes, myself included, travel to some of the most remote places on the planet. We have seen firsthand the effects of climate change. Glaciers are receding and permafrost is melting. The winter ski season is changing dramatically. And once in a lifetime events such as storms, fires, and floods are occurring much more often. So all these phenomena show that we have to be alarmed, and sustainability is a one-way street. And even if we're not completely ready, and by we, I mean the athletes, the companies, at least the commitment to reduce our impact to the places we explore is a big step forward.
Vanessa, I'm sorry, we have to close because we have like less than 3 minutes for 5 questions. You're already coming. Thank you.
Seconds. So, I'm pleased to see that our sports community are setting ambitious goals on sustainability and climate neutrality. As for me, on a personal level and partly organizational level, my expeditions become and will become an opportunity to showcase the impact that climate change has had on the fragile mountain ecosystems and polar region. My aim is now to bring these images of endangered ecosystems back to our world, to our people, to our community, and try to explain what is going to happen if we don't act. So once people see, experience, and appreciate something, they have more incentive to actually protect it. And this is what I want to do. I want to explain, to become a climate storyteller, narrating stories about nature, because people need stories to become engaged. Stories about our planet and about life at the edge of ice. That is the theme of our discussion, and it's very essential for our existence.
We have less than 1 minute for questions. Sorry for cutting you, Vanessa. We have less than 1 minute for questions. We ate all the time. We consumed it. It was very interesting, and thank you. So I'm gonna say the questions really bit. The first question is coming from Konstantinos Anastasopoulos. The question is, what are your thoughts about orienteering and the potential of growth in Greece? That question was for you, Mike. And I'm saying the second question so we can go faster. How can someone living in Greece that have a love for mountains begin doing what you are doing? So you have like 20 seconds each, less than seconds. Go.
Should I go first, Vanessa?
Yes. Go.
As far as I know, orienteering, there were some very organized events, but not to a large extent as is mountaineering. And I don't even know if there is a federation. And for somebody to start walking in the mountains, in the sense of doing mountaineering, there are several alpine clubs, there are several even companies now that they can help people to take their first steps into the world of mountaineering. And then mountaineering is not like other sports. You can take it as much as you want, and then you can go back and be good with what you did in any day on the mountains. The goal is to be out, to understand yourself, and to understand that this is a very fragile and environment that we all depend on, one way or the other.
I think Mike has covered everything that I wanted to say. Go out, don't be afraid. It's easy. Start with a hike and then move even higher. There are many people out there to help and guide you. So it's just the will.
I'm very happy to say that they gave us another 1 minute.
Wow.
So, yes, we have another less than 1 minute, but we have it. So, about the question of someone living in Greece that have a love for mountains. Vanessa, you said just go for a hike and you'll find others walking as well, hiking. Mike, you say the same?
Yes.
Just go for a hike and let's meet in the mountains, right?
Yeah, if you make a brief, let's say, survey out of the 100 people that climbed Mount Everest last year and ask them how they started, I guess a small percentage will be like me, maybe because of a brother, of a sister, of a parent, and the rest, they just went for a hike and then they saw the potential, they saw the beauty, they saw some things that you don't see, for example, when you're in a closed stadium, and then one thing brings the other. So yeah, there is no roof on the world of mountaineering, and sometimes it gets too much, but there's really no limits.
Okay.
And most people say that maybe it's dangerous, but really, if you take it one step at a time, living with nature is not dangerous. You have to be cautious, but it's something that brings more life into you. When you go to the mountains, you feel alive. That's how I feel, and that's how most people say that they feel when they go on their first summit. Either it's in Itos, which is in Athens, and it's 1,400 meters mountains, or even if it's more bigger mountains, higher mountains, it doesn't matter. You feel alive once you're on the summit.
I want to thank both of you. I don't want to say anything to spoil every wonderful thing we've just heard. So let's meet in the mountains. And thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation and the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's ready. Hello, my name is Periklis Iakovakis. I'm from Greece. I'm a world champion in the 400-meter hurdles athletics event. And I'm also 4 times Olympian. I'm the chair of the European Athletics Athlete Committee. I'm the chairperson of the European Athletics Athlete Committee and ex officio member of the EA Council, the European Athletics Council. And I will be the moderator for our next session. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and it's really nice to see Manolis, a good friend, a great athlete, a great champion, and one of the big hopes for the future of athletics in Greece, not only in Greece, but also in Europe and in the world. So please do not forget to follow our hashtag, /frontrunners2022 all together, and to send your questions in the streaming or in the chat, so we can see them and then we can discuss about your questions. So let's welcome Emmanuel Karalis. Just to remind you that he has a lot of big successes and medals here, but most recently he was 4th in the Olympic Games in pole vault last year in Japan. So he will speak on the subject studying while competing around the world. And I want to hear how easy it is for him to study and to compete internationally in a sport like athletics. Manolis, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Pericles, and thank you everyone for having me. So my name is Emmanuel Karalis. I'm 22 years old, and as Mr. Pericles told that I was 4th at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and hopefully I will continue to have bigger successes, just like Pericles, hopefully. So yeah, that's definitely studying and competing is not easy. It demands to have a strict plan, to prioritize your program and have a time management. So it's definitely not easy. But yes, the good thing that happened to me was when I'm a degree student and I study marketing and communications. So this program and this study that the college gave to me made me prioritize and plan my working time and my study time and my competition, and actually really help me do both and do them both effectively and efficiently. So yeah, it's definitely not easy, but with the right planning, it can work.
Okay, I just want to. I personally know how hard it is, but I want also the attendees to understand how complex and how difficult it is to have this kind of time management. So the attendants they have to know, first of all, that track and field is a sport mainly event. So it's a summer, mainly event. It has mainly a big summer season, but your sport has also an indoor season. Pole vault has also an indoor season. And I really know how hard it is to train and to follow this daily school schedule. So how hard was it for you to train and compete when you were younger as a student in high school, for example?
Okay, when I was younger, the demands on the sport weren't so tough because I weren't a professional back in the day. So everything was much easier. I was studying at the morning. I was doing some homework at the evening, and then I was going to the stadium to train. But now I'm in college, so I'm in college and I'm a professional athlete. So everything, the bar was rising. So everything was much harder. but yeah, as you said, Pericles, that my sport is an indoor and an outdoor season. So the competitions that we have are a lot, and we have to travel all around the world. And I also have to study, so it's really hard. But as I said, time management is so important for me, and you know, schedule I schedule my program every single day. So I keep up with the work. I try my best to attend in class when I'm in Greece, because I'm only 3 or 4 months in Greece. So yeah, as I said, it's really hard, but yeah, the prioritization and the organization of the program is something really important.
Okay, so let me just ask you something else. I really know very well the sports facilities that Deary College has. It's wonderful sports facilities, and I'm sure that this is something really helpful for you. But from the other side, I want you to share with the rest of the attendees a daily schedule of yours now, that moment, because nobody actually knows. I know personally, but please
Yeah.
share. Please just share your plan, your yesterday.
Okay.
Just tell us your day yesterday or Monday. Just tell us your Monday.
Okay. So I wake up at 6 o'clock, 6:30. Um, I get my breakfast. I do some. I train until 10 o'clock. Then from ten to 1, I go to school. I study, and then I get back home. I do some homework until 5 o'clock. Then from 5 to 8, I go back to train. I go back to the Olympic Stadium, and then I train, and then I get back home. And from 9 to 10, I study again, and I do the homework. So yeah, that's a typical day for me.
Okay, so not so easy, I have to say.
No,
But,
not so easy, but
yes,
but
yes.
it's something that I really enjoy. I really like studying, and I'm in marketing, and I study marketing, and I really love to to become a professional as well, and beyond my sport. So yeah, it's something that I really enjoy, and yeah, maybe it is hard, but it's something that I love, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, that's great. Exactly this is the answer. Because you love it, it doesn't matter. Because you do what we have to do because you want to be the best in your sport. So I'm really familiar with this kind of way of thinking. Just let me ask you something else. We all know, especially in the sports family, we all know how important it is, the importance of the dual career. And what you're doing is the definition of the dual career. So you have your professional sports career, and you're following your path now to the studying career. And hopefully you will finish, and then you will be able to have all the knowledge and all the experience to continue your life after sport. And just tell me, are you wondering how important it is, the dual career aspect for the athletes, not only for you, but are you also talking to your colleagues and try to tell them to prioritize their way of life in order not to leave the college career behind?
Of course, most definitely, it's really important having a dual career, and yeah, I try to speak with all my teammates and my colleagues at the sports, and Most of the athletes, of the professional athletes, because their schedule is so hard, their training is so hard, they don't even consider getting in, following a double career. But yeah, when I got injured 2 years ago, I stepped back and I thought myself, what would happen if, knock wood, something would happen and I would not continue to do my sport? What would happen? And then I got myself into college, and then I figured out that, you know what, except from sports, there's something else that I can follow and something that I love. So yeah, it's something really important, because being an athlete, I'm not gonna always be an athlete. So I have to be able, to provide to provide and get all this knowledge, and to be able to follow another path after my athletic career. So yeah, it's really important to have a dual career.
Mm-hmm. Well, now one question from the audience, Mrs. Stella Livadi. I hope I'm pronounced correct the name, Livadi. She's asking, what do you think are the most significant barriers to studying for an elite athlete like you?
Well, as I said before, a big barrier that you have to overpass is finding yourself and being able to prioritize your studies and your training. So time management is one of the most important barriers that you have to surpass in order to succeed in both.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned time management quite a few times, but just I'm wondering, the support from your family, isn't it equally important?
Of course, having a family that understands and always and supports you all these steps at the time. It's really important. So yeah, I'm lucky that I have a family that understands and knows the position that I'm in, and they know that there are a lot of challenges, but it's really important having a family that supports and helps the kids to to help them achieve their goals.
Okay, and Stella is also asking, just can you say us about your last year experience in Tokyo, and what was the most difficult thing that you had to face while you were there? Not in the preparation, because we all know that with the coronavirus and the last couple of years, it was a totally mess in the sports calendar and in the sports preparation, generally in the world of sports. But can you tell us what was the most difficult thing that you faced personally during the games in Tokyo?
Yeah, definitely. Just like the most athletes, the spectators was something that really made us feel that it was not something that we expected. Where I was at my first Olympic Games, and being at the Olympic Games and expecting I was expecting to see crowd in a packed stadium, and going there, and of course, of coronavirus, everything would be much compressed, but yeah, there were no spectators and no audience, and that made it a bit difficult to make us compete at our finest. But I'm young. I'm 22, and hopefully I will have much more Olympic Games to competing. So.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, and I'm reading now a question from Katya Manda. How come you didn't study sports management to be able to see how an event that you are competing in is organized?
Yeah, I was thinking about getting in sports management, but I wanted to challenge myself and study something that I was not familiar with, something beyond sports. I didn't want to study something in sports because I wanted to see if I'm good at something that was not that it didn't include sports. So marketing is something that it has a wide it has a wide perspective, and I could choose to then start at do sports marketing, but right now I'm on marketing, and we will see. Maybe I mean we will see.
Well, they are pretty close at the
Yeah.
actually. So I think that the knowledge of the one sector is quite similar to the knowledge of the other sector. Plus, you have an indoor experience and indoor knowledge as an expert. And I have to say that also from my side, being in the position I am now in the European athletics, and being able to be involved in each year competition from the organizational point of view, from the LOC point of view, I can understand the challenges, I can understand the difficulties, I can understand everything. Plus, I have the inside knowledge and the inside way of looking from the sports, especially from the athlete's point of view. But I just wanted to ask you. I don't know if there's another question. No, there's no other question yet. I just want to ask you now. Do you think that you're going to use all this knowledge in your post career right after finishing your sport in, I don't know, quite a lot of years? I hope that you will be healthy and you can compete for as long as you want, for as long as your body is fine, and you can compete. But you might not know how important is the steps that you're using now. But have you ever imagined your life in 10 years, in 15 years?
Oh wow! To be honest, I have never thought myself how I would be in 10 years, because I'm a person that I always think about what's gonna happen the next hour or the next 3 or 4 hours. But no, I haven't thought myself how I'll be in 10 years. But most definitely, I will definitely use all the knowledge that I have, and I will have, and I will gain throughout my college career. And yeah, it's something that it will definitely be something
Okay.
really.
Well, I'm saying this because I remember athletes, and I know a few of them that they knew from the beginning that they wanted, after the sports career is over, they wanted to follow this path, and they were really committed from the beginning. That okay, when I will finish, I will be a coach, for example, or I'm studying physiotherapy and I will be the physiotherapy related to sports in the sports sector, or I will be a doctor, or I will be a lawyer, or whatever it is. But I think that's why I'm asking, because in quite more not so few athletes, but there are a lot that they really know from the beginning what they want to do. But it's also good for you that you still have you still have your mind open. One more question from the audience. It says here, many Greek athletes live in Greece, and they go abroad for training camps. Are you planning to do the same this year?
Yes, I'm going. Actually, I'm in after in a week from now. I'm going. I'm going in Greece on a training camp in Kalamata, but at the summer, because I'm competing at the World Outdoor Championships in Oregon, I'm gonna do a training camp in Seattle, Washington. So yeah, I'm gonna do a training camp in the US.
Well, we have to say now to the audience, Manolis, if you allow me, that this year, especially this year, because we had all these postponements of the big major events of the sports events, just like Olympics, that they were postponed from 2020 to 2021. So that means it was a kind of a pool now. So the 2021 World Championships postponed for this year, 2022. So this year we're going to have three actually major athletics championships. The one is the World Championships that it's happening in Oregon, as you said, in the United States in the middle of July. And then is the Commonwealth Games that, okay, we are not involved, but there are a lot of countries that they are involved there in, I think it's in Birmingham. And on the 15th of August, it's the European Championships in Munich, in the big stadium of Munich in Germany. So that means for the athletes, especially for the European athletes, that they have to compete in Worlds and in Europeans. That means that they need to change the training, and they need to change all the competition program in order to be able to compete in those two events. So that's why it's not so easy to travel a lot and to do training camps. But for sure, you're also training there, and I know that Seattle is a really good option. It's a really good choice. So now Stella is also asking to me, how different you think is your experience with dual career than that of Manolos? Yes, it was different. I also studied marketing and communication in the Athens Economical and Business University, the well-known ASOE, as we said. And my problem was that when I started being a really good athlete in the age of 22 and started competing internationally and winning more medals, and my daily program was more competitive, I stopped from the university. I freeze my studying, and then after an injury I had, I said, okay, let's go and finish the university. Let's go and take the degree. And that was really hard for me in the age of 32, with two kids as a father, two kids, 3 years old and 2 years old on that time, to start studying again algebra, to start studying again statistics, to start studying again logistics, and everything else. So it was a really different, not to say hard time, but it was a really different time. But from the other side, it helped me because I was injured. I couldn't train at all. So it was a way of being active and to keep my mind active. Otherwise, for sure, I would have a kind of depression, for sure, because I couldn't train. So otherwise, it would be a really, really bad period for me. So yes, my way of dual career was like this, as I said before. Okay, so question: what is the biggest difficulty that you have to encounter when combining studies and competing in sporting events? Not in training, but when competing, Manolis.
When competing, well, sometimes late submissions is something that I deal with, but right now my number one priority when competing is I keep my mind on the competition, and right after the meet, I go at the hotel room, and I do all my homework, and then I submit all the work that I had to do. So yeah, some late submissions, but I try to be on time. I try to be on time.
Okay, so you said before, you mentioned before the time management. So I think Athanasios is asking, how would an athlete effectively balance studying and sport? So I think that it's maybe he needs something more precise?
Well, what was the question again?
Let me see. How would an athlete effectively balance studying and sports?
Well, you should definitely talk with your coach, because you don't. Most of the athletes don't work alone. They have their coach. You have to speak with your coach and tell him that I'm as well. I'm an athlete, but I'm as well a student. So you need to fix the schedule with your coach and have have some time to do your homework and to go to school. So yeah, this is something that I would consider doing if I were in.
Okay, and Manolis, one more question for you from the chat. Are educational institutions prepared to facilitate athletes to achieve their best in both sports and studies?
Of course, for sure, especially in Diri, which
especially in Diri, but not all universities are like Diri.
yes, not all university. I'm lucky that I'm that I'm a Diri student. But yeah, as for me, because the school, my school has a gym, has a swimming center, has a track and field stadium. So for me, it's really important having after class. Sometimes I go and I do some training at the.
Directly, you go directly to the stadium.
I go directly to the stadium, so
only 1 minute walking.
Yes, and less.
maybe less. So this is really important, and we have to say that we don't have the kind of sports and studying culture like the United States. That especially the students there, they can have scholarships based on their sports level, etc. We have something different, but from the other side, I know a lot of athletes, not only in athletics, but also from different sports, that they are really struggling to follow both parts. And maybe for us, I mean us, because I was also in athletics, I was also a track and field athlete. Maybe for us, it looks like much easier, because I'm wondering, what's your opinion also about this? Do you think that a team sport athlete, is it so easy for him to follow and to balance both studies and his team trainings and competitions?
I've never been on a team sport, but it would be much harder being on a team sport and have to manage over than 5 or maybe 10 people, and being a student and athletes. But as an individual and doing an individual sport, it's easier. It's not easy, but it's easier than being on a team. So yes,
I think that it's easier because you can easier balance your daily schedule. But if you belong to a team, you have to follow the team schedule, and that's it. So sometimes, but if you're training alone, then you can say that, okay, to the coach, I have the 2 hours examinations, for example, on that time. So can we just change the time of training? It's easier in general. It's easier. Plus, we have a summer season mainly. That means that there's not a lot of studies. There's not a lot of studying on that time. So this is also important. So, and a question from Harris: which is your next goal on your career?
Well, definitely do a personal best. My personal best is 581. I don't like putting putting like goals, like big goals, because I don't really put goals because I don't know where my highest point will be, my peak will be. So I just go one step at a time and try and enjoy myself as much as I can. And if something big comes, it will come. And if not, I would know that I've gave my 100%.
Mhm. Okay, so let me see if we have another question. No, it's the same. Okay, just let's talk about let's just talk about a little bit about the psychology of the pole vaulter, because I think that some of the audience might want to hear how hard it is to know that you're going to lose, even though you are first in a competition. You lose because you hit the barrier.
Yeah.
As a sprinter, I was a sprinter. It was a totally different. That's it. How hard it was, and that might be the last question, and then we can close.
Yeah.
Way of thinking, it's totally it's the pole
Yeah,
vaulters and the high jumpers and the high jumpers. You face the barrier is always the winner.
Yeah. So that's why, and most of the high jumpers and the pole vaulters are friends because we have a common goal, which is the bar. So yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, we can both win. I can win, myself or win a competitor. But at the end of the day, everyone loses. But yeah, because it's the end of the we have 3 attempts, and after 3 attempts, the event stops. So yeah, I can do a personal best, and after that, after the personal best, I would feel really really happy, and I would do something really big, and after 3 attempts, it will be over. But most of the athletes don't really think that way because it's we compete every week, so it's something to consider having the next competition to achieve the goal that you didn't achieve that day. So yeah, it's kind of motivational having something to achieve at every single competition.
Okay, thank you. And we have the final question for this afternoon. It's the same question to both of us. So to me is, what traits do you admire to Emmanuel Karelis as an athlete and person? And the same question is also to you, asking about me. So I don't think that, okay, it's for me, Emmanuelis has a gift of being so he has a so good, so happy face. He's an example of a positive energy athlete, and I think that this is really important. From the first time that you will face him, not only from the video, not only from the television, but from close, and you can talk to him, you can understand that he has a kind of a good vibration. It has a good, let's say, energy. He's happy. You can see his smile, and then he has something good. He has some good energy, let's say, and this is so nice, and this is so good for the sport. Okay, he's a huge talent. Of course, we know this. I'm not going to talk particularly about his talent, and I don't want to do this. I think that others are more capable to do this in sense of the speed and the technique and the jump, and everything has to do with the pole vault as a pole vault. But for me, I think it's really important that he's coming from a sports family. His father used to be an athlete, okay, a decathlete. So he had the culture of the sport, and his face has a good vibes. You look at him competing with a smile and always with fair play and always being a gentleman. So I think that this is one of the most one of the best characteristics that he has. And that's it.
Thank you, Pericles. And for me,
what you can say, but
for me, Pericles, it's first of all, he was an amazing athlete. His successes were successes that that people wish to achieve, and after his life, after his sporting career, having succeeded on his academic career is something that it's really motivational for me, to know that after my sporting career I will have another career, and Pericles is someone that actually motivates me to become not as an athlete but as a person, having a successful life. And as for his character, Pericles is someone that he's really understands his people. He's really positive. We've been in the army together. He was my general, and we've been in the stadiums as well. And he's something. He's a person. He's really polite, and he's a really nice person to be around with. So yeah, he's amazing.
Okay, so Manolis, thank you very much. I think that it's enough. I hope that you enjoyed. Did you want to say something else before we close?
Yeah, thank you everyone for having me. It was a pleasure. This was my first ever conference, so I was a bit nervous, but now I'm okay. So yeah, thank you. It was amazing.
Okay, I also from my side I want to thank the American College of Greece for hosting this really nice digital conference, and I hope the best, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Manolis, and good luck.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vicky Vamiedaki, a tourism and a travel journalist and a communication specialist. I will be the moderator for our next session. Please do not forget to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022 and, of course, to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. We're really expecting questions. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Stella Livadi, Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator, Sports Management Department of Tourism, Hospitality and Sport at the School of Business and Economics, the American College of Greece. And Dr. Evgenia Zoumaka, Associate Lecturer Marketing at the Sports Management School of Business and Economics, the American College of Greece. They will present for the first time the first sports tourism numbers in Greece, something that we were really expecting. Hello.
Hello.
The stage is yours, and then we have enough time to discuss details. Please.
Thank you so much for the introduction. While we're waiting for the PowerPoint presentation to upload, thank you very much for all of you being here today, especially to our students and those of us who are watching us online. Today, we're going to be presenting the first research on the sports tourism numbers in Greece. This is our first research project, and we're very thankful that we had our students helping us with this project. It was funded by the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, and also funded by Active Media Group, with whom we are co-organizing this event, and we have the opportunity to discuss the findings. The agenda, what we're going to be discussing today includes the world tourism statistics, it includes the Greek tourism statistics, the sports tourism industry statistics, as well as the results of our research that include the methodology. We investigated 3 major events: Authentic Marathon Swim, Zagori Mountain Running, and Navarino Challenge. Of course, we will discuss the managerial implications as well as future research agenda. We all know that the tourism industry has been hard hit during the pandemic, and of course, the projections about decline in revenues were harsher than expected, and as you see here, we saw a decline in revenues of 62%. This was attributed, of course, to the decrease in arrivals. We see here that 71.3% decline in 2021 affected negatively the world industry. And Greece was not an exception to this fact. The crisis affected the Greek tourism industry, and what we're seeing here is that we had a steep decline of 62% and revenues declining to 14.80 billion here. And of course, this affected also the contribution of travel to the Greek GDP, which is about 25%. Those are not good news. As we see, the arrivals declined by 53%, and unfortunately, this meant that revenues and receipts declined also by approximately 71% here, 76%. Some of the countries, as you see here, almost disappeared from the Greek map. Arrivals from Russia and the United States were almost declined by 96 and 97%. And we're looking towards a solution to this problem. Sports tourism is no surprise. It's not news that affects positively the tourism economy. When we're talking about sports tourism, it's nothing different than what our ancestors did in the 10th century BC, where they were traveling from a city to another city so that they could either attend or watch ancient Greek games. Of course, this is the definition of sports tourism currently. So for leisure purposes, individuals travel from their home community to another community so that they would attend a sports event or watch an event or even venerate attractions with physical activities. We have 2 forms: the passive sports tourism, consumers, people who attend a holiday destination who travel so that they can watch sports. And of course, the market share of those is slightly higher, it's 59%. And we have the active sports tourism, people who would travel to another destination so that they could take up on sports or be involved actively in participation. This could be going golfing or skiing. This could be participating in organized events. This could be taking adventure activities like canoeing, for example. How has this affected the economy? We know that there is a dynamic increase on behalf of sports tourism. We see that this is one of the fastest growing segments in the overall tourism industry. Cumulative annual growth rate of 16.1% from 2021 to 2030, whereas the projections for 2030 is 2,000 times more than the 800 billions of 2016. Getting dizzy with the numbers, this is my purpose, right? Why does this happen? Because to begin with, we have more events that attendees can take part. Of course, the growth of the sports industry, the growth of the popularity of sports. We also have the growing participation, infrastructure that is getting better and better, rising disposable income, and government initiative to promote sports tourism. We heard about a couple of those in the beginning of this day. And of course, the market is not something that we can neglect when it comes to the total numbers of tourism. The sports tourism market is 12% of the overall tourism market. When it comes to developed economies, this is 20%, $1 out of $5 spent there. If we talk about Europe, then we're talking about the largest market share, 37%. And this is followed by the United States and the Asian Pacific countries that are expected to surpass the revenues from Europe. When it comes to the United States, the absolute number and the revenues that are spent is approximately 50 billion for sports tourism activity, to include lodging, food, meals, etc. In Greece, we see, and this is one of the few industries in Greece where the potential growth is so impressive, we see a 45%, this is the most optimistic scenario, for growth in the sports tourism industry. Of course, there are factors that positively affect this growth. There are favorite sports. Football, the king of sports, the favorite sport of Greeks as well, is one of the reasons why consumers travel for sports tourism activity. Of course, we see other sports like cricket and motorsport and tennis, and of course, a number of running and swimming events. In Greece, we know that there are almost 3 events, up to 5 events per weekend, with running events and swimming events being the most popular. We cannot acknowledge that this is a behavioral social trend, because running has grown in popularity like by 300% the past decade. So why do we need sports tourism? Is it only the finance? No, but it's also the finance. It's the economic impact, the positive economic impact. It's also the social impact, the sense of pride, the sociability, the celebration. It's also the urban regeneration through infrastructure. It's the sport participation and development. It's the environmental footprint that currently becomes more and more positively, sustainability initiatives. It's about education. It's also about the visibility of the destination, what we in marketing terms call destination branding, and it's also about the exposure. Of course, we also discuss about getting a place in the international map for countries and destinations like the Greek ones that we will see today, and developing skills. But for the sake of this speech today and the results that we're going to be presenting, the economic impact was what was investigated. So what we're seeing is that we have new spending through new sports event. So new visitors spend on the local economy. The event organizers and their employees spend to the local economy. The new local businesses, the pop-up stores, spend to the local economy. And of course, the new government that support the sports event. Of course, we also have internal increased spending. The locals
will spend on the event, and of course the businesses will contribute. And we have inward and outward investments, we have job creation, we have tax revenues and other financial yet intangible benefits. So if we had to decide among large or smaller sport events, and of course we're talking about the Greek scale here, then what we know is that large events are very beneficial for the large countries. They can leverage them to the full, whereas smaller cities cannot support and they cannot fully benefit from what economic surplus due to the limited resources. On the other hand, smaller events can be substantially beneficial both for the smaller cities and the larger cities. Why did we do this research? You saw a couple of citations because we're scientists, and this is what we learn to do. But through those citations, what you cannot find are research on minor sports events. You can find economic impact literature on mega sports events like the Olympic Games, or for major ones like the marathons. You can find a couple of studies for Europe, while the majority of the research is orientated toward North American cases. And sometimes we see research that is focusing on destinations, cities like Miami, mainstream destinations that would benefit less, let's say, from smaller events. The Greek context is not represented sufficiently. We don't have sufficient cases that represent the financial. To be honest, this is the first research because so far, previous research has focused on activities, not events. Therefore, we conducted the specific research, including not one, but 3 destinations, fundamentally different in terms of the region, in terms of the size of the total registered athletes, in terms of the number of sports, etc., etc. We followed a quantitative methodology and we limited our sample, the participants of the survey, to active tourists. This is the most stringent way that we could follow so that we can imprint the financial, the economic impact, avoiding counter-adding the results. Therefore, the questionnaire addressed registered participants of the 3 events. It was a quantitative research with a semi-financial motive for participants to spend their time. We asked them how many days they would spend on the destination, how much money they would spend per night accommodation, average daily spending on meals, as well as other retail spending, and of course, some of their behavioral and demographic profile characteristics so that we could be able to draw some more definitive conclusions. The results of the research will be presented by my colleague, esteemed colleague, Dr. Livadi, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Before I start with the results, let me just comment Evgenia and the students that helped her, because 2 out of the 3 events were in the summer of 2021, and that was a period where actually our students came out of the hole that the COVID-19 put them in. And we are also proud of the students and, of course, my colleague, because this was really the first attempt to engage students in research in this institution. And as Dr. Christalis mentioned earlier this morning, this is a direction that this institution wants to take by implementing the student scholars, etc. And we are proud to say that we have done it before we even knew that this is the direction that the institution wants to take. So the first event is the authentic marathon swim at Pevki. Unfortunately, Pevki suffered a big disaster after we were there. We don't want to attribute that to our presence. This event is a historic event because it's connected to the Battle of Artemisia. So there is some sort of cultural sport connection there that it's also something that this country needs to address through its academic institutions. We don't have a program that students study cultural and sport management. Germany has. as our esteemed colleague from Helbron University has informed us. So this event includes 10 kilometers as, like individual kind of events within the big event, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers, and 800 kilometers. And it's, of course, organized by the municipality of Istiea, Edipsos, under the Active Media Group Sport Production. Okay, so, oops. How do we play this? All right. Once more, okay. Just a short video for the history of the event. Okay, so now that I see it again, I'm jealous. So, however, I was in Tokyo, so I don't know who should be jealous here. So, first kind of analysis we did, of course, as we always do, it's the demographic information. We had a pretty much balanced kind of sample in terms of gender. Then we have an average age of about 45 years old with a minimum of 19 and the maximum of 68. I admire this person. Okay, then we have the kind of marital status breaking down. We have a lot of people who are married and cohabitating, but we have a good number of single people, which normally is associated with younger ages. 100% were employed. That's an interesting finding here. And we have an average household income of around 1,500 euros per month. 85% traveled with company, which could be friends, could be co-athletes, could be a significant other, and children and siblings. That's also interesting that siblings go to participate together in an event. Now, the participant profile in terms of education, we see highly educated people here for the most part. And we also ask them about their concern regarding the COVID-19 situation, of course, that we were still in it, and we are still in it. And we had, they were not quite concerned. You'll see that the next events, people were more concerned than the people here. So we have a mean of 3.9 with a maximum of 7. And 67.5% of the participants were vaccinated for COVID-19. Now, in terms of the behavioral characteristics, in a question that we are asking them, how do you see yourself as a swimmer? We see that most people are recreational swimmers, they are amateur swimmers, and there is a good percentage of 20% that they consider themselves professional. Also, under the participant profile, we ask them, for statistical purposes, of course, what kind of event of the events that we presented to you before is the most popular, and it seems that the 10 kilometers is the most popular event in that big event. Now, we are getting to the juice of it here, the destination awareness. The question was, were you aware of Pevki as a vacation destination before participating in this event? And you see that 75% they knew Pevki before they got to this event. Also, number of previous visits at PEFCI EVIAS, it was 55% that they never been there, so therefore the event was a good excuse to have their first visit at PEFCI. And then we have how many times have you visited PEFCI to participate in sport events? And we see that a big percentage, 62.5%, they never participated before. This was obviously their first time. And we have like a good group of people that will possibly, if they are swimmers, will come back to visit the place. Also, how long did you stay at PEFCI? You see that most people stayed 2 nights, but we also have a good group of people that they even stayed for a week. Maybe they combined the event with a short vacation, or with the vacation that a lot of families, a lot of times they don't have more than 7 to 10 days to have a vacation during the summer. Regarding the economic impact, the spending per person, and that's an average, we looked first at the daily cost of accommodation, which was around 49 euros. The daily cost of meals was also around 40, and the overall retail spending was 27.5 euros. So the retail spending was, like buying certain things like souvenirs, etc. And that's what was evident from the data we collected in the first event, that was the PEFCI Authentic Marathon Swim.
So maybe it's the less popular, this event, from the other two that you're presenting. So maybe we need to say some things. EVIA or North EVIA or PEFCI, you couldn't say that it is actually very famous for something. Maybe, this battle, very few people know that those fantastic swimmers were swimming there 2,500 years ago. So what's your feeling? What was the motivation of all these people that went there to participate? Was it the story that they imagined? Was it the challenge of swimming there? Was it because it's really close from Athens? I don't know how many of them were from Athens. What do you think was it? Or maybe it was a quiet area, so they could take family, maybe pets together, maybe.
I would think that all of them. However, I think that the students in Vienna who qualitatively looked at these things, because they were present, can answer this question. But my instinct says it was one of the first events, and people wanted to get out and do something. Of course, not an ordinary person went there. We looked at their profile. They had some sort of connection with swimming, but it was really one of the first events, and therefore, people just wanted to do it. And they would go even if it was, I don't know where, that nobody knew. That's the feeling I have, but...
In fact, it was one of the opportunities for athletes to go out and celebrate their sport and participate in a very nicely organized event. But there were the ones who were coming from abroad, they were really interested in the story. They were fascinated by the ancient Greek story behind the event. Because this is a relatively new event, the reason why athletes were there was the sport event. They did not come for PEFCI. To be honest, they knew PEFCI, 75% knew PEFCI. There was a high number that did not actually know the destination at all, right? Northern area, but they didn't know about it. But the 75% who knew this as a vacation, they have never come to PEFCI, but they came for the event. And when they came, they said, oh, we didn't know that it was so nice.
And so close, maybe.
And so close.
Even if you come by,
by car.
By car, or the airport. I mean, from Athens airport, it's like, what, 2 hours?
Yes.
2 hours and a half?
It was with the boat trip, it was 2 hours and a half. If you go inside driving, it was 3 hours or so. But it was so close, and they liked the destination, and they liked the destination more than other destinations closer to the area that are more popular. So the single reason why they had visited the area was the event, which is the contribution of a smaller event which is growing. And they said, I will come next year and bring an athlete, now that I know that's so close. And the president of the World Open Swimming Association even considered including the authentic marathon in, you know, the number of events that they would support because of the history and the positive surprise, because it was the race, the well-organized race, but also the environment and the destination.
We aspire in doing this research, you know, continue doing it, as long as, of course, the event is happening. But I think this year is a good opportunity to connect this event with a regeneration of the area, since they were devastated by those fires. And it will, you know, it's a great opportunity to show how sport can also contribute to things like that.
Yes, and I think that it's a swimming race. It's a swimming, let's say, party. So you're not that sad because you don't see the forest that it is destroyed, or if you cross, if you run and you see maybe more things about sports that have to do with the sea have to be developed in every area now that it has so much problem. But do you think that a fact, a historical fact like this battle is very important for an area to find something and to develop an event? Do you think that it's really important to have a story behind?
This cultural connection, you mean? You know, as Greeks, we would like to believe so. That's, you know,
important
that's also the Olympic Games, you know.
For the visitors. Is one more thing that they will count down to say, yes, I will go there because there is also a story?
Well, in my early years as a graduate student with my mentor, Dr. Andrew Yanakis, we have done research on tourist roles. And actually, this is his area of expertise. And what this research showed is that there are different kinds of tourists, like one who is the must tourist, you know, the one that wants to go to a resort, stay in there, don't go out, you know, do whatever is offered to them. They don't even want to taste the, you know, the local food or anything like that. There is the anthropologist that wants to go around and talk to people and maybe learn a little bit of the language. There is, you know, the sunbather, you know, they just go somewhere and they stay at the beach and they never go anywhere else.
It's not us, yes.
Or the party animal, you know, that we remember with Corfu and Zante and all these islands that the British...
it's still happening.
Yes, it's still happening, but it was, you know, an era in the 80s, very few people maybe remember the 80s here, that, you know, different approach to tourism, you know. So yes, if you approach the right people, yes, of course, they would maybe, if they come with a family and they find this as an opportunity to teach their children, or maybe even schools, although it's not a school period, could come and, you know, associate culture with sport that way.
It's a kind of educational tourism.
Yeah.
The sports tourism also, you can learn things.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should move and then we come back to Pefki.
Okay, from the sea then to the mountain.
To the mountain.
Okay. Still, I was in Tokyo, okay, and this is a different kind of event. Of course, you know, one is swimming, the other is running. As it was mentioned before, those are the two most popular activities in terms of sports tourism, and especially the running movement the last few years was developed a lot in Greece. There were people who were called, you know, like that they were lunatics when they started thinking about developing the running movement in Greece. When, for example, the marathon, the authentic marathon had like a few hundred people, and everybody goes complaining why the whole, you know, Attica state was in stall because these 100 people, 200 people, 300 people wanted to run from Marathon to the Kalimarmaro. So anyway, this is a large-scale mountain running event organized the past 10 years at Zagori, taking place in July, off-season. You know, people who want to go to that event. They, Greeks don't go to the mountains, not normally, in the summer. And is around in the for anybody who doesn't know, the area of Ioannina. Now, the event last year noted participation of approximately 2,500 athletes, resulting in over 90% hotel occupancy at the broader area of Zagori, as well as economic and social benefits throughout the local community and returning visitors. I remember that they were telling me that they couldn't find a place to stay. So it was a very high occupancy rate at this point. So let us see the video, the relevant video. I really admire these people. I'm a water person. Seeing them doing this, it's amazing. And of course, the landscape is amazing. Hopefully, I might be able to go, not to run, of course. Okay, so again, demographics here, mostly males, around 40 years old, about 42, still with a minimum of 19 and a maximum of 67. Do I admire that 67 person running this kind of event? 96% employed, and the household income is about the same, around 1,500 euros or 1,600 euros, and 85% have traveled with companies. So they see this as an opportunity to take people together. Now, in terms of area of residence, we see that we have a good percentage of people that are locals, okay, all the region of Epirus. Then we have a big percentage of people who were coming from Attica and Thessaloniki, and then there were other kind of areas of destination. Now, the profile, we all again asked them, if they were COVID vaccinated. Most people were. And also their education, we see still highly educated people here. In terms of their marital status, we have mostly married, but a good percentage, of course, they are single. And the average number of children was 1.07. And the concern was a little bit higher than in the previous event. Now, in terms of how long have they been running, we see a big percentage, of people who were running for many years, and actually the average was about 8 years. Okay, so it seems that this event is attracting people who, they do this, and this is one of the areas where they do it. However, we have a few people who are all, like beginners, let's say, because about 3 years, it's a period that is like you get to know how you run and what is your potential, etc. Now, the sport profile, still we have amateurs and recreational kind of participants with very few professionals. And the race participation, look at these numbers. That's why I said, no way I understand these people. The least distance they ran was 10 kilometers, but then look at that tera, which is teras, of course, 80 kilometers. I don't know how these people are doing. These are special people, at least to my understanding. Now, again, we asked them how many times they visited Zagori for vacation. A good percentage, 36% approximately, they never been there. And then we have a good percentage of about 65 that, they have been there at least once, okay, for vacation. Now, how many times they have visited Zagori to participate in the event? Okay, there were some newcomers, about 45%, and then we had the rest of the people that they have been there at least once. With a lot of people, 61.8, having this is being their second time. Now, the Zagori mountain running impact, we looked at the nights again that these people stayed there to participate in the event and maybe vacation. If they have stayed there for a week, it's possible that they combined this. We have a good percentage, about 60%, that they stayed at least 2 nights. Okay, we have like one night that is about 15%, and then we have 42% that is 2 nights. Okay, and the economic impact now, daily cost of accommodation about 60 euros. You see it's a little bit more expensive. Daily cost of meals, approximately the same with the previous event, 36. And the overall retail spending was 38 euros. And that's Zagori Mountain Run.
We will continue, and then we'll take questions.
Okay. So the third event, in this one, I was happy to be here since it was in October, and actually we got a good group of volunteers to help the organization. We experienced the facilities that are amazing, and of course this is a different type of event because it's a large-scale, multiple award-winning sport tourism event at Pylos. Totally different region. We went from Evia to Epirus and then down to, the Peloponnese. The sport event has now become a 3-day sport wellness festival where friends and families come together and celebrate sports literally and metaphorically. So this one, definitely people come with their families and they participate in activities besides, the running events that it's the main attraction, somebody would say. So all attendees, regardless of their participation in the Navarino Challenge runs had the opportunity to take up more than 30 sport activities designed for amateur athletes, of course, of all ages and abilities, and are as diverse as beach volleyball, basketball, boxing, tennis, biking, Pilates, etc. You name it. Let's watch the video again. Okay, so students, we are waiting for you, to volunteer again for this event in October. More or less the same kind of demographic profile. We see, though, that the maximum now is a little bit lower, so we don't have a lot of older people, 100% employed, and of course a higher income kind of participants. From around 1,600, we are here at 2,200 per month. And a bit balanced gender profile, 58%, about 58% males and 42% females. The profile of the people who traveled with the main participant is that they had a spouse, they had children, they have friends, or they were going to the event with other participating athletes. Also, an average number of children, similar to the previous one, with a mean of 1.13. Concern about COVID-19 was also a bit high. And then we have the education makeup, which is still, highly educated people for the most part. How you see yourself as a runner? Again, people, they were seeing themselves as mostly recreational and amateur runners, not that much as professionals, although there was a good percentage there. And have you participated in other activities than running? While at the Navarino Challenge, you see that a lot of people said yes. So they took the opportunity of experiencing the variety of activities that the whole program was offering them. Were you aware of Pylos as vacation destination before participating in Navarino Challenge? We see that people know Pylos, of course. And how many times have you visited Pylos for vacation? We had a good percentage that they have, and we have, we have a percentage of around 36 that it was their first time doing that. And then how many times have you visited Pylos to participate at the Navarino Challenge specifically? We see that we have of about 42% that it was their first time, and then the rest, they came at least once to take part at the Navarino Challenge. So a lot of happy returning people. And how long did you stay at the area of Navarino? We see that there is a big percentage of people that they stayed at least 2 nights, 1 or 2 nights, and then we have again some people, small percentages that they may have done this as also as a vacation in early fall. And the economic impact, daily cost accommodation 355 euros, upscale, as you probably see. Daily cost of meals about 70 euros, overall retail spending 120, transportation costs 150, and then we have the participation fee, which is about 30 euros. So that's the third event, and as you go up, I can, we can answer any questions you might have.
Summarizing, and we would like to place the attention here at the, let's say, modest event. Navarino Challenge is a premium event. Pevki would be unfair to be compared since it's a relatively new event, so we took Zagori Mountain Running as the departure point. And what we see is that the economic impact is accumulated to over 150,000 euro only from active sports tourists. So what we see is the excluding the transportation costs, excluding the participation fees, which of course contribute to the local economy. This is an agency from Ioannina that manages. We have a total of 154,290 euros spent on accommodation, meals, and retail spending directly to the local community. I think that it's time to open.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stella Livadi and Dr. Evgenia Zoumaka for your presentation. It was really great having you. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm Akis Cholis, Chief Executive Officer of Active Media Group, and I will be the moderator for our next panel discussion. Please do not forget to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022 and to send your questions under the stream of each speaker. Please, let's welcome Mrs. Sofia Zacharaki, Deputy Minister of Tourism, as well Dr. George Costa, Professor in Recreation Management and Sport Tourism from Demokritos University of Thrace, and Mr. Christos Neophytou, President of Sports Tourism and Cyprus Sports Organization. Together with us will be as well Dr. Evgenia Tsoumaka to discuss the results of the first sports tourism research that was held in Greece. Mrs. Zacharaki, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for today's invitation, Mr. Touris. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this very interesting panel discussion. From the few minutes that I've been in the office, I just came from Dubai. I was able to see part of the presentation. I really look forward to really taking stock of all the very important findings. And when I say taking stock, I mean incorporating them in all the documentation that we have been using so far in order to fully justify the prioritization that we already have as regards sports tourism. As the competent Deputy Minister for Tourism Education and the special forms of tourism, or as many people call it, the experiential part of tourism, I was really interested since the beginning, it's more than a year now, to really prioritize sports tourism. And this was done looking at the numbers, looking at the figures, looking at the figures of how important sports events have been for regional development. Because when we're talking about sports events, we might think about the marathon, we might think about events that are emblematic. At the same time, we're also considering the immense importance and, of course, the growing confidence that they render to regional development when we talk about a small village, may that be in Zagori, or it may be in Evrytania, in my home place, or it could be, if you look at northern area, the places that have been ravaged, unfortunately, by the wildfires. So I would like to sincerely thank the RE College, ECG, and of course Active Media for today's opportunity. Let's talk about an issue that is very central to our policy and very close to our hearts. It is indeed sports tourism, one of the fastest growing sectors in tourism. And of course, we see more and more people, tourists, our guests, as we prefer to call them, and of course, our compatriots who have really discovered the countryside, who have really discovered physical activity, especially during COVID. And we hope that this also will continue in the post-COVID era, being interested in sports activities during their trips, whether the sports are the main objective of travel or they are not. Sport events of various kinds and sizes, which attract tourism as participants or spectators, and destinations that try to add to the local flavors. And really, they make them distinguish themselves and provide authentic local experiences. And I'm sure that all the participants or all the people who kindly attend today's meeting, this very interesting meeting, they know that the key word in tourism is experience. Now, tourism and sports are two social phenomena of the 21st century, and they mobilize millions of people around the world. And you know that these two sectors, I'm sure that you have thoroughly discussed this until now, complete each other and share common goals, as forging the understanding and closer relations between people in different cultures and lifestyles, and contributing to the promotion of peace among nations, and such an important word of such great gravity that is, especially in those days, peace. Together, sports and tourism also represent the most powerful economic driving force of society today, with enormous potential to generate a wide range of economic spin-offs. And of course, tourism can contribute to the sustainable development and the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals if properly developed and managed. Now here, as I said, in our Ministry of Tourism, I know that our minister also addressed this important event. We really believe in the development of it, and we have really proved it along this year. We think that the comparative strength of sport tourism lies in engagement in physical activities, in opportunities for interactions, in high development potential almost everywhere. As I said before, the smallest village up to a city like Athens or Thessaloniki, where they see the even growing interest in important events. Here in our strategic plan of the following year, as well as the 10-year strategy, as I said before, we really pay a lot of attention to sports tourism. We work together with the regional authorities, with the regional and local authorities, with tourism operators, and of course the private sector, which we know that they're taking a leading role in promoting sports tourism. And we also pay a lot of attention, you see that also with the Ministry of Tourism, in cycling tourism, in leisure sports and training tourism, which can, of course, again, contribute to local development. Now, the legal framework concerning sport and sport-related activities of leisure and adventure is currently under reform, following the proposal of the Ministry of Tourism that acts in collaboration with all the involved stakeholders. And of course, all the competent authorities, such as the Ministry of Culture and Sports and the Ministry of Environment and Energy, athletic clubs and associations. Of course, stakeholders coming from the private sector. As I said before, and with this, I will pause for now because our co-speakers are, I think that they have extremely important interventions and contributions. Our action plan for 22 includes and emphasizes on the promotion of mountain tourism, cycling tourism, climbing, outdoor sports activities of leisure and adventure such as hiking, horseback riding, swimming, running, archery, swimming with equipment, rafting, mountain biking, climbing, rowing, skiing, gorge crossing, triathlon, tennis, golf, so many of them, so many activities that are performed under specific climate conditions. And of course, those include the ones that take place in mountain refuges and ski resorts. We will soon issue, and this is an important announcement, a joint ministerial decision concerning safe organization of sports tourism activities of leisure and adventure, the definition of safety measures required in these events, and the specifications of the equipment used, the obligation of the participants, as well as other related issues. And of course, another very important development this year was the cooperation between the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport and the Ministry of Tourism, which came together in a memorandum with the cities of cycling for the promotion of cycling tourism, and the very important event of the cycling event that will take place here in Greece. With these initial thoughts, I would like again to thank you for today's participation, and I look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Deputy Minister of Tourism. Dr. Zoumaka, we heard actually a lot of interesting and very things that we knew about sports tourism, but now with your research, we have evidence. Your research is the first evidence about sports tourism in Greece in 3 big sports tourism events. Due to the pandemic, we couldn't be in more sports events as far as I know, but now we have evidence that sports tourism helps also the destination as well. It also helps economically. There is an economical footprint that stays, and it's very important for each area. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Of course. I will take up on the speech of Ms. Zaharaki, Deputy Minister, and of course I would like to discuss what was previously mentioned by Ms. Vamiadaki. It's about the experience. It's about the storytelling, and the events, the sports events, can provide this storytelling and this experience to the tourists. This is something different. In marketing, we call it the unique selling proposition. We call it the differentiation point. And those sports events have managed to acquire a standalone value. They're fundamentally different. On the one hand, we were talking about an event, only 3-4 years, right, of the event taking place, a small destination, not well known, that acquired a loyal audience. We had 30% of returning athletes to Pevki. Zagori Mountain Run started with 200 runners on July at Zagori, and now 90% capacity. Mr. Cholis, you can confirm that we couldn't find a room for us to stay.
Yes. I can confirm 2 things, first of all. First thing is that we stayed at Ioannina, because there was no other place to stay near Zagori and Cepelovo. The second thing is that as you mentioned, the race started with 200 people. Same thing happened during our first Navarino Challenge, which this year we have our 10 years anniversary. We started with only 12 or 13 rooms booked. But it needs people with vision, and we need to support this. In this case, like you mentioned, Mr. Vasilis Tsoumakas in Zagori or Temes, in Messinia, they had the vision, they supported, they invest in this vision, which is very important. And at the same time, we have the help, of course, of the Ministry of Tourism, in order to support us. And, when we said the help, we just want, some channels of communication. This is something very important. And of course, now that the legal, of course, like Mrs. Deputy Minister of Tourism mentioned, that we have something, a legal fracture that is solid about the sports tourism, which did not exist, unfortunately, and now we have it. These are very important things. So, yes, we had problems now, and I think this is a problem for many sport events. Even the Athletic Marathon in Athens has problems with the hotels, in Athens. And these are good problems that for the sport tourism companies have to think solutions together with destinations in order to improve.
Of course, and as the Deputy Minister said and started her speech with, is that sport is a social phenomenon. And we experienced this at Navarino Challenge. 88% come accompanied. And when we say accompanied, we mean with their spouses or significant other and their families. And even when they took part in the race, they would also take part in the number of sports events taking place simultaneously, which is a family occupation and also an experience that cannot be substituted by traveling to a destination just for the weekend. And of course, this is also imprinted in the economic indices. We don't have the full picture yet, but we have a very good picture from this first initial research. And as we saw, the average spending is over the average spending of the visit at the region. This happened also at Epirus and at Peloponnese. So the customers, the consumers, the travelers, whatever terms fits best, also shows that the economic impact is higher than the average tourism impact.
Exactly. And Dr. George Costa, as professor in recreation management, sport tourism, from Democritus University of Thrace. Let me tell you first of all that we are very honored to have you here because we are younger. You have a lot of years of experience, in such a difficult sector.
I will take this as a compliment.
Yes, I will tell you why. Because we need to continue the legacy, in some things. And for us, it's very important that you have done some research. And you have already do great work, about sports tourism, and we are so happy that we have something to continue.
Well, the honor is mine to be here, and thank you very much. And I appreciate being here, and thank you for the invitation. And I think, I try to put all my thoughts together. What we need is evidence, and I think your research is giving us numbers. Professor Alexandris from Aristotle University is trying to do that the last few years. But I think what you have done here is very solid. And now we can start, this is the fundamentals, the basement, and we can start building up there. There are many questions, small versus big. There was a book in the 80s, Small is Beautiful. Should we go to small scale marathons or small scale events, or should we go for big? And there is no answer. You can go to small unless you do it right. You can be as successful. And what's success? It's only economically, it's social. What other things? Infrastructure. You just said that you cannot stay in a hotel in the Zagori race. Okay, well, what's the maximum number? And then I think the Deputy Minister talked about the green development. We should not sacrifice everything. We should be sustainable. Because we can do it for 2 years and be very successful and then destroy it. There is, in the Pacific Islands, there are many examples of how they destroyed their economy, of having 2 or 3 successful, famous years of tourism and sports events, and then destroy the environment, and then nobody will go back. So I think the literature is out there. What we need in Greece, and again, we've been saying that for the last 20, 30 years, is evidence. For the first time, I think people scientists are giving in evidence, and we should start putting things one next to each other. I received a phone call from Amorgos, from an Australian who lives there. They called from England. They said, we need somebody to accompany swimmers who want to swim in Amorgos. And I mean, the English people called in Amorgos and trying, I think there's no networking. They cannot find who will do a swimming race in Amorgos. And the British people will come and organize it through an Australian. And that for me is outrageous. So what we need here is evidence, and then we need a networking. We should find out, I think what's happening, and I'm changing a little bit, and I'll finish with that. Pelopas, it's a very good thing is happening right now in Greece. General Secretary of Sport and the Ministry of Sport is trying to put down what events, not events, but what stadiums and things we have, so we know where to go and how to do it. So first, we have to know where we are so we can progress. So evidence we have, and then if we do know like how many stadiums we have, how many swimming pools we have, how many cities are willing to participate in these things, then we can start having a vision for the future. So I will stop here and I'll come back. I have more things to talk about this research, and I think this is a very good example and we should follow it.
Yes, and what is good is that we are, so different stakeholders here and talking about that. And I'm so glad that the Deputy Minister is with us because this is not happening very often. And I think one of the few things we have seen, with this government is that we have stakeholders talking, the destinations, municipalities, regions, private companies, everybody's talking and discussing about what is best for sports tourism, for example. And the thing is that we met, unfortunately, and I said unfortunately, but fortunately, in a sports tourism conference in Cyprus, Dr. Costa, and that was a very good excuse, to see again the president of the sport tourism, organization from the Cyprus Sports Organization, Mr. Christos Neophytou, and you unite the Greeks once, Mr. President. So it was really something that we laugh, but sometimes these are opportunities, in order to discuss and develop our sector. So thank you for that opportunity, first of all. And over to you now to tell us a little bit about your experience with these results.
So thank you, Agis, for this. In the first conference that we organized, Mr. Costa was one of our main speakers. In the second conference we're organizing on May, Mrs. Zaharaki will be our main speaker, and you will talk after her. So I think it's a good thing uniting people. Having said that, even I can say Cyprus is a small country, less options for sport tourism, less venues, less activities, less facilities. But what we do, I think, first of all, we all put a target and fight like a team. An example of this is that 2 days ago, we have managed to win and host one leg of the Eurobasket in 2025. And it will be the biggest event ever hosted in Cyprus. It was a joint force with the Ministry of Economy, Cyprus Sports Organization, which is the equivalent of Deputy Ministry of Sports that you have here in Greece, Cyprus Olympic Committee. Everybody was together. And it is said that it will bring more than 15,000 of visitors in Limassol only for this event. So, before going to the very valuable research that was presented here, I was talking with Mr. Costa when we met here, and let me give you an example of what we did in Cyprus. And I have just learned that you don't have it here, which in my mind is pretty simple. What is it? First of all, it's a sports calendar. So when you go on our website, there is a sports calendar which can be browsed by sports, which indicates all the events. So why is this useful? It's useful because it's a network instrument between the federations, the sport organizations, the travel agents, and it helps that the events do not conflict with each other, because we have seen in the past that in the same weekend there are two major events. So if you are there and you can see it and you have this information, the events won't conflict. The second thing is the book that Mr. Costa will advertise Cyprus for, is the athletic map. So you have to know the venues. This athletic map, it's on the official website of our organization. It shows all the venues. They are presented in details, the details of it, such as capacity, access to athletes and spectators with disabilities. It's mobile friendly. The next version is to be able to reserve your venue, to pay the venue. It will text you that to remind you that in 15 days you have booked for the special event. So these are some small instruments that will help us make a step forward.
That's very useful, actually, and you're right about that. I think that it can be, easier maybe in Cyprus, but at least you have done it. But in our case in Greece, we're still learning, we're still learning our landscape, we're still learning about what the potential, of this country. We always try to protect the nature and the environment, Dr. Costa, that's true. And actually we have a very interesting session about sustainability, I think on Saturday morning. Those three events that the research was done had sustainability, schedule and program. We try a lot not to hurt the environment, and we try very hard, to try to be sustainable. This is something that came over the last years, and will stay, I think, after the pandemic for more, since the outdoor industry is going to explode. Before going back to you, Mrs. Deputy, I would like to ask Dr. Zoumaka, can you give us a little bit about the numbers of the economical impact? And I'm talking about the economical impact very simply for one reason. Because, whenever I talk with hoteliers and hotel chains, big ones or small ones, we always talk about numbers. We always talk about how much money we will get, how much money our restaurants will get, how much money, our city will get from this sports tourism event. Sometimes they even want to guarantee, them how much money, but it doesn't matter. So, do we have some evidence for this, Dr. Zoumaka?
Of course, we have discussed those also previously, but allow me to remind you, and thank you for this question. With regards, for example, to Pevki, there we saw that an average stay would cost 50 euros. We're talking about early July, where it was not even the high season at Pevki. Right, so the daily cost of meal would be around 40 euros. And again, we're talking about above the average contribution as compared to the Northern Avia, for example, spending on an average. If we take this to the Zagori level, where the accommodation was...
Can I just, sorry for 1 second, about Pevki, this is about North Avia just before the fires, correct?
Of course.
At the same time, we had, if I remember well, 35% of the visitors stayed over 1 week.
You know the numbers very, very
so
well.
This is not, sometimes the numbers you have just to see them, just not to read them. And okay, you might have a daily spend of 150 euros, which is very close to the region, like you said, but the most important thing is the 1 week. So some people may start their vacation from there, or were staying there, and just participate in the event. But this is also very important.
Of course, and what was also very important is that we had the returning visitors for an event which is not yet established. Like not only coming back, but coming back for a larger number of stays. The geography, of course, is very helpful towards this because the expenses of transportation are relatively lower as compared to other destinations. But we saw this at Zagori as well and other destinations. We see that they use the event.
I can say that only Pevki just a race of 1.5 years. Twice during the pandemic, which was a really big accomplishment to the mayor that had a very big vision about his birthplace, and was really important. I can give you an example with Peches, which is also a short distance, by car, and also is growing bigger and bigger every year. So I think, that it just takes time sometimes, in order to create something and to build. And you have to be patient.
Of course, and the community factor, the fact that we have the returning visitors, the returning athletes, who come back with their friends and bring others at Zagori, which was not very expected because the trails are quite difficult. We saw, and we interviewed while doing the research and the questionnaires, we saw people that said, I have come with my friend. I never thought that I would start and take up on mountain running. It's not, like a recreational sport, but I enjoyed the community and I wanted to be a part of this. And this year I am participating. And this is the way to my best understanding, that this event was scaled. And of course, if we go back to also the economic impact of the Zagor event, what we saw is relatively higher spending on the accommodation. Of course, the scarcity is an issue there. And the fact that they were spending also on meals. Here, I have to say that the 36 euros that athletes would spend daily is partially attributed to the fact that the organization would cover one of their meals. So they would only have to spend for the second meal of the day. So here we also saw that a relatively high number of spending was due to souvenirs and so on. What our audience maybe does not know was that there was a setting of a pop-up stores where they could purchase, apparel, shoes, and of course sponsored products, which contributes because the area is not, let's say, ideal for retail spending. And if we go back to Navarino Challenge, where I think it's more profound that the spending is higher, due to the setting of the event, you need to register and book your room. Most of the participants would come with their friends and their families, so they start with a budget. To this point, I want to share that I met a couple of friends there who had come for the vacation and watching the event, and they said that they would be participating because they would truly enjoy the Navarino Challenge. And of course, this is a premium event. The cost of the meals is higher. What we did not show to this research, but I need to say this now that I have the opportunity, is that much spending was conducted to the area of Pylos, where they went to see and go sightseeing and also spend at the house of Tsiklitíras and also have minor stay, which is very important not only for the hotel area, but for the broader area of Pylos. We saw that people knew Pylos, but they were mostly coming for Navarino Challenge, and we had 70% of returning athletes and participants.
Yes, it was a little bit difficult period last year because we had the pandemic as well. So the numbers were in Navarino Challenge?
The daily cost of accommodation is 355 euros. The daily cost of meal is 71 euros approximately. And the overall retail spending is 120 euros. Of course, to this we should add the transportation cost because the vast majority would come from Athens, so an approximation of 150 euros tolls and fuel, and of course the participation fee at 30 euro.
So over 700 euros, let's say, daily.
Yes.
For a 2.5 days minimum stay, when the average in Greece was 600, if I'm not wrong, during 2021, and 564 in 2019. But I think for those things, Ms. Deputy can tell us more.
Actually, it was 724 in 2021, and it was an achievement that we should all celebrate as we achieved throughout this pandemic that hit hard all services. And of course, 2022 we saw plummeting numbers. Yet we were able to sustain this image of a safe destination, and I think we can all profit. Whether we're talking about mainstream tourism or all the other forms of tourism that are holistic, we're talking about the whole experience, as Mrs. Maka very well emphasized. And so we have seen an increase in average spending power, and we really hope that despite difficulties, we don't want to be unrealistic. We see now that the budget of families and individuals are being suppressed by the rise in prices still. It was an achievement that was celebrated, the rise in average pricing. I have made different notes from the very interesting interventions and contributions of the speakers, and of course, I would also like to go to congratulate Mr. Neophytou for the recent accomplishment of the Cyprus organization, and really hope to continue the discussion in Cyprus as we're going to be meeting there very soon. I take note of the very important comment he made about the calendar, about the sports events calendar, and about the venues. And as very well mentioned and rightly put by the professor, we have started, the Ministry of Sports has already started listing and registering all the areas and all the stadiums, all the competent areas where the athletic events can be held. But discussing about sports tourism and talking about regional development and how important it is when you see neighboring areas like Pylos, or we see Ioannina, where there is, of course, the availability of the hotels in order for the participants to be able to enjoy hospitality and accommodation. I was also thinking about infrastructure. And you know, the importance of infrastructure, which is reflected in the fact that it can contribute to the efficiency of the production and the distribution of the tourism sport events. We have seen, for example, that in Epirus, with the construction of the highway, the numbers, the hour, the duration, the length of travel time has seriously been reduced. And when we see the 14 new regional airports, we see the immense development and of course, the improvement in infrastructure. This is a point that I would also like to raise, and probably this could also be a point to consider in one of the following studies, the importance and the crucial contribution of the improvement of infrastructure. And when we say infrastructure, we might think of everything. When it talks about, of course, the roads, we're talking about waste management, we're talking about all the different things that pertain, of course, to the improvement of quality of every citizen, but it makes a difference and a whole of a difference when we want to develop a tourism product like an athletic event. And also, when I was listening to the very insightful contributions also by Mrs. Dumac, I was also thinking about destination management. And I think that it would be interesting for our participants to know that in December, we legislated, and now it is a law, that regional authorities alongside private entities can now start the DMOs, the destination management organizations, which can also help promote such kind of events. And it can be a holistic event, it can be an attempt, it can be an effort and a synergy that will be put forward by everyone so that the destination can really promote as a whole this event. And we know how important this is. And so the destination management organization is a reality, and now it is up to the authorities to be able to move this further. And a second thing that could also be of interest, in my opinion, is of course the uses of the funds of the RRF. We know that 2022 and 2023 will be critical years, and where we're talking about funding methods and funds. Also, when we're thinking about the development of infrastructure pertaining also to the sports tourism, we will see a large amount of money directed to the reconstruction of ski centers, so that some of them can work 12 months per year. And we know that this, of course, is a way to really maintain the sustainability of them, especially with climate change and climate crisis, if we want to be more precise. And of course, we will see, again, a large sum of money devoted and dedicated to diving centers, ski shelters, and a lot of work that will be done, of course, in hiking trails. Alongside with the very important sums of money that will be allocated by the Ministry of Environment. So we're getting there, I think. It has been shown by institutional, legislative, and of course a lot of organizational support that was given by our ministries, the Ministry of Tourism, and of course the Ministry of Sports and other ministries that are co-competent, that we really want to support it. We really want to combine all our efforts, may that be infrastructure, organization of the events itself, funding, and communicating the message, and that is the final point that I would like to make, to all our offices of GNTO, of the Greece's National Tourism Organization abroad, in order for this message to be loud and clear, and this calendar of events to be communicated to all the targeted markets that would make a difference, of course, in approaching international participants. And with these thoughts, I would really like to really thank you again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Just have a few minutes. So, Mrs. Deputy, I will give the speech to Dr. George Costa if he wants to add something to what we discussed.
The only thing I would like to add is that this is this is a generation gap. My colleagues here, they have their computers, I have the book. I can smell, I'm a book eater. I love books. So this is what they made in Cyprus. It's very, very simple. It has all the swimming pools, the stadiums, the small arenas, even they're open for weddings, some of them. So this is, I think it's cultural. So it's very good, it's very efficient. We try to do that in Thrace, East Macedonia and Thrace, the region. We're in the process right now, Demokritos University of Thrace, with the mayors and the region. We try to make one like that. And so we'll try, I think the wheel's been invented. What we have to do is to put the four wheels together and roll and get evidence. I think that's what we're missing. It's sports tourism a science? It's an art? I think it's both. You need the science, you need the art, and you gotta put it together, and it's good, it's beneficial for the economy, for the society, for the people, for everything. So I think it's a great thing. So with this to invite you, May 22nd, Sunday, Komoran. Komotiniran is a 5K. We used to have a marathonios, a half marathon, but it was too expensive to us. Not too many people participate, so now we went downscale. So it's not always going upscale. Sometimes you have to go downscale, see what you do, and then from there go.
Can you add some more info on the 5K? What else except the 5K do you have?
Well, Saturday night we have the merry making of the fishes. We have a Sardella party in Maronia. So we will, this is food, is culture, is coming to Thrace. I think Thrace is the best hidden secret of tourism of Greece. When people will go and realize how beautiful Thrace is, I think we will have a problem. So, as you said, the Deputy Minister talked about the highway, Egnatia Othos, that opened the road to Epirus. When people find out Greeks and Balkan and international people find out Thrace, I think Thrace will be a problem. But I think it will be what we call it a white problem. If it's a good problem, so we can solve it, and that way we can develop. So with that, I would like we learn from our Cypriot friends. And even though they invite us to teach them, but actually we learn from them. So I think is a hand-to-hand goes hand-to-hand. And as I said, I invite everybody to come to Thrace. May 22nd is a Komotiniran. It's only 5K, and you'll enjoy it.
And Sardella, okay?
And Sardella Saturday night.
Okay. Mr. Neofitou.
Listen, I don't want to talk for longer, but I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I hope the Greek national team will make it to the Eurobasket. And I really pray that they will be on the leg that they will play in Cyprus.
I think we will be there for sure.
And I will be more than happy to host everyone.
Perfect. Dr. Jumaka, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
If you want to add something as well.
I'm really happy. I saw my past professor here. I'm really happy that I met Mr. Neofitou. I'm really happy that we had the opportunity to have the precious insights from the Deputy Minister. And what science is about is cross-fertilizing opinions. I think that this was the departure point, and I'm really looking forward to more conversations on sports tourism. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you, Dr. Costa, Dr. Jumaka, Mr. Neofitou. Thank you all. It was great having you. We'll have a lot of questions, but like in the morning, in the growth of golf tourism, we will have Dr. Jumaka and Dr. Livadi answer every question back to you. Thank you for your time. Let's hope that we'll have a better 2022 for everyone.
Hello again. Please do not forget to follow our hashtag FrontRunners2022 and to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. We will now pass to our final session of the day. Please welcome the Chief Arsenal reporter for Football London, part of Reach plc, the UK's biggest sports publisher, Mr. Chris Whitley. He will speak on the subject journalism and social media.
So from the age of 13, 14 years old, I started my own Arsenal blog. A lot of visitors came to my blog, and that's when I realized, I think this is the job I want to do. That is when I realized I wanted to become a journalist. It took me a long time. I wrote for The Independent, for The Mirror. Then I went to university, I studied journalism, and I got a job at Eurosport. My old colleague contacted me. He said, "We've got this job. I think you would love it. It's Arsenal correspondent for goal.com." I accepted the job. Being at Goal was amazing. I went to the World Cup. I went to the Euro 2016 in France, and I got to travel with Arsenal to Madrid, Milan, Moscow. I started a company in 2019, a social media agency with Mesut Ozil and his agent. So I was working with Mesut, which was really cool. Eventually I decided I wanted to come back into journalism, and last summer I started at Football London, and it's a really, really nice place to work.
Well, it appears this proposal of a European Super League, which poses an existential threat to football as we know it, is going ahead.
European football clubs announce new Super League competition. It says 12 of Europe's leading football clubs have today come together to announce they have agreed to establish a new midweek competition. The Super League: Arsenal, Atletico Madrid, Chelsea, Barcelona, Inter Milan, Juventus, Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Real Madrid and Tottenham Hotspur have all joined as founding clubs.
Roy, what would you add to that?
Totally agree with it. Well, the last few lines you've mentioned there, I think it comes down to money, greed. Obviously we've heard nothing from FIFA yet, but it doesn't sound good.
Amazingly, we all know that clubs is an investment, it's a business at the end of the day, but what happens to the fans? What happens to the memories of what the fans have had over the years?
I'm disgusted, absolutely disgusted. I'm disgusted with Manchester United and Liverpool most. Manchester United fans, you know, Roy loves United, I love United, Michael loves Manchester City. You know, this is disowning your own club stuff, this.
Chelsea, we're going to go Manchester City, and now we have statements from the other 4 English clubs. And the wider football community over recent days, we are withdrawing from the proposed Super League.
What does social media mean to you? For me, I started in 2009. I launched my Twitter, my Facebook, and I've grown my social media platforms to over almost 1 million followers. Now, the video you just watched was about the Super League, the European Super League. It was where 12 of the world's biggest football clubs unveiled a plan to launch what they called the Super League, a closed competition, where they would compete against one another while claiming more of soccer's billions of dollars in revenue for themselves. Now, why I decided to mention that and why it's important is because social media stopped that from happening. Journalists stopped that from happening, and football fans stopped that from happening. And over the years, I've noticed, and I've been part of social media, in particularly in sport, which is my strength and my knowledge. And we've really seen how it's had a big part to play over the past few years. My name is Chris Wheatley. I'm a journalist from the United Kingdom, from London. I'm the chief Arsenal reporter for a website called Football London, one of the biggest websites in the UK. And I've got my dream job. I've been writing about football for over a decade now. It's been fantastic for me, and I've been to many great places, but journalism has really changed over the past few years. And 36% of internet users globally are Premier League football fans. And maybe you are. Maybe you watch the Premier League every weekend. You like football. Maybe you don't like football, but you probably know about it. And one of the biggest things right now is social media's influence and how people are really influenced by the media they consume, by what they see on TV, what they read in newspapers, and what they see in particular on the platforms. There are 3.78 billion social media users, which equates to about 48% of the population. Facebook has over 2.3 billion users. Instagram, 500 million daily stories worldwide. 91% of people access social media via their mobile phones. On average, people spend 2.5 hours a day on social media. What about you? How often do you spend on social media? Maybe you don't spend any time at all on there, but you probably do know someone who does. And I think the biggest question for me right now, and I wrote my thesis on this, is, are you influenced by what you see, what you hear on social media? Because over the past few years, platforms including YouTube and WhatsApp, they have more than 1 billion users each. People have criticized them, and people have suggested that they have a big influence on what we believe and what we say. One of the things that I would like to mention is really to speak online is to publish, and to publish online is to connect with others. And over the past few years, I would say that the media that I've consumed, and as a journalist as well, it's maybe had a negative effect somewhat on what I believe in. I would kind of finish, it's quite a short presentation today, but I would say social media has changed the face of journalism. It will continue to have a major impact on our lives for years to come. And that is how I would end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitley. We have a couple of questions from our audience. I would like to open this dialogue to you. Should I start with the first?
Yes, please.
As an Arsenal fan, do you believe that your bias towards the club might affect your work negatively?
I think as journalists, we have to maybe take a step back and be professional. And I wouldn't say I have any particular bias towards football. I think once you work in the industry, in football in particular, maybe you become a bit desensitized to the results, to the performance of the team. You see kind of the inner workings of what goes on. So no, not particularly. I don't have a big issue with that.
Thank you. We have a question from Dr. Livadi. She wants to open up the discussion about British football and how it evolved from hooliganism to the product that they offer today to people and in the stadiums and even internationally.
Yeah, I mean, hooliganism is an interesting topic. I can't say I'm old enough to remember the 1980s and the 1990s where it was particularly rife. There's been movies made about hooliganism in the 80s. There's a movie called Green Street. It's about the West Ham fans. They had a group of fans who were particularly violent and aggressive. They would have fights against other teams. One thing I would say is that has kind of been stamped out of English football. I think why has it been stamped out? I think obviously security advancements. I think there's less emphasis on that kind of violence. There's not that much attraction to violence in football, whereas before maybe there was an attractive element. And I think nowadays, in terms of what we see in hooliganism, we see pitch invaders, we see that a lot, but we don't really see actual fighting at football matches. Not so much in England. In other countries, it's a bit more rife, I would say. But in England, it's certainly been on the decline over the past few years.
One more question. This is more closely related maybe to social media. What's your opinion on fan forums like Arsenal Fan TV? Do they pose a threat or maybe an opportunity for the club and sports journalism respectively?
I think Arsenal Fan TV in particular, when it was established, it was giving a voice to the fans where perhaps they didn't always have that voice. I think we've probably seen more recently that it's been commercialized, so they're more focused on putting advertising revenue, doing partnerships with sponsors, and I think maybe that kind of takes away from that authentic element, which was one of the reasons it initially started. I think it's a good thing that everyone has a voice now. And as I said in the presentation, I think one of the benefits of social media is that anyone can be a journalist, so to speak. Anyone can publish news and publish information. And I think in particular with sports journalism, it's really good that, you know, a blogger, someone like me, can start a website, start a blog, and carve out a career from that. And I think it shows as well that there are opportunities for many people from whatever background. If you have the passion, if you have that kind of desire to cover your team, to write about your team, that eventually you can make a career out of it.
Thank you. Could you please explain your schedule and experience on transfer deadline day?
Yeah, transfer deadline day is one of the busiest days in the football calendar, not just for journalists, for football agents as well. I know there's some agents speaking at the event. One thing I would say is that it's there's never the same day in football. And I think with transfers in particular, it's really exciting. It's adrenaline pumping. Usually I would start my day by calling agents and speaking with people close to players to try and find out what exactly is happening. I think one of the biggest buzzes that you can get as a journalist is when you break a story, whether it's a piece of news, whether it's a transfer. And that's one of the things which I wanted to be a journalist because of. So yeah, in terms of my kind of day on transfer deadline day, lots of calls, lots of messages, and basically just trying to find out which players are going to which clubs. It's really exciting for me. And I think I've noticed really the fans as well over the past, I'd say 5 or so years, there's a real excessive consumption of transfers on social media. Fans want to know where the players are going. They want to know which team they're being linked with. And yeah, I guess I'm kind of part of that carousel, so to speak. But yeah, it's really exciting. And it seems to be getting bigger and bigger every year.
So would this be relevant maybe to the most memorable experience that you gained while working as an Arsenal reporter? What was that? Would you like to share?
I think for me, my most memorable experience was probably the interviews, having the access to big players. Someone like Mesut Ozil, for example, I mentioned him because he is one of the most followed players on social media in the world. I met him, I met Mesut in a coffee shop in London, built the relationship with him. And then eventually I left journalism to start a company with him. So I think that kind of shows you that anything is possible. You can achieve anything if you put your mind to it. And yeah, I'd say that's probably one of my biggest memories, but it's been really interesting. You know, I'm 28 years old, going to the European Championships, the World Cup in Russia. Both of those were amazing opportunities for me. And I think, yeah, anyone who kind of has aspirations of being a journalist, I would say that I think traveling is certainly the best part, and for me, at least, of the job.
Thank you so much. Mr. Whitley, I think that many of our students and members of our audience watching us right now would be wondering, what are the most important skills that young people need to acquire so that they can succeed in a position like yours?
It's a really good question. I would say that without wanting to say cliches, it is hard work. Because I think without putting in the hours, there were times where maybe I had, like everyone, temptation to go out or to do other things, whereas I stayed at home working on my website. Building up my contacts, of course, is another thing. I think that's maybe not talked about enough. Like, people talk about hard work and talent and stuff like this, but I think getting your foot in the door, finding someone in the industry and building a relationship is one of the most exciting things and also one of the most beneficial things. A lot of people ask me, how do you build contacts? You know, where do you start? But for example, a football agent usually is quite receptive to contact from journalists because they want to get their player's name in the media. I think football agents is certainly a great way to start, but of course you always need a bit of luck. I'd certainly say maybe I've had some luck along the way, but for me, I would just say, you know, hard work, building your network, and just not really giving up, because I think in journalism and in life, people will always close doors on you, but you always have to kind of try and push to find that door that is going to be open. And I think I've done that. There's been rejections as well. I would say that people who do get rejections, like, you know, just don't give up, because the opportunities are always there, as long as you keep working hard. And the final thing I would probably say is find your niche, because everyone wants to write about football, they want to write about sport, you know, the kind of glamorous things. But if you have a niche and you can find something that you're really specialist in, that will help you set apart from the rest. And I think that's certainly something that I would really emphasize.
One of the glamorous things that caught the attention of our audience was the business partnership that you mentioned earlier on with Mesut Ozil. Could you please talk about a little bit more about this? Describe what exactly you discussed, how you met him, and what was the business partnership?
Yeah, so I met Mesut Ozil's agent a couple of years ago. And that's basically how I got close to him, because I wanted to build a relationship. He was an Arsenal player at the time. I did an interview with his agent, helped him promote his book, and then eventually built a relationship with Mesut, whereby I had an idea to start a new company, social media marketing agency. So essentially managing the social media of athletes and businesses. So Mesut was the perfect player to kind of start with, because he has such a huge reach. At that time, he had a number of sponsors like Mercedes-Benz, Beats headphones, and many others. So it was quite a good match. And he also had obviously he had many contacts as well in football, many players. And so that was essentially the business idea. I ended up working as well with quite a few Greek players. I'm actually half Greek myself. So the likes of Socrates Papastathopoulos, Dinos Mavropanos, and many others I ended up working with, and still to this day have great relationships with. So yeah, I think social media for me has kind of actually, I started a business from it. So I was started as a journalist and then went into kind of PR, social media, and then went back to journalism. So it's been an interesting ride. But yeah, I would definitely say that it's been exciting for sure.
So one of the questions, and since you have mentioned that changing from journalism to social media marketing, promotion, and then back to journalism, and discussing about players and footballers' social media, would you have a couple of advices about how athletes could monetize and work on their social media strategy?
Yeah, I mean, regarding athletes, I think the biggest thing for everyone, and I wouldn't just say athlete, for anyone, is reputation. If you have a clean reputation, if you are respected, I think you can do many things. I think the possibilities are endless. But for athletes in particular, because they have such big followings, usually, the biggest ones have millions of social media followers around the world. I think it's so important to make sure that you're posting the right things and that you're showing other things as well in your life, not just the sporting aspect. I think maybe many of you probably follow footballers. They post the same things, their photos after the matches, their photos before the games, training photos. It's quite boring. I think what I would say and what I would suggest to athletes is to show who you are, show your personality. I think a lot of Greek athletes actually do that quite well. I think Yannis, the basketball player in particular, is very good at that. Kostas Semikas as well is another one who shows his personality. I think these are the kind of role models that you want to look up to. And I think it's also good when someone can relate to a footballer, because many of them are earning millions of pounds. They're probably not relatable to the average person on the street. But when they're posting pictures of their dogs, of their family, what they're eating, it makes them a little bit more relatable. So I would say that would be my main advice.
In fact, the concept of authenticity and being able to identify is very premium in the literature as well. Let's discuss some authenticity for you. We have a question like, how does the life of a journalist in England has changed due to the rise of the social media? What's your typical day? How many hours do you dedicate on social media?
Too much. I would say, average many hours a day. WhatsApp pretty much all day, but I think that's just part of the job, really. I think you have to be switched on if you want to be a journalist. I think, I'm just covering a football team. There are journalists who, of course, are covering current affairs, news, you could say more important things than football. And I think, you have to be switched on all of the time. Otherwise, you're not suited to being a journalist. That's my view. I think you need to be, you need to be switched on all the time. But yeah, for me, I think over the past few years, I've really, had to work hard on building up my contacts. And I just think it's been a challenging job because in football in particular and in football teams, there's not always many things to write about. Especially, for example, now there's the international break. There's a lot of pressure from different companies. They expect you to write many articles. Sometimes it can be a challenging thing to do, but of course it's an amazing job. Certainly one thing I would say is that, for me it is a dream job, and I'm delighted to be able to do it.
In fact, the concept of authenticity and being able to identify is very premium in the literature as well. Let's discuss some authenticity for you. We have a question like, how does the life of a journalist in England has changed due to the rise of the social media?
To
Interesting. But what about dreams? Don't they come with challenges or difficult moments? We have a question regarding what has been your most difficult moment in your career and how did you manage it? How did you overcome it?
Yeah, really good question. Most difficult moment of my career so far. I think there's been a few. I think as a journalist, if you get information wrong, incorrect, that's pretty bad. That's certainly happened to me before. I think, yeah, publishing something which turns out to be wrong when maybe it was right at the start, that's a terrible feeling. It feels like, yeah, it just feels horrible. You just want to shut yourself away. You don't want to turn on social media. And that's certainly happened to me before. I think one of the kind of perils of having a big following on social media is that it leaves you very open to personal attacks. One thing I didn't mention in the presentation, I know it was a very short presentation, but journalism, abuse of journalists and social media abuse is something which I've certainly encountered, many of my colleagues have encountered as well. I don't think it gets talked about enough. And of course, journalists are not the only people who get abused online, but I think with the job that we're doing in particular, it can sometimes be a bit too much for certain people. So I would say that's certainly one difficult thing that I've encountered over the past few years since I've been a journalist. And yeah, I think the social media platforms certainly need to do more to stamp out that kind of abuse.
This is very interesting. The public scrutiny is, in fact, a very difficult mental and psychological process. Do you have any idea of how players cope with, footballers cope with the same pressure, being on the public eye constantly?
Yes, I mean, many of them turn off their notifications. And of course, depending on the app, on the platform, you can turn off your notifications, restrict them to make sure only your followers, only the people you're following, you can see their notifications, you can see what they message you. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've noticed is that more recently, in recent years, that footballers in particular, they've turned off their notifications. They've restricted their messages on Instagram, for example, where only the people you're following can comment. I think that's kind of sad as well. I think it's sad that we live in a society where people, can't be trusted to say positive things, to be nice to one another. But also, I think it's kind of symptomatic of the society that we live in, where people can hide behind their screens and say what they like without any kind of reprimand. So yeah, I think I've noticed that footballers have maybe become more switched off from social media. Obviously, the big platforms like Instagram and more recently TikTok have taken off. But I think a lot of them get tired of that side of things, especially after a bad game. You can get hundreds, thousands of abusive messages if you're an elite athlete. And yeah, I think it's sad, but certainly those platforms are trying to find new ways to combat that kind of abuse.
One last question about the public scrutiny, and we will change the subject. How do you handle the image of politically outspoken athletes?
That's a good question. I'm sure whoever's asked that is maybe referencing Mesut Ozil, because of course Mesut had a very famous picture taken with the president of Turkey, which caused a lot of uproar in his country of Germany, where he was born. I think it's very difficult. Obviously, it depends as well on the politician, on the individual as well. I think they say that sport and politics should never mix, but we've seen recently with the war in Ukraine that it has to mix. Sometimes it just does, and we also see the power of social media and sport in particular, where people can really take a stand against things like the war in Russia, in Ukraine, for example. So yeah, I think it's a really difficult thing to manage, because every player and every individual will have their own beliefs, and they may not always want to listen to your advice. I personally think it's a good thing, like as I said before, to be authentic, to show what you believe in, rather than hiding away. But when those beliefs are perhaps maybe more extreme, I don't have any particular examples, but maybe the question is referencing someone who has more extreme beliefs. I think it's more challenging, and I certainly wouldn't advise for a player to kind of publicize that. But yeah, I think I can reference Mesut in particular. That was a very challenging time for him, where the media in Germany scrutinized him for taking that picture with the president of Turkey. It was a decision which actually saw him lose millions of pounds of sponsorship deals as well. The likes of Mercedes and Beats, there eventually those deals came to an end. And yeah, that's I guess that's a kind of unfortunate side, or the bad side of politics mixing with sport and football in particular.
It is true that there is no fit-for-all advice here, but the safe path is always more marketable. I would like to change the subject, going back to British football. So could you please explain the importance of the infrastructure upgrades that most of the British football clubs have done to their facilities?
Yeah, I think most of the top Premier League teams in the past decade or so have new training grounds. The likes of Tottenham, Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester United, Manchester City, probably the most notable team, who have built a new training complex that includes facilities for the women's team, for the academy as well. I think that's probably what makes English football stand out from its competitors or from other leagues in Europe. Most people would probably agree with the statement that the Premier League is the best league in the world. English football is the most entertaining league in the world. The biggest thing for that, of course, is money. The Premier League is £1 billion league. And I think teams have reinvested that money. They haven't just spent it on players, they've also reinvested it into their clubs. And I think many positive things have come out of that as well. As I just mentioned, women's teams as well, women's football. I didn't mention it in the presentation, but again, this is something in England in particular, where we're really starting to see the growth of women's football. Now we're seeing the women's teams playing at the actual stadium where the men play, which is a big step. And I think this is something that is really kind of showing the kind of growth, and coming into 2022, where obviously everyone is equal and where we should be playing in the same stadium. So yeah, certainly many examples of that growth. And I think English football, with the technological upgrades, with the training ground upgrades, is certainly progressing at a faster rate because of that.
Since you have mentioned the women's football, we also had one question, and it's now the appropriate time. You said that women's are now playing at the same stadia where men's compete. Would you like to elaborate more on the state of women's football in the UK currently?
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few examples at the moment, but I'm using it as a sign, really. You know, it's showing exactly where it is right now in the UK. I think with women's football, they recently signed a new TV rights deal with Sky Sports, the main broadcaster in the UK. This was a multi-million-pound deal. And most of the money in football at the moment comes from the broadcasters. So the fact is that Sky Sports, the broadcaster, put so much money into buying the rights for women's football, shows, I think, for me personally, shows that there is a lot of hope there for the future. And I think we've, like I said, with the teams playing in the stadiums, Manchester United, for example, I think they have plans to do that at Old Trafford. Arsenal have certainly done that at the Emirates on multiple occasions. I guess the biggest thing now and the biggest challenge is getting women footballers to have the same kind of salary and the same remuneration as their male counterparts. I think that is the next step. That's the next challenge. Of course, as women's football grows, that salary cap or that salary difference will eventually become smaller, you'd like to think. But yeah, I think there's real bench setters or trend setters in the UK when it comes to women's football. And I'm really hopeful that it will be like that for years to come.
This is very interesting, and I hope that we will see that day sometime in Greece with regards to women's and men's football. Going back to Greece, and since you mentioned that you have Greek, you should understand our willingness to know how do the Greek football players, the ones you mentioned, Mavropanos, Papastathopoulos, Tsimikas, how do they perform on the British social media?
I think Tsimikas, and I know Mr. Toumtouris is speaking. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but I'm sure he'll be able to tell you a lot more. I think with Kostas Tsimikas, he's an example of a player going from a huge club, Olympiacos, to another huge club in Liverpool. But what we've really seen with him is the power of joining a club in the Premier League. I think he started maybe a few 100,000 followers. He's now on over 1 million followers. I think obviously one of the reasons is he's got an engaging personality. He posts interesting things. But the other thing as well is he plays for Liverpool, a huge team. So yeah, I think the kind of notion of Tsimikas right now, the Liverpool fans have created a new song for him, which is pretty cool. I think looking back at Socrates when he was at Arsenal, he had a very kind of strong reputation as a hard man. And I think, yeah, like Greek athletes in particular, there's not many playing their trade in England, but I'd hopefully there will be more in the future. And I think certainly that Tsimikas right now is showing the way for other Greek players in Europe and showing exactly what can happen if you work hard and put your mind to it.
Great. Mr. Weekly, one last question. Arsenal is finally back on track in terms of the team's performance. Does this positively improve the results of your journalistic and social media work? I mean, is there some kind of direct correlation between the two performance, athletic performance and then journalism, social media performance?
Yeah, I guess it makes it a bit easier to cover the team when they're playing well. I think it's logical that, when the team is playing well, it's a better mood around the training ground, around the team. You get more access as well. That's just a fact of life. You get more access to the players, to the team. You can speak to the manager more frequently. Whereas if the team are not playing well, you don't get that kind of access. So yeah, it certainly makes my job more easier. It can be more interesting as well when the team are not playing well. There was a period last season where Arsenal were playing very badly in the November-December period. And I had a big exclusive story, which had over 300,000 visitors hit in one day. So I guess that kind of shows that usually negative media can garner a lot of traffic, a lot of hits. But it also shows that, there's an appetite for news as well, regardless how the team are playing. So yeah, I think it does make my job slightly easier, but the results change week in, week out, and as a journalist, the most important thing is just be consistent in what you do.
With this question, we have concluded our session. It was a really interesting conversation. It was great having you, Mr. Whitley. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you all for being with us during the first day of the Frontrunners in Sports Management 4.0 web conference. We learned a lot today, and we're going to discover even more tomorrow. See you all tomorrow at 1:40 p.m. Greek time. Thank you very much.
If your dreams are keeping you awake and you take your chance, if it's not fame that drives you, but that one moment and a single target. No matter how far it is to reach. If you believe in changing the world, if your plans are bigger than yourself, and you don't know whether it's late or very early, when you give everything, but everything is still not good enough, and yet you still follow your inner voice. When they say forget it. But that is exactly what you cannot do. And if you want to give up 1,000 times, but just have to keep going, because dreams drive you, then you are one of us. Because we too were born from a dream. We too believe in dreams and in putting them into practice. What about your dream?